siding options. Permanent siding from Best Buy Metals is custom manufactured to the half-inch for a perfect fit. Stop by a showroom or go to bestbuymetalroof.com to learn how you can protect your structure.
Hey, Andy Morris here. Join me along with my co-host on The Drive, presented by Hardees, weekdays at 5 p.m. on ESPN Cleveland 101.3. Cleveland and Bradley County's local sports show, weekdays at 5 on ESPN Cleveland 101.3.
From the Kia of Cleveland Studios, this is ESPN Cleveland 101.3, WCLE HD2 Cleveland, W267BI Cleveland, ESPN Cleveland 101.3.
The top of the hour is presented by Best Buy Metals, making the top of your house the best it can be. Visit bestbuymetalroofing.com.
It's time for The Drive on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, presented by Hardees. We will bring you nonstop sports news from the national and local scene and everything in between. So buckle up and join in on the conversation. It's The Drive.
Don't take no slide. Got a thirst for killing. Think about it.
It is Tuesday afternoon here in the beautiful city of Cleveland, Tennessee. You are listening to The Drive here on ESPN Cleveland. Hope everybody out there is having a good day. I am Jim Gum, and today Andy and Jacob are off. They will be back tomorrow, but we've got Philip Tang from Lee University joining us today. And Philip, I appreciate you coming in, brother.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've been running the board off and on all summer, so
he
finally
has,
getting to
but
talk into it this week.
We get to hear you a little bit, but today we're going to hear a lot. By the way, his family invented Tang, the drink of the
I wish I could claim that.
No, it's so funny because, listen, I've got a weird last name. I mean, Gum. How many Gums you ever? I don't know if I've ever met someone with the last name of Tang.
Yes.
So that's not exactly a Smith or a Jones.
No, it is not.
Sure.
Well, my dad is from China, so it pays off that he is Chinese, and it kind of fits in. And just had fun with it all my life of saying Tang like the drink, and it kind of makes it click.
Exactly. So excited to have him here. And yes, we are going to talk a little bit about everything today, but today is going to be dominated by college football. We do have a guest today that we're going to be talking to. And so we're going to get with Caleb Giroux. He's with the Times, the Daily Times up there around Knoxville. We're going to talk to him around 5:15 about UT football, and he covers some high school football up there, Blount County. Of course, we're all familiar with them. So we'll ask him a little bit about Blount County and what their team's going to look like this year. But it's going to be mostly dominated by UT football. So we'll be talking with Caleb around 5:15 today. Excited about that. But, man, we've got a lot of stuff on tap today. And I wanted to – and this is something I've had in my back pocket for a couple days now. And just, we just haven't had an opportunity to get to it today. But I saw this on foxsports.com. And I know that we typically – use ESPN as our source, but every now and then, man, if you go to CBS or you go to Fox or you go to Sports Illustrated, you can find some interesting stories that maybe ESPN is not covering. And this one, and I think it's pretty cool, says, what are the 10 biggest questions entering the 2025 college football season? And I think they're pretty good questions. And now I don't know how much of you keep up with Bryce Underwood. He's the freshman quarterback at the University of Michigan. He was pretty much sealed to go to LSU. He's from Michigan now, okay? So he played high school in Michigan, but he was committed to LSU, and he was going to go there, blah, blah, blah. Everything was set. And all of a sudden, he flips, and he goes to Michigan, and Michigan just paid him more. I mean, that's the reality.
Right. Yeah,
that's the reality of it. They have a big-time donor up there. Have you ever heard of Barstool Sports?
Yes.
Okay, so the guy that kind of founded Barstool Sports.
Dave Portnoy, yes.
Okay, so you know who he is.
Yes, I mean, exactly.
By the way, he's going to be on the Big Noon Kickoff these days.
I saw that as well.
This year. But he's the one that kind of threw a little bit more money at Bryce Underwood. And they said, how good will Bryce Underwood be? That's a tough one, man. We're talking about a true freshman, but they say this kid's got all the skills that you would want. He's very elusive, pretty big kid, got a big arm. I think he's going to be pretty good. that being said, there will be some growing pains.
Sure, yes, I agree.
And that second game of the season, they got to go to Norman, Oklahoma, and play the Sooners.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll see just how good he is in that game.
Well, I'll be curious because if Jim Harbaugh was still the coach, you might have more optimism, like because he's good at developing quarterbacks. We don't know. I don't know as much about how he does in developing quarterbacks. We'll have to wait and see for that. But if it was Jim Harbaugh, you could say, sky's the limit.
Right. And that's one of those things where, honestly, I think that's the reason that Bryce Underwood had committed to LSU, because he liked the fact that, the development of the coaching staff there probably a little bit more proven. Mm-hmm. But I guess at the end of the day, the dollars and everything were just too much to say no to. It will be interesting to see, and I understand that that you got offensive coordinators, you got a quarterback coach that's going to be doing a lot of that anyway. But yeah, it is one of those things where Jim Harbaugh has done a really good job of developing quarterbacks for sure.
Yeah, and you remember a few years ago, Denard Robinson was kind of a athlete quarterback at Michigan. He did well. The team didn't do as well. He did pretty well. So because to see they've had more traditional pocket quarterbacks the last few years. This is kind of a different type of athlete.
Michigan historically uses your pro-style drop-back quarterbacks as opposed to the dual threat guy.
Right.
But we'll see how he does there. All right. Is Clemson number 9? Is Clemson a legit title contender behind their quarterback Clyde Cumnick? I think they are. I think this is a really good season to be a Clemson fan because they returned so many guys. They've got a seasoned quarterback. The ACC is a good conference, but it's not as deep as the SEC and the Big Ten. So I think Miami is going to be the biggest challenge there in the ACC. I think Clemson is the team to beat, but I think that Clemson is the best team in the ACC, and I do think that they can. I think they are a legit title contender with him.
Well, we've seen what Dabo Swinney can do with really good quarterbacks, with Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson in the past. So I'm curious to see if he can make that extra leap because he was pretty good last year, and they just had a few, faults probably in bad spots.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, they could be. The ACC is a weaker conference overall, but it's all about that playoff matchup, I think.
It is. And like I said, I do think that Miami's going to be a really, really good football team. I probably believe in Miami more than anyone else that does this show full time. I'm a believer in what's going on down there at the U. But I do think Clemson and Miami are the best two teams. Florida State's one of those. Doggone it, they only won 2 games last year. It's hard for me to sit there and say, yeah, Florida State's going to be in the mix. I gotta see what they look like against Alabama before I say that.
Right.
But I definitely believe in Clemson and Miami.
Well, he threw for 3,600 yards last year and this 36 touchdowns, so he can throw the ball really well.
He can. And they like I said, they bring back so many guys. So they're a veteran team. So I think that Clemson is going to be tough. We were just talking about Miami. Bill Carson Beck lead Miami to the college football playoff. I think Clemson is a little bit more of a safer bet, but it wouldn't shock me to see Miami. The ACC can get 2 teams. They can get 2 teams
100%.
for sure. So it wouldn't shock me to see either one of those teams be a top 4 seed, but I definitely think that Carson Beck's good enough to lead Miami to the CFP. Obviously, I'm assuming that he's 100% from the injury.
Right.
That's what I'm banking on that.
And also, he's a completely different style quarterback than Cam Ward was from last year. He can run, but he is not the true dual threat as well. So how will the rest of Miami's offense kind of adapt to what his strengths are?
Carson Beck reminds me a little bit of Trevor Lawrence.
Yes.
Without all the long hair.
Right.
But he can make the throws. He's kind of a tall, lanky guy, but surprisingly more athletic than you give him credit for. Carson Beck can move around and, basically he's moving around to try to find an open receiver. Not so much to run, but he can.
Right.
But he's one of those guys that he's looking to buy some time to allow his receivers to get open before he takes off and run. Number 7, can Lincoln Riley make USC a contender here in year 4 at the helm at Southern California? I think he can. I'm a believer in Lincoln Riley. I know that Andy he does not like USC, so he's got a sour taste in his mouth. And I know a lot of Oklahoma fans, they do not like Lincoln Riley at all. That being said, I think Lincoln Riley is going to do some really good things at USC. I think Southern California is going to be a serious contender for the Big Ten this year and years to come because their recruiting is really, really good right now. And assuming that these guys live up to expectations, I think USC is going to be much improved in 2025.
Well, the schedule is very favorable for them, kind of like you talked about yesterday with Oregon. The schedule is very favorable. They have Michigan coming to them. They go to Notre Dame, but a lot of the schools come to them.
Who's their first game with?
Their first game is Missouri State.
Okay.
So that's going to be a win there.
That's a win.
Georgia Southern is number 2.
Okay.
They go to Purdue, host Michigan State, go to Illinois, host Michigan, go to Notre Dame, go to Nebraska, host Northwestern, host Iowa, go to Oregon, and then host UCLA, which is essentially a home game no matter who it is.
That looks like a 9-3 or 10-2 record.
Easily.
I believe that, assuming that they stay healthy. Listen, we can say that about every team. Assuming, you never want to assume that, hey, well, I know this team, they're going to get ravaged by injuries and they won't be any good by the time mid-October rolls around. We always assume everyone's going to stay healthy. That's not going to happen. There's going to be teams that happens to, but yeah.
Well, they don't play Ohio State. They don't play Penn State. They don't play Washington. There's 3 of the top 4 or 5 teams they don't play this year.
But they do play Oregon, and that's a real challenge for USC. And you say they play Michigan as well.
Yes.
So
they host Michigan. So
they host Michigan at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, and they're going to Oregon.
Yes.
Okay, so that's tough.
Those two are tough.
Those are 2 tough games right there. But yeah, okay. Number 6. How will Deion Sanders adjust to life without Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter? I think it's gonna be tough.
I agree.
I think it's gonna be a difficult time. I think Shedeur Sanders. Well, we all know Travis Hunter, for crying out loud. He won the Heisman Trophy last year. I think Shedeur Sanders was a much better quarterback than a lot of people want to admit. We talked about this. There's a lot of people that just don't like the Sanders family.
Right.
They just don't, and so they're going to find anything they can to complain and be critical about that. Shedeur. And I granted a little cockiness there.
Yes,
I get it, but he can play. He looked good in the preseason game for the Browns, but I think Colorado's better now with Deion Sanders as their full-time head coach than they were prior. But it's going to be a struggle getting to 500. I think 6-6 is going to be a tough haul for them.
I was listening to a podcast with Andy Staples and Bruce Feldman the other day, and they
love Andy Staples.
Yeah, they were talking about just all the losses, not just them, but other losses they had from that team that they might struggle to get to 4 or 5 wins at points, but could also see them getting to 6 or 7 and getting into another bowl game.
Yeah,
it just depends on the quarterback play.
It's so important. Quarterbacks. I've said this before. Now I think catcher is the most difficult position in all of team sports, but I think the most important position in team sports is quarterback. That's just my personal opinion. You can complain and not agree with me. I think, like I said, I think playing catcher in Major League Baseball, all the foul tips you get. And these guys, this time of year, every catcher in Major League Baseball is just beat up. They are beat up. And for any catcher to put up any offensive numbers from August through the end of the year, that's a blessing because these guys are getting beat up day in and day out. But the most important is the quarterback position. Now, how will Bill Belichick adjust to the college game? This is a difficult. I don't know.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think his guys will be prepared like the Patriots were. They'll know what they're supposed to do. The question is, can they execute and be like the Patriots and be like, all right, we're just going to go and execute our game plan because you're talking about the best professionals, and now we're talking about college kids.
Right.
So that's going to be the thing is, can he survive, an offensive lineman for the Tar Heels messing up in a game? Can he survive that, not getting the perfection that he wants?
Right. All right. Well, let's get to these last 4 real quick. Who is this year's Indiana? I've been saying it. I think it's Georgia Tech.
I can see that.
That's my prediction. Who's this year's Indiana is? I'm going to say Georgia Tech, coming out from nowhere to surprise and shock the world.
I'm going to have to go somewhere in the Big 12, something like a Texas Tech. Well, people talk about Texas Tech buying all the NIL, buying all the players, but they could be out of nowhere.
That would be a good one. That's a good pick right there. Is this year Penn State finally wins a big game? Yeah, I think they do. I think this Penn State team is loaded. They've got the quarterback. They've got the running backs. Again, this is a solid team. This Penn State team, they could win a national championship if everything breaks their way.
I think they could as well. The question is, will they? And I want to say on the side of caution, they will not.
Okay.
I'll go with they can maybe get to the Final Four, but won't win the big one yet.
And a lot of people feel the same way you do. Can Ohio State beat Michigan and repeat as national champs? They can. I don't know if they will. The game's in Ann Arbor this year.
Right.
So that makes that much more difficult. But I think Ohio State's roster is better than Michigan's. And it's hard to repeat a national championship.
Yes, I agree with
Georgia
that.
did it, but, man, it's rare. It does not happen as often.
I think Ohio State is so desperate to beat Michigan again that they'll go to Ann Arbor this year and get a win. Now, I don't know about the national championship yet, but I think they'll go to Michigan and win.
Last, will Arch Manning be the real deal and lead Texas to the national championship? Typically, the preseason number one team does not win the national championship.
Correct.
And the fact that they were preseason number one, I'm going to say no. So we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, hey, let's go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we've got Caleb Giroux. We're going to talk to him about Tennessee and Blount County High School. So we'll get with him when we come back for break. You're listening to The Drive here on ESPN Cleveland. We'll be back after this.
The Drive will be back after a quick timeout. Stay tuned for more nonstop sports talk on The Drive, presented by Hardees.
Now at Hardees, 2 hand-breaded chicken tender wraps are only $5. Mix and match your favorite flavors like buttermilk ranch, honey mustard, and spicy. Endless combinations start with 2 warm tortillas, each filled with 100% white meat, juicy on the inside, crispy on the outside, hand-breaded chicken tenders. Any 2 wraps, now just $5. Hardees, goodness in the making. These items only. Price and participation may vary. Tax not included. Visit restaurant for details.
Hip or knee pain holding you back? There's a new reason to feel hopeful. Dr. Andrew Carlone is now part of the team at Center for Sports Medicine and Orthopedics in Cleveland. He brings advanced training in total hip and knee replacement, including minimally invasive techniques that get you back on your feet faster. Let Cleveland's orthopedic experts help you live your best life. Call 423-624-2696 or go to sportmed.com to book your visit now.
ESPN Cleveland 101.3 is powered by Duracell.
Not all composite decking is the same. Enjoy life's beautiful moments on an equally beautiful composite deck. Envision's products feature deep, non-repeating grains and distinct colors throughout each pour, offering a truly unique appearance unlike anything else on the market. Learn more and find inspiration for your project at Cleveland Plywood. Cleveland Plywood Company, 2700 20th Street Northeast in Cleveland.
Rock City and Ruby Falls are fun, but have you been down the Ocoee, camped at Harrison Bay, or on top of Fort Mountain? We are blessed with beautiful adventures all around us, and Honda Cleveland has the Honda to take you there. Hurry in for $5,000 off your choice of 25 Accord or CRV Hybrid, $5,000 off, or choose 2.99% financing on Accord and CRV Hybrid. Either way, you'll see why KBB.com has named Honda America's best value brand. You can saddle up a new Ridgeline pickup too with financing as low as 0.99% for 60 months, and that'll save you hundreds in financing. Or if you need service, parts, and tires, at Honda Cleveland you can get the work done now and pay over time with up to 3 months interest-free, with no hard credit check and a 90% approval rate. You've got some exploring to do, and we've got your ticket to ride. Honda Cleveland, your car, your way, every day. I-75 exit 20, 1 mile east. Hope to see you soon.
Welcome back to The Drive, presented by Hardees. Join the conversation. Text 423-749-1013. You can also listen anywhere on our website, ESPNCleveland1013.com.
You're listening to The Drive here on ESPN Cleveland. Hey, our friends over there at Duracell are now hiring mechanical skilled technicians, $22 to $27 an hour. Excellent benefits beginning day one: medical, dental, vision insurance, paid vacation, holiday pay, 401k, tuition reimbursement, and more. Apply now at Duracell.com. That's Duracell.com. And we're pleased to be joined by Caleb Giroux. He covers Tennessee football and Blount County High School football for the Daily Times, and appreciate you coming on with us today, Caleb.
Hey, how are you? We're doing great, man. So tell us a little bit about this Tennessee football team. Listen, they're 18th in the coaches poll. Yesterday, the AP comes out, and Tennessee's down at 24 there. So where do we feel that Tennessee is as a program in general today based on the rankings that we got with a new quarterback and a lot of fresh faces at other positions? Where's the overall lay of the land for the Tennessee Volunteers, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think the rankings that came out are probably fair, just for some of the reasons you mentioned there. You got a new quarterback. You lose Nico Iamaleava to the spring portal, and you're really competing between two guys, and really recently 3 guys. And there's pros and cons to each one, and when you take in rankings, you really don't know where to put a team who's going to bring in a new quarterback, a new running back group. Wide receiver room, you're really thin. So truthfully, I think the rankings are fair, and I think, program-wise, the floor, thankfully for an easy schedule for Tennessee, the floor is kind of there, I would say, at that 7-8 win mark probably, and you bring back a strong defense as well. But like you said, the questions at quarterback have kind of ruled the offseason, and you got a guy like Joey Aguilar who came in from App State and kind of that one-to-one trade because he was at UCLA for the spring, but he put in a ton of work in the summer. Coaches raved about him, and he said since he wasn't in Tennessee for spring practice, he spent, 4 straight days, 14, 15-hour days in the facility learning the offense in the spring and kind of catching up on what he missed. And then he's a guy who had high interception numbers, and Tennessee under Josh Heupel really hasn't had a quarterback that's had high interception numbers. So that's kind of one of the drawbacks for him. But you can really see his deep ball in practice and see why, the staff wanted to bring him in after the loss of Iamaleava. And then you got a guy like Jake Merklinger, who's been in the program, knows the offense, but he maybe lacks some of the arm talent that you would expect from a Tennessee football quarterback. But still a guy who's really smart, played high-level football in Georgia, and can sling the ball as well and is super accurate in the intermediate. And you mix all that in with a freshman in George McIntyre from the mid-state, from a football family as well, who's a highly ranked prospect, who probably has the best arm talent of the 3, but he's a true freshman. And when you see him, he's wiry. It looks like if he gets hit by a SEC defensive lineman, he might break in half.
Right.
So it's a really tough competition right now. Heupel isn't leaning either way. They haven't split reps yet, which, is probably concerning when you're 19 days out from kickoff, that you're still splitting reps between 3 guys. And you mix all of that with the fact that even if you pick a quarterback right now, your wide receiver room is so thin with Chris Brazzell missing practice. Dylan Staley's been banged up. Mike Matthews has been banged up. You're really working freshmen in and out at some of those spots. And, I feel like that's why Tennessee is ranked where it's at. So when you put the big picture together here, I think the defense and the easier schedule give you a solid floor, so that way you know what to expect out of those guys. But, man, the offense, if the talent clicks, it could be really, really good. But there's just so many questions right now with that unit.
Hey, Caleb, Philip saying here, just following up on that, when do you expect the coaching staff to make decisions on starting quarterback and starting quarterback? Will that be week of, or is that going to be a couple weeks out?
That's a good question, and people have asked Heupel as well in press conferences, like, when would you rather have a quarterback known? And the answer has always been, as early as possible, but we really haven't seen any indication that one guy is pulling away from another. They have another scrimmage this weekend, and then they'll go into mock game week next week. So they'll treat Tuesday next week as a Monday of a game week and then go through prep and how they would normally ahead of true game week before that Syracuse game. So if I had to bet, I would say that mock game week will probably, hopefully have a guy who is the starter for that week. Whether that's made public or not is to be determined. But I think another scrimmage this weekend will be big. The scrimmage last weekend was big. I know it was closed to the media, so we didn't get to see much. But just coming out of that scrimmage, a lot of good things said about George McIntyre, but he was competing against backups, so you always have to asterisk that. And maybe Jake Merklinger didn't have his best day in that scrimmage. But it feels like there hasn't been a guy who's taken the reins yet. And like I said, it probably is concerning 19 days out of kickoff that you don't have that true quarterback yet. But with the way this staff has operated, I mean, we could see multiple quarterbacks this season. You think back to the Hendon Hooker, Joe Milton situation. Joe ended up starting the season and got hurt. Hendon came in, ended up playing great, and took the job. So even if the guy who wins the job and starts game one might not be the guy who finishes out the season, whether it be injury, staff changes, et cetera. So you got a lot to balance there. And I know the staff wants to name a quarterback as quick as possible, but truthfully, I don't think we have any concrete timeline. But just looking at the way the practice is going to shape out and that schedule, I would bet during that like mock game week where they're going through all the motions next week, I would figure that we get a starting quarterback hopefully by the end of that week.
You know, I've been saying on this show for several weeks now, I predict that Tennessee will see at least 2, if not 3 guys that will start games in 2025. Only because I just have a feeling we're going to see more than one guy that will start the game, and that could be for various reasons. Could be ineffectiveness, maybe another guy's just getting hot, or there could be an injury. So we'll have to wait and see. Now I'm going to ask you this: you're talking about they're thin at the wide receiver position. Do we feel like we're going to see a running attack that's going to be the focal point of this team in the first few weeks?
Yeah, I would bet that you see the team run the ball, and I would also bet that you see a lot of 12 personnel, because when you look at this roster right now, like you mentioned, that running back room is a very good room that you can lean on. I mean, you've got Deshaun Bishop out of Carnes High School in Knoxville mixed in with Peyton Lewis, who's finally had a healthy offseason. He's up to 215 pounds, and he said he can really feel, that power behind his pads now. Because in high school, Peyton Lewis in Virginia, he was a track star. So he would just hit the open field and run as fast as he can. But now he's actually shaking tackles, doing good in pass protection. You mix those two guys in with Star Thomas, who joined right before spring practice from Duke, a guy who's played at several college programs, JUCO guy on his 6th year of college. So with all the quarterback questions, I'd be willing to bet at least one of those running backs will step up and at least have D1 experience, to where if the quarterback situation has gone by the wayside, you've got a running back room to lean on. And then you mix that with your tight end room. Miles Kitselman comes back. People remember how big he was last year with all the quarterback inconsistencies. Those tight ends give you a big target, and Josh Heupel has shown that he's not scared to get into 12 personnel, get those extra tight ends on the field, and really lean on those guys. So I would expect, if you don't just see, Tennessee leaning heavily on its run game, it'll also lean on those tight ends. Truthfully, if Tennessee played a game this weekend with the health status of its wide receiver room, they'd probably have to stay in 12 personnel the whole game just to really feel the field and take off some of the stress from that slot position, because that's the position that's kind of hurt right now. Braylon Staley's been in and out of practice dealing with a little bit of a hamstring thing, and behind him is just freshmen. So will they move somebody else to slot? Will you just have an extra tight end on the field? Maybe you get a guy, like Ethan Davis in that tight end room who can kind of fill a big wide receiver role and be an athletic guy out wide. So, I mean, you're going to have to lean on the run game, and you're going to have to lean on some of those big guys in your tight end room, especially if any injury or anything else pops up.
Talking with Caleb Giroux from the Daily Times. He covers Tennessee football. A little Blount County. We're going to talk to you about Blount County here in just a minute, too. So let's talk a little bit about the defensive side of the ball. This Tennessee defense looks to me, this may be the listen, a few years ago, Tennessee led the country in scoring, average scoring. I don't foresee that happening again. It's possible, though, we could see a top 10 scoring defense in 2025. What's your opinion about this defense?
Yeah, and I think when you look at this defense, it's miraculous what the job defensive coordinator Tim Banks and his staff have done. Because I'm sure, in this industry, I'm sure you remember 2-3 years ago, Tennessee fans were calling for just about every defensive coach to get fired with the way that defense played. And now, last year they finished at least top 20, top 15 in the country. I don't remember the metric off the top of my head, but they were up there in scoring defense last year. And you bring back a ton of experienced defensive linemen. Your linebackers, you bring back Arian Carter and Jeremiah T-Lander, who you hope both take a step forward this year from last year. And then behind them, you've got some guys who don't have experience playing at the linebacker spot, but are really, really talented and were highly ranked out of high school. And then you go to the cornerback room, Jermon McCoy was the guy who stole the headlines last year. He's still recovering from a torn ACL, and nobody on the staff is really worried about rushing him back, because you've got guys behind him like Colton Hood, who transferred in from Colorado, who's received a lot of praise. Ricky Gibson is another guy who played last year. He's entering his junior year. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a breakout season. Boo Carter, who had some off-the-field issues over the summer, he's working back in with the group. He'll be at the star position. So really this defensive staff has begun stacking talent, at every position on the defense, to where they're not thin anymore, for one. And two, you're not only not thin, but the guys you're rotating in are really, really talented. Joshua Joseph is a guy who's going to have to take up the James Pierce role and kind of be the guy off the edge. And then behind him, you got a guy like Jordan Ross, who they recruited out of high school, have developed, and he's a guy who can make a splash too. So I agree with you. This defense, truthfully, with all the questions about offense, all the headlines about offense, this defense will be what keeps Tennessee competitive this season, I would say. And even you think back to last year, like a game that pops out in my head is that Oklahoma game last year. It was an ugly, ugly football game, but Josh Heupel knew his defense, had Oklahoma's number, and he kept rolling them out there, and they did the job. So I as much as I hate to say it, as somebody who's going to watch every game probably twice or three times and watch the tape, I would say a lot of this football season will look like that Oklahoma game last year, where the offense may be sputtering, but, man, you know what you're going to get out of that defense every down.
I'm one of these. I don't think there's such a thing as an ugly win. Every win is beautiful in my book, but that's just me. Now, you brought up a name, Boo Carter. We're here in Bradley County. Of course, he played at Bradley Central High School. A lot of off-the-field stuff, and, boy, his mom seems to like to throw some stuff out there on social media from time to time. What's the latest with him, man? What are you hearing?
Yeah, during the scrimmage, it didn't look like he was competing during the team portions, but he was dressed out with the group, and he competed in special teams as the punt returner. But so far, he's been working his way back into practice. He's working out with the team in practice situations. Heupel said that he continues to check those boxes he's let out. A lot of young football coaches now may sway on some of their program standards, but even looking at the Nico situation, Josh Heupel didn't sway, knew, if a guy's going to come in here and beg for money or do any of that, that he's just going to cut him loose. And with the Boo Carter situation, he's held him to that standard too of guys need to be there in the summer and need to be there working out. And he missed it, so he's got things to check. So he continues to work his way back. I'd say it's pretty positive so far. I haven't heard anything negative as to, he might not play this season or anything like that. But the coaching staff say he's still checking off those boxes. So I would say if all things continue the way they're going, he'll be on the field game one and playing with the team and at that star position, which he had a lot of success at last year. But truthfully, I think the team probably needs him most, returning punts and impacting the game that way too.
We talked a little bit earlier. Before we got you, we're talking about Colorado football and losing Travis Hunter, and obviously Travis Hunter was a two-way player, won the Heisman Trophy. And during the offseason, there was a lot of talk about Boo Carter maybe playing some offense. Obviously, he's a great defensive player and special teams guy. And you talk about how thin they are at wide receiver. Is that still a possibility, or has that been taken off the table?
Yeah, I think, Heupel's been non-committal about it. I wouldn't say fully taken off the table, but I would say it's not something you'll probably see in the first half of the season. He might have packages drawn up for him, but, watching him in high school when he would play some of our local teams, he was a guy who his route running may not have been the best, and he may have not been the best wide receiver, but, man, when you got the ball to Boo Carter, he was going to make something happen with it.
Yep.
And I think that's exactly what this offense needs. The problem is, since he's, had the offseason issues and had some of these boxes he's had to check off and the extra work, I just don't know if that's going to happen early in the season, for the simple fact that, a lot of that work he missed was probably work he needed to learn both sides of the football. Because now you're balancing your star duties, which is a tough position on the defense, with, learning slot receiver and learning the plays and how to operate on offense. Because if you fall starter, you mess up on offense, you mess up the entire tempo of that operation. So I think missing that work definitely doesn't help his chances at wide receiver, even as much as the team needs it. But I wouldn't rule it out completely, just looking at the schedule, the way it's going to play out. Because you're a couple twisted ankles away or another pulled hamstring away from Boo Carter might not even know half the offense, but you just need somebody to fill that slot receiver position, and they may end up turning to him. But I wouldn't bet on it early in the year, given all the offseason issues.
All right, we've talked a lot about Tennessee football. Now you cover high school football as well. Of course, here in Bradley County, we've got 3 high schools that we follow. We follow Bradley Central, Cleveland, and Walker Valley. Now you do cover some Blount County, so tell us a little bit about them.
Yeah, I think, it'll be another good season for Blount County football, starting off with the big dogs, I guess. Alcoa has a new quarterback, but they bring back a lot of that same wide receiver and DB group. They're going to be good in the trenches. That's a group where they're moving up to 4A this year, so it's a new environment. But every coach I've talked to, in 4A has told me that even though they'll be playing tougher competition week in and week out, truthfully, the only difference they'll run into is the starters might have to play 2 extra drives instead of going out in the second quarter like they did in 3A.
Lord.
They're still going to be the big dogs in that division, but it will be tough. And the one I have circled for them, obviously Pistol Creek is week 1 this year, but for Alcoa, the one I have circled is that Anderson County game on Halloween, because if both teams play out the way they should, that'll probably be a region championship at Anderson County. And I don't know if anybody in Bradley County has had the opportunity to go to a game there, but man, they take out fireworks. They've got hype video on the scoreboard.
What, at Anderson? At
Anderson County.
I did not know that, no.
Yeah, so, and, you know, that's just what their normal thing is. Imagine what will happen on Halloween night for a region championship without Alcoa in town. So that's the one I have circled, and I'm making sure I can get out to that one, because that'll be one to watch. And then for Maryville, obviously in 6A still, Will Jones returns for them, and the coaching staff and a lot of guys around that program are really, really excited for what he can do. They bring in Torrey Beaufort from Bearden, too, to add to the outside. They've got some questions at running back, but their offensive line is still going to be good. And for them, a lot of it is just getting it to click on defense. And also, they've got a mental hurdle with Oakland in the playoffs. So if it comes down to Maryville and Oakland again, they'll have to get over that. But that program is going to have a successful season on the horizon if I had to bet. And then going down some of the list, I mean, man, William Blunt brings back almost their entire offense from last season. And Robert Reeves, head coach over there, is in year 4. And his first year was 0-10, and then he had a winning season in his second year that didn't make the playoffs, made the playoffs last year with a losing season, and now they're in 5A with a really tough division. They got Knox West in there. They got Powell.
Yep.
They got Knoxville Halls they'll have to play against. So I'll be curious to watch them, because that offense clicks, their defense, they got some young guys who can fly to the ball. They might be able to make some noise and sneak out some wins and maybe get the first playoff win for them in I think over 10 years. And then obviously you got Heritage with former Tennessee assistant coach Joe Osvet over there. They've got some questions on offense and some moving parts, but you know the ceiling's high for them. And then, man, for anybody who likes some 1A football that's listening, Greenback brought in a new head coach, and that program has had a spark of energy. They've got, you know, their largest roster in probably 4-5 years, and anybody who's followed Tennessee high school football knows the sleeping giant that Greenback is. They just need somebody to get in there who cares about the program and the community, and I'd say Richie Wilhite over there at that program.
Well, we're all familiar. We're all familiar with Alcoa and Maryville, that's for sure, man. Those two teams are just whew, that's the cream of the crop there, man.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch Alcoa on the new journey, and then Maryville too. I mean, they picked up Lamar Brown this offseason, who was the head coach at Knoxville West. They got let go, but I mean they've still got them on the schedule. And that 6A division is not easy at all. You had Oak Ridge. They added Oak Ridge to that division as well in the off season with the reclassification. So every Friday night will be a dogfight in that 6A region for them. And like I said, you know, the big one for them, as it's been the last few years, is Oakland. If they can get over that hump, then you know they might get the first state championship here since George Curls was over there.
Caleb, how can our listeners follow you, man?
Yeah, so I'm on Twitter or X or whatever it's called at Caleb Jarrow 16. And then all of our stuff is at the Daily Times. We got some preseason football coverage. Obviously, we got our Blount County Jamboree on Friday, so that'll be a good look at teams. And we've had a ton of preseason coverage. And then all my UT football stuff is there as well. Team is off tomorrow, but I had a running back story that'll be in tomorrow's paper, go up today, just about how that unit is looking to uphold the standards. So we've made it to the point of the year, thank goodness, where, you know, every day you've got an event to go to, whether it's high school or UT, and fill in the paper. So
absolutely,
it's nonstop, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, Caleb, we really appreciate your inside information there. Hey, thanks a lot for joining us today, man.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right.
Caleb Drew from the Daily Times, and boy, he covers Tennessee. I mean, they've got, you know, Alcoa, they got Maryville, you know, William Blunt. They've
riches of football there, plenty of it.
A lot of success up in that part of this country, or this state, I should say. But yeah, it's got to be a interesting watching those teams year in and year out. They're always good.
I mean, you go Friday night to a great high school game somewhere in that county, and then the next day you go to Knoxville and watch the Vols.
Exactly, and you guys, so you're always
for your job. I mean, that's what you're working.
It's fun to cover a winner.
Yes.
I don't care what anyone says. listen, I'm a Bradley guy. Bradley's, they had just the injury bug last year, 3-7. It was tough.
Oh, yeah.
It was tough, but it happens. You stick with them. I'm not a fair weather fan. I'm going to stick with my team, win or lose. But it is a little bit more enjoyable. And talking about that, you always hear this. Well, it's an ugly win. I'm sorry if it's in the W column, it's beautiful.
A win, yes.
And I get it. You can have a game where you have a lot of turnovers and you win in spite of how poorly you may have played. At the end of the day, here's what coaches love this. They love to be able to coach their guys after a win. Guys, you got to get better than this. You can play like this, and you'll get drilled next week. They love to be able to find mistakes after a win.
Right, and they find ways to get even better.
Yeah.
After a win.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt. Let's go ahead and take another break. When we come back, we're going to get back into some college football. Yes, and we are going to talk Atlanta Braves. I know Andy would not be happy with me if I didn't bring up the Braves. And, yes, we are going to talk about the Atlanta Braves when we come back. You're listening to The Drive here on ESPN Cleveland. We'll be back after this.
The Drive will be back after a quick timeout. Stay tuned for more nonstop sports talk on The Drive, presented by Hardees.
The difference between an average morning and a Hardee's morning is hearty goodness that lasts till lunchtime. Like Hardee's smoked sausage biscuit, split Hillshire Farm smoked sausage on a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. And our Frisco breakfast sandwich with cherrywood smoked bacon or ham on toasted sourdough. Hardee's, goodness in the making. Download the app and join my rewards for special offers. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Hip or knee pain holding you back? There's a new reason to feel hopeful. Dr. Andrew Carlone is now part of the team at Center for Sports Medicine and Orthopedics in Cleveland. He brings advanced training in total hip and knee replacement, including minimally invasive techniques that get you back on your feet faster. Let Cleveland's orthopedic experts help you live your best life. Call 423-624-2696 or go to sportmed.com to book your visit now.
We're celebrating the Labor Day holiday all month long during Don Ledford's annual pre-owned sizzling upgrade sale. Don Ledford pre-owned trucks, SUVs, and vans in Cleveland is the dealership to go if you're looking for quality variety and a dealership you can trust to back up every pre-owned vehicle they sell. They currently have over 50 quality pre-owned vehicles for this special annual event. All of your favorites: Buick, Cadillac, Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Honda, Kia, Jeep, Lincoln, Nissan, Ram, and Toyota. There's truly something for everyone. Go online to donledford.com. Review the vehicles you're interested in and visit the showroom, 4595 North Lee Highway, Cleveland, to inspect and test drive your choice. You'll get a great deal during this annual event. So come today to Don Ledford's Pre-Owned Center in Cleveland, where they've been selling pre-owned vehicles you can trust since 1981. Hurry, this sale ends September 1st, 2025. Cleveland Tire Center, locally owned and operated for over 45 years. Cleveland Tire, your one-stop auto care shop in Cleveland. North Lee Highway, where the name says it all.
For a quarter of a century, Mix 1041 has been taking you out to the ball games.
Swanson to first. The Braves are world champions.
Since 2000, Mix 1041 has been the home of the Atlanta Braves, and we're celebrating by giving away tickets to Atlanta Braves games all summer long. Listen for your chance to call or text to qualify. You can also register at the Mix socials on Facebook and Instagram. Braves 25 is presented by Cleveland Ford. Honest people, honest deals.
Do you suffer from unsightly leg veins? Are your legs turning brown or swelling? Do your legs feel heavy, tired, or achy? Do you have restless legs or leg cramps disturbing your sleep? These symptoms are signs of bad veins. Dr. James Gooden at Milligan Vein offers an office treatment that can make you look and feel better, and your procedure is covered by most insurance. Find more information online at milliganvein.com or call Dr. Gooden today at 423-961-5682 and get rid of those bad veins.
Welcome back to The Drive here on ESPN Cleveland. Hey, when it comes to Mayfield Dairy ice cream, you'll never have a boring bite. Their limited edition ice creams, cherry, chocolate chip, and banana pudding, are inspired by traditional Southern recipes and seasonal favorites. Pick some up today at your local grocery store. And, of course, when we do that, we're going to talk a little bit about the Atlanta Braves. And they are, after being off yesterday, they're taking on the New York Mets. By the way, you can catch that game here on ESPN following the drive at 6 o'clock. And then on Mix, a pregame at 6:55. First pitch at 7:10 there at Citi Field in Queens, New York. Spencer Strider taking on Clay Holmes. And, of course, the Mets are doing what they typically do this time of year. They're having a tough time getting any kind of wins, and the Braves have suddenly have become hot. They won 4 out of 5 against the Marlins, just devastated the Marlins' chances to make the postseason. But now the Braves, we talked about this earlier, can play spoiler. They're playing the New York Mets, who obviously right now, if the playoffs began today, which obviously it does not, but if they did, the Mets are in. But they're only 2 games in front of the Cincinnati Reds, who Atlanta put a hurting on the Reds a week and a half ago. So the Braves have an opportunity to go to New York, I guess, do what they typically do, and put a hurting on the New York Mets. I mean, it's one of those. The darndest things is that the Braves just seem to have the Mets number. And it doesn't matter if the Braves are having a great year or a mediocre year like they are this year. They just seem to have the Mets record. I mean, the Mets number.
Yeah, for some reason, just one of those matchups that it works. You talk about matchups in all sports. This one just seems to be in the favor of the Braves. But this next week is huge for the Braves because they got the Mets and then they got the Guardians. So this will help. If you get 4 or 5 wins against these 2 teams, you're right back in the wild card hunt.
We're talking about, the Mets, how they've been floundering. Boy, the Guardians now, on the other hand, have really turned it around. They've been playing really good ball, but there's nobody playing baseball like the Milwaukee Brewers.
Oh, my goodness, no.
They've had 2 10-game winning streaks this year. That's crazy, man. That's only the second time it's happened in the last 30 years or something like that. But so, man, you got the Milwaukee Brewers, and Braves saw how good they are. They couldn't touch the Brewers.
Who would have thought the Brewers have the best winning percentage in all the major leagues?
30 games over 500. This is a really, really solid baseball team. And I'm still sticking. I said this on the air, and I'm going to stick with it all the way through. I'm going with the Cubs and the Blue Jays are my 2 teams to meet for the World Series. But right now, I still like Toronto a lot. Right now, how do you go against this Milwaukee Brewer team?
I don't know. It's the way they're playing crazy.
Everyone loves the Dodgers and the Phillies. We all know about them. There is no surprises on those, but nobody saw this coming with the Milwaukee Brewers. They have turned it on like crazy.
No, it's interesting how teams kind of fluctuate all year long. Like the Detroit Tigers came out hot out of the gate. They kind of set back. Now they're trying to climb back as well. So it's just curious to see how this last month and a half is going to play out.
And if you look out west and you look, the Dodgers have been, pretty steady all year. But the Giants are another one of these teams, man. They've been really hot. And they'll just win 3 out of 4 and win 10 out of 13, and then all of a sudden they're losing 9 out of 12 or whatever. But the Giants have been wishy-washy, and so are the Padres. But I'm telling you, the Padres are a team. The acquisitions they made at the trade deadline have really started to pay off for the Padres. So, you got some. I think the National League. I just think Philip, the National League is head and shoulders above the American League this year. I think there's at least 3 or 4 teams in the National League to me are better than the best team in the American League. And I really believe that. And I think Milwaukee's one of them. I think the Phillies are, and I think the Dodgers. That's 3 teams right there.
Yes, I agree on that.
I don't know if I can sit there and say the Cubs are right now. But, man, I'm telling you, you put those three teams I just rattled off, I think those 3 teams are better than the best of them in the American League right now. That's just my personal opinion. It could be. I'm dead wrong by the time playoffs begin, but we'll see.
Well, this wild card for the National League is going to be feisty down the last little bit. The Cubs could go from being in it to being out of it in 3 games.
And I know I've got a couple friends of mine. They're diehard Cubs fans. They've been Cubs fans since the 80s when they would watch the Cubs in the afternoon on WGN. Harry Carey and Steve Stone giving the play-by-play and the color, watching all those games. But they're still to this day just diehard Cubs fans. And Yeah, so like I said, I'm rooting for the Cubs. I want to see the Cubs win another World Series. If the Reds can't, I'm a Reds fan first and foremost. But if the Reds can't, I'd like to see the Cubs do it because I just like them. All right, here's another question I have for you, and I'm asking this, Philip, because I don't know him as like I do Andy and Jacob. And I'm going to ask you this, I guess, as general. Who's the most disliked college football program in our area? And in particular, who's your most disliked college football program in the whole country?
I will say, for my personally, Ohio State's my least favorite team.
Okay.
My mom's from Michigan. She went to Central Michigan, so
gotcha.
Not a diehard Michigan fan, but just kind of the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry.
Sure,
But it's funny, my sister-in-law is a huge Ohio State fan, so it's one of those.
That's fun.
And her sister's a Michigan fan, so it's one of those, clash of families type of thing. But for this area, it's interesting. Just there's so many teams. We're so close to so many different SEC schools.
Yes,
we're only like 4 hours away from Tuscaloosa, 4 or 5 hours away from Auburn. So it's hard to say who is a disliked team. Honestly, probably you have to almost a 50-50 mix between Georgia and Tennessee. Like there's enough Georgia fans in this area that dislike Tennessee. But there's a lot of Tennessee fans that completely dislike Georgia. So I'm going to say probably Georgia for my 3 years here in East Tennessee.
Let me ask you that. So you're from Jackson.
I'm from West Tennessee, yes.
Jackson, Tennessee. What's closer? Is Lexington closer or is it Knoxville closer to Jackson?
It's the exact same distance, essentially. It's basically 5 hours for both.
I was thinking it's probably about like that.
One time in high school, I kind of did the math. You were like 5 hours away from almost every SEC school, the old SEC before Texas and Oklahoma,
and Missouri,
yeah. The old SEC was like 5 hours away from almost all of them. So I had fans everywhere.
Okay, now who did you grow up rooting for in Jackson, Tennessee?
Everyone's a UT fan.
So because you're in the state of Tennessee,
everyone's a big Vols fan. They love the Lady Vols in West Tennessee in basketball. Because West Tennessee loves high school basketball like they do here for Bradley.
Right.
But I'll say the majority of fans were Vol fans.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I grew up cheering the Vols. I love listening to John Ward and then Bob Kessling.
Yep. So you're from the John Ward school.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Listen, have you ever heard Steve Hartline do a
I've heard of.
Steve Hartline has a lot of John Ward in him. He does. And I told him that several years ago, and he said that's the biggest compliment you could ever give me. He has a way when he calls a game. I'm like, well, there's a lot of John Ward, and he probably doesn't even realize he's doing it, because John Ward was like, he's at the 25-20, 15, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What did he do? I'll tell you what he did. He just scored a touchdown for the Bighorns, and Steve does a lot of that. Maybe not to that extent, but he does it very similar, and everyone has their style. But I know that Georgia fans love Larry Munson, and he was great. But to me, John Ward was the best I ever heard.
Yes, I agree.
Doing football on the radio.
Yes,
because he tried to paint that picture.
And I didn't listen to him as much for basketball, just because UT basketball wasn't like as big a thing growing up. But I listened to a lot of football. Actually, a lot of my play-by-play for basketball is kind of based off Kentucky's Kaywood Ledford back in the day. So the guy I learned play-by-play from was a huge Kentucky fan. So he kind of had aspects of the Kentucky call, and that kind of translated to how I learned how to call.
So were you a Kentucky basketball fan?
No, not really, because I didn't know that until like later on.
Gotcha.
That's how it was kind of passed on down.
Right. John Ward, man, he was great at football. He was good at basketball. Don't get me wrong. He was elite at football. Not
yes,
everyone.
I agree.
Now, I'm going to tell you this. Bob Kessling, to me, was a much better basketball play-by-play guy than football play-by-play guy. That's just my personal opinion. I can agree with that. Anything. I'm not saying anything derogatory either way. It's just I thought when I listened to Bob Kessling do basketball, to me it seemed he seemed smoother doing basketball than
I can see
football.
that. I agree with that. Yeah.
But John Ward, forget it. He was the best of all time.
It will be fun to hear Mike Keith call basketball because we've only heard him ever call the Titans. At least I've only heard him call the Titans. And so it'd be fun to hear him call a basketball game for the first time.
Do we think we'll ever hear him go, touchdown, Vols? Do you think he'll make that mistake?
I don't think so. I think he's so ingrained growing up being a Vols fan that he'll get it.
He is. Although I'll say this, when you listen to the spring game, right when he was getting talking about he was about to say here at Neyland Stadium. He goes here at Nissan Neyland. Stadium. He almost said Nissan Stadium. I get it. It's hard. Habits are hard to break, man.
I think some things are like the stadium may be harder because you're so used to saying that one stadium.
Nissan Stadium, yeah.
But you're so entrenched in I'm working for the Vols instead of the Titans. Now you're training yourself to that one. But I think there might be other slips, but not the Vols Titans. I don't think.
Okay, so we talked about that. Are you one of these people, and there's different ways of looking at that. What's your opinion of people that root for your favorite school's conference when they're playing non-conference? Are you I'm rooting for the SEC when they're playing non-conference games or not? Because some people are really big into that, and some are like, hey, I know some Tennessee fans are like, I wouldn't root for Alabama if they were playing the Taliban. Because they just can't stand them, and they cannot. Doesn't matter who they're playing. Then you got some people like, yeah, I'm rooting for Alabama for playing non-conference. Now, when they're playing conference teams, I want them to lose. So
okay, I'll answer this question in two different ways. So first of all, I work at Lee University, so I have friends that work or coach at different schools in our conference. If we get eliminated, I want them to do well
because they're friends.
Yeah,
I get
that.
Now,
some teams in the conference, I don't want them to win at all. Just rivalries.
Who's the biggest rivalry at Lee University?
Alabama Huntsville. University of Alabama in Huntsville, especially in basketball, huge rivalry on both the men's and the women's side. So I don't ever care to really see them go further than us.
I gotcha.
Now, on the Division I level, I don't really cheer for a team anymore. I watch games. I like to watch good games. So I don't really care which conference is better than others because I just want to see a shootout. I want to see a great college football game. I don't really have a conference affiliation anymore.
Is that is? I mean, I get that. I mean, I personally, that's not me. But I appreciate it when you're being brutally honest. And I guess if I was in your shoes, I might have gotten to that point too, because you're all about the Gulf. It's the Gulf South, right?
Yeah, it's the Gulf South.
You're all about the Gulf South and all of your teams and the people that you've met. I'm sure you've made some lifelong friends now over the years. So how many years you been doing this now?
So I'm at my fourth year at Lee, but I was at nine years at Delta State University.
Delta State, that's down in Mississippi.
Mm-hmm. Cleveland, Mississippi. Ironically.
That's right, Cleveland, Mississippi. That's right.
So they have football. So for 9 years I worked Delta State football, and so I didn't get to watch hardly any college football games. So that's when my transition of I'm not cheering for a team because I couldn't watch. If we have our own game, I can't watch another game. So that's where it came of I just want to watch a good football game.
Right.
So if it's Andy's a Notre Dame fan. If it's Notre Dame taking on UT, I want a good game.
Right.
I don't have a cheering side for either.
So obviously, Lee's Division II.
Yes.
And there was talk, 15 years ago about Lee. You think we ever get football? I don't foresee that ever happening now. I shouldn't say ever. I don't see that happening anytime soon. What is that? Have you ever heard of that discussion of should Lee institute football? Of course, if you do that with Title IX, you're going to have to come up with several ladies sports as well.
At this juncture, I don't think it will, just because the cost to start up a college football team is so high, and unless you find a lot of donors that are willing to make it happen.
Yep.
But I'll say never say never, but I would say highly unlikely.
That's what. And where would they build? Where would they build a stadium?
Right.
That would be that they'd have to acquire some land or something.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I heard this stat today. In 2025, there's 777 schools playing NCAA football. That's NCAA. That's
so D1, D2, and D3.
Yep,
okay.
That's right. 777. So Division III's got way more than any one. Division I has more than Division II.
Yes.
Total teams, but Division III there's just a boatload.
Well, there's so many in New York and Massachusetts and all the Northeast.
And you got all these the small schools that. Their stadium holds they're smaller than Bradley Central Stadium, but they play college football. Mm-hmm. And of course, I don't know how they fund everything like that, but there's just a boatload of Division III. I think if Lee were to ever want to go football, I think they'd almost have to step down to Division III.
You almost have to, or do a non-scholarship. Just be
exactly.
Like Mississippi College is in our conference, and they actually dropped football this year. They've had football since the 1930s.
Which school is this?
Mississippi College down in Clinton,
really?
Mississippi. And they had to drop football. Just the costs got too high.
Every year you see some schools that drop it. I know I'm up at East Tennessee State. They dropped football, and they said the mood on campus was so poor. They've reinstituted it. They dropped it for like 3 years. They brought it back. UAB did the same thing. They dropped football, and they're like, no, we're bringing it back. And listen, I hate to see that. I do.
Right.
But it's the reality of the financial thing. Is the bottom line is the bottom line.
Right. Well, when we're at Delta State, we go on the road. We take 3 buses, and drive 6 hours to a game. That's a lot of money.
It is.
It's a lot of money to have football. I don't think sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah, and then you got to keep the scholarships. You got to be the same men and women. So to have a football program, and no matter how many scholarships you got on football, it's going to be more than any lady sport. So you're going to have to institute put 2 or 3 sports together just to even it out.
Exactly,
sure.
Just the way the Title IX runs.
Absolutely, Philip. Thanks a lot for
sure.
hanging in with us today, man. You did a great job. You've been listening to The Drive here on ESPN Cleveland. We'll see everyone tomorrow at 5:00. Have a good day.
Ledford of Cleveland traffic update on ESPN Cleveland 101.3. Don Ledford Chevrolet Buick GMC, located on North Lee Highway in Cleveland. Or visit donledford.com for details. Don Ledford, where we say yes. It's on-time traffic with Commander Chuck.
Good afternoon, T-Dot. Still trying to help with a couple of wrecks we had out here earlier. Still dodging a few showers in certain areas. 24, we've seen radar earlier on 24 out through Marion County, especially as you head towards Montego Mountain. Give yourself a little bit of extra travel time. Again, lots of radar out here. Hey, Blackstone Grill, Chattanooga's new restaurant, now open at 3018 Cummings Highway in Lookout Valley. Have dinner with them tonight. The food, the service, it's wonderful at Blackstone Grill. I'm Commander Chuck with your on-time traffic.
From the Alon Planning Partners Weather Center, here's your forecast on ESPN Cleveland 101.3. Visit them online at alonplanning.com or give them a call at 423-315-1441.
Expect periods of heavy rain this evening and on and off through the day on Wednesday as well. Localized flooding will be a concern, but I don't think it will be widespread. 85 degrees the high on Wednesday. A little warmer Thursday with a high of 89. 20% chance of a few spotty showers and storms. And then heat and humidity with highs in the low 90s and a heat index near 100 Friday through the weekend. Download the Local 3 weather app, free for iPhone and Android. I'm Chief Meteorologist David Carnes for the Local 3 Storm Alert Team.
Your current Milligan Vane temperature is 80 degrees. MilliganVane.com.
Hardees is hiring. Join the Star Team. Flexible scheduling, daily pay, free meals, 20% family discount, plus paid vacation for part-time and full-time employees. Apply in-store or online at Hardees.com today.
Take ESPN Cleveland 101.3 with you wherever you go. Listen online at ESPNCleveland1013.com. Presented by Center for Sports Medicine and Orthopedics.
We tend not to think about right now, but right now in front of us is victory over cancer. Right now, cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to better treatments and saving lives. When you give to the V Foundation, 100% of your donation goes directly to game-changing cancer research. Victory over cancer is there for the taking by you. Donate at V.org, because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
ESPN Cleveland 101.3 is powered by Duracell.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports our contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
From the Kia of Cleveland Studios, this is ESPN Cleveland 101.3, WCLE HD2 Cleveland, W267BI Cleveland, ESPN Cleveland 101.3.
The top of the hour is presented by Best Buy Metals, making the top of your house the best it can be. Visit bestbuymetalroofing.com.
Before we hit the field, let's get the latest from the manager. It's time for the Brian Snitker Report, driven by Akins & Winder. See all their great deals at akinsford.com.
It is time once again for the Brian Snitker Report here on the Braves Radio Network. Braves here in New York facing the Mets. And Snit, a good day for an off day yesterday. They're all good, but August can be the dog days of summer. And you played a bunch of games over the weekend for Miami, and I know it's probably good to have a blow here and there this time of the year, isn't it?
No, it was. I mean, we've been, I don't know, like 17 days with that rain out and everything in Bristol and everything they went through there. And but you know what? It was a really good series over the weekend. against a hot team coming in there. And so loved how we played and got some, it was good ball games, good wins, and I think the boys were deserving of a little off day yesterday.
Yeah, that's for sure. I want to ask you about that Miami series. You take 4 or 5 from anybody. That's impressive, and there's a lot in the details of this. I want to start with your bullpen. 17 innings in that series, just 2 runs allowed. That's elite work from those guys, isn't it?
Yeah, they were they got beat up a little bit too because they had to all pitch quite a bit, and like you said, they all did a great job and piecing everything together. And I think the whole bullpen pitched on the doubleheader game, and a lot of those guys backed up the next day and pitched again in that last game. But great job by all of them.
Yeah, they were superb, and this is one that we haven't got to mention much at all this season. Your team in that series batted .368 with runners in scoring position. That's the formula you've been looking for, isn't it? Yeah, you just never know. Hopefully, we can just stay on a roll like that and, just go out and win today. That's the biggest thing right now. But now it's good to see. Got some guys that have been struggling a little bit, came alive, and it's always good. Speaking of today, Spencer Strider's on the mound tonight. He's put up a career 6-1 record against the Mets, and Spencer can really serve as a good tone setter for the entire series on the mound, can he?
Yeah, I can. I mean, he's working his way back and been very, very competitive. And so, after the off days, had an extra day's rest, and he should be really good to go tonight. With your lineup tonight, Vidal Brujan is in right field. You like having that switch hitter in there for this matchup tonight? Yeah, I mean, Clay Holmes is tough on he's tough on right-handers, and we have a guy that's that he can run, and he's a versatile guy. So he did a pretty good job the last time that we put him out there when he first got here. So I tried to maybe just keep him a little active and see what we got. All right, looking forward to it, Snit. Thanks as always for the time. Best of luck tonight here in New York. Okay, thanks, Ben. This has been the Brian Snitker Report on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Thanks, Skip. We've got even more Braves coverage on the way as the Ford Leadoff Show continues next on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Hi, this is Braves manager Brian Snitker. I have a sign for my players to steal a base. But when I want a steal of a deal car shopping, the sign I look for is Aikens and Winder.
Thanks, Brian. Hi, this is Brad Aikens, and if you're wondering where you can get $10,000 off the MSRP on over 30 select 2025 Ford F-250 diesel Lariat pickups through August 31st, the answer is easy. It's Aikens Ford & Winder, the largest retail Ford F-Series pickup dealer in the country.
Check all the steals of deals at aikensford.com.
When you're looking for leading cardiac treatment, look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with 5 emergency cardiac care centers, so we're here when you need us most. We lead with more than 55 locations in Georgia. That means we're always in the heart of your neighborhood. We lead with clarity, because clear direction is better when it comes to understanding every step of your treatment. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Hurry up and get your Braves tickets for the 2025 season. With great matchups and multiple seating options and packages available, there's something every fan will love. Visit Braves.com/tickets today.
Atlanta Braves pregame presented locally by Cleveland Plywood Company for over 50 years. 2700 20th Street Northeast in Cleveland. Cleveland Plywood, where they're more than just plywood.
Check out the great savings this August at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Nissan needs to make room for the new 2026 models, so they have 0% APR on 2525 Murano, Rogue, or Pathfinder, or just 1.9% APR on Frontier, and thousands off brand new 2026 Nissan Rogues. Want to trade in your old car? Nissan is giving up to $7,000 over book value when you trade, and they will buy your car even if you don't buy theirs. Shop in person on exit 20 off I-75 or visit cleveland-nissan.com. Payments are per month for 75 months. Does not include tax, tag, title, or dealer doc fee. Must finance through the dealer. Subject to credit approval and pick from new dealer stock.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
You manage to pack more into each day and make it look easy. It's just what you do. You need a tire that will keep you going for the long haul so that you can take on tough jobs. Let us introduce you to the Michelin Defender LTX MS tire at Capital Tire Service. It holds up to tough conditions to keep you rolling strong. Stop in today for the Michelin Defender LTX MS tire and do more for more miles. Stop by and see Freddie or Tony at Capital Tire Service, 170 Broad Street Southwest, Cleveland.
You're listening to the Ford Leadoff Show, brought to you by your local Ford dealer. The Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport, ready to take you deep off the beaten path and back again. Check one out at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Ford Leadoff Show and your Atlanta Braves.
Welcome back. Barrett Salee, Chris Domino with you. We're getting you ready for game one of the 3-game set up in Flushing, New York. 7:10, your first pitch. It'll be Ben Ingram and Darren O'Day on the call. Let's get to the lineups. For the Mets, leading off at shortstop is Francisco Lindor. Batting second in right field is Juan Soto. Batting third in left field is Brandon Nimmo. Batting fourth at first base is Pete Alonso. Jeff McNeil will start at second base, and he'll bat fifth. The designated hitter is Starling Marte, and he'll bat sixth. Batting seventh in center field is newly acquired Cedric Mullins. Batting eighth at catcher is Francisco Alvarez, and Brett Beatty will bat ninth and play third base, and they will be behind Clay Holmes. We'll talk about him a little bit later in the show. For the Braves, leading off in left field is Jurickson Profar. Matt Olson will play first base, and he'll bat second. Drake Baldwin will be behind the plate, and he'll bat third. Batting fourth at designated hitter, the hot-hitting Marcell Ozuna. Batting fifth, even hotter-hitting Michael Harris II. Of course, he'll be in center field. Batting sixth at second base is Ozzie Albies. Batting seventh in right field is Vidal Brujan. And batting eighth at third base is Nacho Alvarez Jr. And Nick Allen will bat ninth, and he'll play shortstop, and they'll be behind Spencer Strider. So Marcell Ozuna, not that much of a surprise at all that he's getting the start. 3 home runs over the last 2 games. He has, I think at this point, you have to ride with him. He's got the hot bat, and Sean Murphy does not. And so you just run with this as long as you can, and hopefully it continues.
Like I said, Drake Baldwin's supposed to get at-bats. If Marcell Ozuna takes some away from Sean Murphy, that's a whole different story. No problem with that at all.
Yeah.
I am looking, the New York Mets for the first 2 months were an incredibly good pitching team. As a matter of fact, they borderline great. Now Clay Holmes has got to bounce back because he, like everybody else, had struggled. We'll get to the pitching matchup in a little bit. But this pitching matchup, Mets-Braves, if I would have told you, let's just say 2 years ago, and we're going to deal in how sexy will the pitching matchups be. It's the middle of August.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something. This side of Spencer Strider, who you would have said, oh, I know him. Clay Holmes. 2 years ago, you would have said, that guy doesn't start games. What the hell is he doing starting a game for the Mets? David Peterson, Carlos Carrasco. You would have been like, wait, what? And then you would have also said, Senga, oh, is he with the Mets? How's he doing? Oh, not bad. Who's pitching for the Braves? Bryce Elder. Oh, maybe that's going to be good. And then you go, oh, it's 2 years later.
That's not good.
So this is not a very sexy go-round of 6 guys on the mound for these 2 teams. The Braves trying to get better. The Mets trying to stave off whatever the hell they can stave off right now by trying to take at least 2 or 3. But the starting pitching for this team was so good in the first 2 months, and now it is as suspect as anybody else's in baseball.
Yeah, it's bad. There's no doubt about that. For the Braves, the offense has been really, really good. We know Michael Harris is hitting. We talked about Marcell Ozuna and his hitting of late. Jurickson Profar is at least getting on base, which is something that really, from a Braves standpoint, is very helpful and needed. Ronald Acuna, obviously, will have news on him, but he was hot before he went out. I didn't realize this. For the Braves, they have 111 runs since the All-Star break.
Yeah,
That's
I saw
the
this.
third most in the National League.
You see how few home runs they actually hit to get there. That's the other part of this, too. It's not a ton of home runs to actually get to that number.
Yeah.
Which means you're hitting a little bit better with runners in scoring position.
Exactly. And really, with runners in scoring position has been the problem all year. Left on base is a big problem, too. Their 4.83 runs per game since the break are more than a half run more than its 95 games before the break. 4.83 runs per game since the break. 4.08 before the break.
It gives you a little bit of life. That whole, if the other guy scores 4 runs, I think we're cooked. That doesn't feel like it's the case right now.
No.
And they're doing it without, look, they've hit home runs, But it's not like they banged home runs like 2023.
No.
They've hit a few home runs, but it really has been more about taking advantage of what's been presented to you.
Yeah, and Braves have done a good job of that since the All-Star break. So hopefully that continues. Hopefully it continues in a big way against the Mets. And look, not saying it's going to happen, but hey, you know what? All you need is about 4 separate 10-game winning streaks. The Mets are down. Let's just continue going now. Probably not going to happen. But the Mets are up in their heads a little bit, and so hopefully the Braves can take advantage of that with an offense that has done a lot of good things lately, and Marcell Ozuna probably being the one that you point to over the course of the weekend and say, that's our guy. That's the guy we need to ride right now.
And remember this, whether the Braves are 51 and 67, you just go, we better take care. When you lose 11 of 12, I don't care who you're playing, but Seattle's the next on a homestand. So they got the Seattle Mariners coming in after the Braves after this. So that's not going to get any easier. So if you don't make your hay against here, I'm telling you, the Boo Birds are going to be out. And by the weekend, it could be really angry Met fans by the middle of August.
It's a shame. Hate it for them. Absolutely hate it for those Mets. Not really. Not at all. We'll take a break. When we come back, there's somewhat of a little bit of news on Ronald Acuna Jr. and Austin Riley. We'll get to that next. Braves and Mets, they're on deck, and it's brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. This is the Ford Leadoff Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. We believe family makes us stronger. Pruitt Health has served families and communities throughout the Southeast for more than 50 years. If you're looking for skilled nursing, home health, or hospice care, count on our caregivers to provide the personalized plan your loved one needs. Learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
You're not afraid to get dirty. You know there's strength in sweat, pride in a hard day's work, and power in a great team. We agree the best teams run like a well-oiled machine. That's why you need a Yanmar tractor on your roster. The tractor rated #1 in product quality by the EDA 5 years running. From digging and grading to tilling and mowing. Get more done. Take less time. Yanmar gets you to the game faster. See all their tractors online at yanmartractor.com. That's yanmartractor.com.
Don't miss an incredible lineup of Braves giveaways this season, including bobbleheads, collectibles, and a replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all.
Big changes are coming to the Cleveland Family YMCA. A $5 million facility upgrade is now underway. It's part of the YMCA of Metropolitan Chattanooga's 5-year strategic capital campaign called Vision 2028 Let's Grow. This major revamp includes a dedicated pickleball center and modernized spaces throughout the entire facility, including fitness and childcare. For the first time, all YMCA programs like YMCA YCAP, which is a youth intervention initiative, will be housed under one roof. These enhancements reflect the YMCA's commitment to serving more people and transforming lives. Learn more or get involved at clevelandtnymca.org.
ESPN Cleveland 101.3 has scored its very own app.
He shoots and scores.
With the ESPN app, you can listen live from anywhere. You'll get the links for the very latest sports news and information. Somebody made a huge trade? You'll know about it. Access to the latest scores and standings? You'll have it. Go to ESPNCleveland1013.com and download the brand new ESPN Cleveland 101.3 app today at ESPNCleveland1013.com. When you need a new roof, it's all about trust. Your home is too big an investment and you can't afford to make a mistake. Cleveland Plywood has the products and expertise you're looking for. Contractors have trusted them for over 50 years, and they carry only proven products from reputable suppliers like IKO. IKO Cambridge is one of the heaviest weight asphalt shingles you can buy, and their limited warranties are among the industry's best. Protect the investment you've made in your home. Go with the pros at Cleveland Plywood, 2700 20th Street Northeast in Cleveland. Call 472-3357.
Imagine a truck that doesn't just own the road, it dominates it. It's not just about the destination, it's about the journey. And our new GMC Sierra is elevating every moment of that journey for me. It's not just a truck, it's a lifestyle. Don Ledford didn't just sell me a truck. They saw the lifestyle I wanted, and they found me that truck.
Braves and the Mets. Obviously, we are waiting for Ronald Acuna Jr. and Austin Riley and Chris Sale to get back with this team. Obviously, having the success they had against the Marlins without those three was pretty impressive. So we have some updates, and this is from Mark Bowman. Well, it's from Brian Snitker, but through Mark Bowman, who is up there in New York. He says Acuna and Riley are with the team. They could be activated this trip. Ronald's further along, and Mark says he wouldn't be surprised to see him in the lineup tomorrow or Thursday. Riley's eligible Thursday, but he may not be activated before this weekend's series versus Cleveland.
Well, that would run true to what the Braves do. You're eligible, but we're going to give you a few extra days. That's Ronald's story, why maybe he's going to come back a little bit sooner,
right.
Then Austin Riley might get his turn as well.
And Acuna's eligible today.
Yeah.
So that would make sense, an extra day. Now, Ronald's been around for a while. I didn't see Riley in the clubhouse or on the field really at all over the course of the weekend, but Ronald's been taking ground balls. He's been out in the field. He's been doing agility work. He's been taking batting practice.
Austin's been on the rail. They actually have shown him in the dugout on the rail.
Yes.
Over the course of games, having conversations with people, but he has not been as evident on the field.
Yeah, I didn't even see him in the clubhouse either. So, but Ronald's been doing all kinds of work, and so I think getting him back would be huge because, look, I love Eli White. I don't need him starting right now if Ronald can play. Because if we're going to be a competitive baseball team and build off of what we did this past weekend, we need Ronald back. I like Vidal. Maybe he's going to be great for us. I don't know. But I want to see Ronald play. I want to see what this team can look like when its stars are all there. And Ronald is obviously the biggest star.
Again, I don't want to have questions going into the offseason about health. Performance is going to be whatever you did in 2025, it's locked away, then you start 2026.
Yeah.
It's so many months. I don't believe that what you do in September really is going to hold over. Look at Michael Harris. Did a hell of a September, and then what happened? So there really is, it's too long a period of time. I don't even believe in running it week to week to week. Whatever you do tonight, I don't know if that means it's what you're going to do tomorrow, but I'm certainly not going to extrapolate out a month, let alone 4 months without playing baseball. But there is something to just seeing your group together. Yeah. Just seeing at the end of the year, everybody's standing up. Everybody's going to have a regular off season. Everybody's going to be able to do the work to get ready for 2026 and report into spring training. It's more just an emotional thing.
It's reassurance.
It just feels like, okay, I can maybe take a breath. I'm not going to be satisfied with the year. I'm not going to not look at my general manager / president about what deals we're going to do to get better. What do I feel? How confident do I feel about the moves that are made? But I just want to see everybody healthy and standing to finish at least, let's just say September. Play September as if you were a baseball team that would have been better had this group been together for a longer period of time.
And if the postseason doesn't happen, postseason's probably not going to happen. 99.9% is the probability there. But if you play spoiler if you play spoiler and you hurt the Mets' chances, you hurt the Phillies' chances, it doesn't matter. That's still interesting. That's still fun. And at this point, it's okay to want to watch your guys. And see if you get upset or get sad for what could have been, okay, you probably should already be there anyway.
Well, we did a conversation this morning about running it back, and I'm not going to go into details here, but I have 7 things. I came up with 7 things that I really need to sort of settle within myself as the offseason gets here. Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? What the expectations are for this guy. And it includes a little bit of lineup construction, or at least roster construction, but there are other things. And if I can see this team play, I'm not going to be overly happy because it's what's supposed to happen. These guys are not old. They're supposed to be young, prime-ish type guys who should be able to get on the field at the same time. But if I see it, at least I'll breathe that sigh of relief saying, okay, I have less concern with who's going to have a lingering, who's going to not be able to do what it is they need to do in the offseason. That's why I would like to see this group play the month of September together.
I agree. And for Chris Sale, he's scheduled to throw rehab start today against the Louisville Bats in Gwinnett. It is raining really, really hard here at the Battery. I don't know if it is up there. So we'll keep an eye on that. And, of course, we'll have more in the Hyundai postgame show if and when Chris Sale does pitch. I would imagine
there'll be some audio, too. I'm assuming somebody's going to be there ready to get a little audio after Chris Sale is done tonight.
Yes, and from Mark Bowman, he says obviously we know he saw 30 pitches during his live BP last week. We were there for that. He's going to go 3 innings today, assuming they do play. Once he works his way up to 5, which is 75 plus, he'll be activated. So it's looking like 2 starts most likely. If it's not today, I don't want him out there if it's raining. You know, we don't need that. We need a true start. So if it does get rained out in Gwinnett, see if he gets pushed to tomorrow. I would imagine that's all they do. But reading between the lines here, 2 starts and then Sale's ready to go. And we've talked about this on this show quite a bit. It's really up to Chris Sale.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's not really. He's the guy who's going to tell you, hey, I'm good.
Yeah, and he knows. Listen, with all the freaky stuff that's happened to him, I don't think he's really just going to be so desperate to make a couple of extra starts this year. He's just going to want it. He's going to want normalcy.
Yeah.
Normalcy is being with this team pitching every 5th day. Now, there is some news about that. There's a possibility of a 6-man rotation.
Yep.
I wanted one in the beginning of the year. I thought it could happen because of. Let's go through Grant Holmes. Let's watch his innings. Spencer Strider. Let's watch his innings. All those reasons why a 6-man rotation might have made some sense. I can't believe we might be getting it at the back end of the year, but it's going to be with guys like Carlos Carrasco and Eric Fetty and good Lord, name that guy who might actually be. You want Spencer Strider to get an extra day? You want Chris Sale to get an extra day? You can do those things at the back end now.
Yeah, and it looks like that will be the case. It's a 6-man rotation now, which means it would be pretty easy just to say bye-bye to Cookie and be done with it. And if you do need to make a move, okay, Austin Cox might be the guy you send out instead of Cookie or whatever. But I would imagine they already have plans in place for what happens when Sale comes back.
Well, remember this, in September, it'll be interesting to see if you call up a guy who is a starter. And do you want to get him in and you just basically go a 6-man rotation with somebody who comes up from the minors? We'll see if that's part of the equation.
We'll see. We'll come back. We'll go down memory lane, this date in baseball history coming up on the other side. You're locked into the Ford Leadoff Show presented by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Go ahead, caller. Got a question for Michael Harris II?
Michael, seriously, is that your Ford Bronco?
Yeah, a customized Bronco Raptor.
What do you like about it?
It's a great drive, comfortable, lots of smart tech, and it's ready for just about any adventure. And I look good in it.
No matter where you go to find your next adventure, find it in a smart and rugged Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport SUV. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Napa has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game. That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2025 Atlanta Braves. 2 legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed.
Napa know how. When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need ServPro. ServPro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call ServPro and make it like it never even happened.
Hurry up and get your Braves tickets for the 2025 season. With great matchups and multiple seating options and packages available, there's something every fan will love. Visit Braves.com/tickets today.
Watch over your money so you've got more to share. Use the Your Money app from TVFCU.
TVFCU, place for all of us.
Bradley Concrete and Lamcon Ready Mix is a family-owned business and has been serving Cleveland for 40 years. They work with customers large and small. Call Bradley Concrete at 423-479-4541 or visit lamcon.us to find out more.
Check out the great savings this August at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Nissan needs to make room for the new 2026 models, so they have 0% APR on 2525 Murano, Rogue, or Pathfinder, or just 1.9% APR on Frontier, and thousands off brand new 2026 Nissan Rogues. Want to trade in your old car? Nissan is giving up to $7,000 over book value when you trade, and they will buy your car even if you don't buy theirs. Shop in person on exit 20 off I-75 or visit cleveland-nissan.com. Payments are per month for 75 months months. Does not include tax, tag, title, or dealer doc fee. Must finance through the dealer, subject to credit approval and pick from new dealer stock.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
This is Dr. Brian Beard with the Center for Cosmetic Dentistry. I hear daily about headaches, and when I ask for more information, most people believe it's related to stressful life. But most headaches can be traced back to the bite and even the teeth. An oral surgeon from Vanderbilt developed a medical device that alleviates inflammation in the TMJ and basically eliminates headaches. Give us a call. You shouldn't have to deal with headaches ever again. How much could you enjoy life if headaches were a thing of the past? 476-6541.
Throws your way.
Welcome back to the Ford Leadoff Show here in the Braves Radio Network studios in the Battery, Atlanta. This broadcast of the Atlanta Braves is brought to you by Cortland. Discover next-level apartment living at Braves Country at Cortland.com. All right, Chris, what happened on this date in baseball history?
Well, I'll give you a piece of good news. On this date in 1987, this is the day Doyle Alexander goes over to Detroit, and John Smoltz actually comes here. 213 wins, 154 saves later. Cy Young Award and, of course, a World Series title. John Smoltz becomes property of the Braves on this day. Remember, that was an August deal because you were able to do those things back then. But there's also a bad one on this date. This is the date people might not remember. August 12th, 1994. Baseball suffers its 8th and worst work stoppage in 22 years. This is a strike that goes 232 days. There goes the World Series. First time in 90 years it will not be played. And, of course, we don't get baseball on the real opening day in 1995.
That's right. It was cut short. The Braves won the World Series that year, as we all know. As far as Doyle Alexander, that was – John Smoltz remembers that in a lot of different ways. Obviously, he came to Atlanta, but he's a Tigers fan. He came up watching Doyle Alexander.
Went to the building.
Went to the building, yep.
Doyle Alexander was 9-0 with a 1.53 ERA. And you know what everybody said? Well, that didn't work out for the Braves. Well, there's this thing called the tortoise and the hare. Certainly worked out for Detroit, and it was a really good move for Detroit, no doubt about it. But, of course, long-term, you don't often get to trade for a Hall of Famer in the middle of August, and that's what that deal was in 1987.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It was a win-win for everybody. And you could, if back then, if you made a trade in August, that person couldn't play in the World Series. That rule was still in effect, right?
No. I think you were eligible.
Or in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you were eligible to do everything that year.
Okay.
I think so. I think back then it were waiver wire type deals, and Doyle Alexander was available to play.
Big deal for both franchises. There's no doubt. Yeah, the work stoppage thing. I was actually on a plane back from China when that happened. Played travel ball in a tournament over there for a team representing the United States of America in China.
And then you found out the strike was over, and they did not let that plane land. They said, no more baseball players in the country.
We're turning around.
Keep them all out of the country. Right. I tell you.
Everybody out. Everybody out. All right, Spencer Strider is going to go for the Braves. Clay Holmes is going to go for the Mets. We'll break that down coming up after the break. He's Chris Domino, and I'm Barrett Sallee. This is the Ford Leadoff Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Go ahead, caller. Got a question for Michael Harris II?
Hey, Mike. Are you giving away your Bronco again this year?
You know it. Let me tell you how.
One lucky fan could drive home Michael Harris II's custom Ford Bronco. Go to winmoneymikesbronco.com and get a link to enter for a chance to win today.
This year, it was all my idea.
No purchase necessary. Odds depend on entries received. Open to select legal residents of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee 18 or older. Rules at winmoneymikesbronco.com. Entries must be received by and sweeps ends 9/2/25. Void where prohibited.
Teamwork, chemistry, and a carefully developed roster are all paramount to success on the baseball field. The same is true when it comes to creating a winning lineup of tractors. It all begins with strong leadership and a clear vision of the future. That's why TYM Tractors has partnered with the Atlanta Braves, a shared vision on the right way to achieve greatness. Together as one, hear us roar. TYM Tractors, a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
The Aloft at the Battery Atlanta, a preferred hotel of the Atlanta Braves, is located at the center of all the excitement. Whether you are in town for work or pleasure, we can meet all your travel needs. Come experience a unique blend of food, drinks, and entertainment, all located within the Aloft Hotel. Afterwards, wind down in your spacious, vibrant guest room packed with amenities you can't miss out on. Enjoy the Battery Atlanta experience by making the Aloft your home base, where we are committed to safety and cleanliness. Aloft Hotels, different by design.
Don't miss an incredible lineup of Braves giveaways this season, including bobbleheads, collectibles, and a replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all.
Switching jobs is stressful. Switching schools is painful. But switching your insurance policies to Allstate, it really couldn't be easier. At Allstate, you can call one local agent who can assist you with all of your policies and make the paperwork simple. Here in Cleveland, Allstate agent George Gray can help you protect everything from your home, car, boat, and motorcycle to your RV, ATV, and more. See George Gray, Allstate Insurance on Keith Street. Are you in good hands?
Grab a Zax Packs and get ready to dip, dunk, and devour 20 fingers, 30 boneless wings, crinkle fries, Texas toast, and a custom sauce bar. Feeding more than the fam? Zaxby's caters too. Order on the app or visit Zaxby's.com.
The dog days of summer are unleashed at Cleveland Ford. Upgrade to a new 2025 Ford F-150 and get 0% APR with 0 down payment and no monthly payments for 90 days. Or save on a new 2025 Ford Escape, Explorer, or Bronco Sport. Visit clevelandford.com and ask for Crazy Craig. Honest people, honest deals, and home of the $39 oil change. 0% APR for 48 months is $20.83 per 1,000 finance for well-qualified buyers. 0 down payment plus tax, tag title, and $7.99 closing fee on select models. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/2/2025.
Giveaways this season, including bobbleheads, collectibles, and a replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all. Back to the diamond for more Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network. Lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce. We are covering all the bases on the Ford Leadoff Show. Brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Welcome back. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you here in the Braves Radio Network studios. Braves-Mets Game 1 coming up in just a little bit. Ben and Darren O'Day will be on the call. When you listen, you will hear Spencer Strider. You'll also hear the name Clay Holmes. You will also hear us break it down right here in the Strong Arm pitching matchup.
It's time for the Strong Arm pitching matchup. Brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law, where they treat every client with dignity, compassion, and respect. Get the Strong Arm today. JohnFoy.com.
All right, Spencer Strider going for the Braves. He's 5-9, has a 4.04 ERA, 33 walks, 98 strikeouts, a 130 whip, and opponents are batting .241 against him. If you recall, he had what I guess technically was his worst outing of his career. He gave up a career-high 11 hits and 5 runs and only 4 2/3 against those pesky Brewers last time out. And he said after the game, Chris, that really the problem was that he didn't locate well on a couple sliders, and it just so happened that those 2 pitches ended up on the other side of the fence, which for the Brewers doesn't happen often because usually they're stealing and running all over the place. So if they don't have to manufacture runs and they can just get them like that in bunches, then all the other chaos that they always create isn't really necessary.
Yeah, I don't want to, believe me, he is far from being Bryce Elder, who's suffered from this one pitch here or there. But Spencer Strider was not lying about it just being a couple of pitches. The problem is, his margin where it was, I don't care, you're going to hit that one foul, or you're going to foul it off. You're not going to, whether it's a swing or a miss stuff or not. He wasn't getting, or he never really had at his best. He never was really paying the price for that pitch. He got away with it. Now, again, the margin's a little bit smaller. He's not getting away with the pitch that he probably got away with because people had to jump on the fastball, think about it a little bit more, and now you're sort of, I'm not telling you you're digging in comfortably, but it's not as uncomfortable and that bad as it was with Spencer Strider at his best.
Yeah, and his fastball, that's always been sort of the question this year. What's his velo? And to further your point, his fastball average was 96.2 miles per hour against the Brewers. That is about 3 miles an hour below his average in previous years, but it's also the fastest average he's had this season in any game.
Yeah. I don't care about, listen, I care about the gun, I guess.
Sure.
I just want him to not have that moment where he goes, it was those 3 pitches. Because we didn't really hear that. That's sort of a Bryce Elder thing, and I'm not taking a shot, but I know how you get an 80 ERA is you just throw that pitch at the wrong time and somebody delivers. That happens against Bryce Elder. you're hoping it doesn't happen against Spencer Strider because getting out of those situations was what he did at his best.
Yep. So hopefully we see him locate a little better today, and no one's harder on Spencer Strider than himself. And I guarantee you there has been quite a few hours spent with Spencer Strider looking at an iPad, looking at metrics, looking at everything they possibly have in terms of information in the Braves clubhouse, because he's not going to let that happen again if he has anything to say about it. Clay Holmes is interesting. He has seen us before. He's 9-6, has a 3.46 ERA, 47 walks, 97 strikeouts, a 130 whip, and a 243 opponent batting average. This is a guy, he is almost doubled his career high in innings pitched. He's been moved to a starter. This is his first year as a starter. He's getting up there in terms of work, and certainly he's never done this in his career.
All right, if you're wondering, 45-24, 21 games over 500, 5.5 game lead. Here's what this team ERA was, 2.83. Starters were 30-15 with a 2.79, about 5 1/3 innings. Relievers went 15-9 during that stretch. Well, they're 18-31 since. Well, how did that happen? Well, I'll tell you how it happened, because you had 24 quality starts in that run, at least 6 innings, 3 earned runs in the first 69 games, 35%. Since then, they've had 6, which is 12% of their starts. So everything has gone kaflooey. And when you've had an opportunity to hold on to it in the bullpen, you haven't done that either.
Yeah. So we'll see if Clay Holmes needs the bullpen. He has... His average fastball was he has 122 innings this year, 52 more than his previous season. That was in 2021. If you don't remember what he is, sinker, sweeper, changeup, slider, his sinker's low to mid-90s. He's not going to overpower you with anything.
But this is the next example of, let's take a bullpen guy, turn him into a starter, pay him less money, we'll stretch him out, and we'll see what happens. Ronaldo Lopez banged up. Holmes might be limping down the stretch here. And on and on and on, which seems like, oh, wait, this is going to be the next hot thing in baseball. Why not? I'm not asking them to go 7. I'm just asking them to go 5. Well, 5 when you haven't done it, going from 60 to 120, that's a big jump. And we had talked about the 6-man rotation. Part of what I was looking at with Grant Holmes, if he was going to start, I wanted to sort of protect him.
Yeah.
We're not at that place now because the 6-man rotation is very different than I wanted to be coming out of camp. But you realize now this idea of how many teams will try this and how many will ultimately succeed. In 2 years, this experiment could be gone.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. And, I mean, this year and last year with Ronaldo Lopez for us, but a lot of different teams have tried it in different ways. But this is when you find out if it works or not. Right now, this time in the season.
I don't want to call a 4-inning guy an opener, but if you're going to do this, it might be more along those lines.
Yeah.
1.5 times 2, certainly no more than 2 times through the lineup. If it's 4 innings, it's 4 innings. And you just go, man, that's what we got.
Yeah.
Because I can't find starting pitcher, and I'm not going to pay for starting pitcher in the way that you want me to. It's not going to be a 5-inning thing consistently throughout the year. It's just not. I don't think these guys are going to hold up.
No, I don't think so either. And I don't think so either. Certain players can. Ronaldo Lopez had been a starter before he became a starter last year for us.
But it went kaflooey. It was a lot of years in between. And again, it's a great idea until empirical evidence will tell you maybe it's not going to work. Now, I don't know how many guys it's going to take where people get off it. But if we're in the middle of it now, I'm kind of curious to see how the back end works. I do want to go back to one thing. Jack, we talked about Doyle Alexander. He was 9-0 with a 1.53 ERA. In the 1987 postseason, after going 9-0 with a 1.53 ERA, American League Championship Series, 0-2, 10 ERA.
Ooh.
14 runs in 10 innings is what he gave up after being 9-0 with a 1.53 after he was traded by the Braves to the Tigers. So, yeah, he pitched in the postseason. And the Tigers at that point were like, I don't know who this guy is. But that was not the guy who just pitched for us in August and September.
Can we give him back? We don't want that guy anymore.
14 runs in 10 innings.
That's wild. That's and we get John Smoltz. Appreciate that, Tigers. If you heard Brian Snitker and Ben Ingram speak earlier, they talked about the success that the Braves had over the weekend, or really the entire 5-game series, with runners in scoring position against Clay Holmes. That's an interesting sort of subplot because he has a 108 WHIP with runners in scoring position. That's when he's at his best, and he's been there all year. So 108 WHIP with runners in scoring position. The Braves have been hot for the first time maybe all season.
Here's what you might want to do then. Up the total. Don't have it be a 6 or a 7. Have it be a 10 or 11, or maybe even a 12. If you're not going to do it in volume, create enough opportunities where if it is a 3, there's a chance you score runs.
Yeah.
Like if it's going to be a 3 for 12, maybe you put up a couple of runs. If you only have 6 opportunities, you might not get to 3 for 6, 3 for 7.
Yeah. So that'll be a little subplot that keep an eye on tonight when the Braves face Clay Holmes. That was our strong arm pitching matchup, and it was brought to you by John Foy and Associates Personal Injury Law. John Foy, where we treat every client with dignity, compassion, and respect. Hurt in a wreck, hit by a truck, injured on the job. We're ready to help you today. There's never a fee until we win for you. That's the strong arm. Prize picks of the day coming up on the other side. It's Barrett Salee and Chris Domino on the Ford Leadoff Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Right now at the Home Depot, you can stack up on storage solutions that fit your needs, like heavy-duty shelving, strong enough to hold up to 2,500 pounds per shelf, so it can handle all your lawn and garden tools, your power tools, or your weight set, if that's what you're into. Because the right storage should work for whatever your day throws at it. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
I remember the hard road that led to this moment.
And the MLB Comeback Player of the Year is Atlanta Braves pitcher Johnny Venters.
Every day I work towards a better future for my family, my teammates, and my community. Having a setback in life can be devastating, but each challenge is a setup for your strongest comeback.
Braves win!
That's why I trust Globe Life. For over 125 years, they have been helping families protect their financial future. Globe Life. Make tomorrow better.
Get ready to fall in love, but this time with my home island of Curacao. Hi, I'm Ozzy Albies, second baseman from the Atlanta Braves, and Curacao is where my story begins. It's where the vibe is full of color and life, where our culture shines with European and Caribbean flair, and where you're bound to find a new adventure or some much-needed time to relax. It's the start of my story, and it could be the next part of yours. Visit Curacao and feel it for yourself.
Hurry up and get your Braves tickets for the 2025 season. With great matchups and multiple seating options and packages available, there's something every fan will love. Visit Braves.com/tickets today.
Are you losing sleep thinking about how market volatility is affecting your retirement savings? You've worked hard for your money, and Jay and Brittany Hagee will work just as hard to protect and grow it. Our no-cost review begins with us listening, continues with collaboration, and results with a written plan. Begin the conversation by calling Jay and Brittany Hagee and the team at Alon Planning Partners at 423-315-1441, 423-315-1441. Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor.
Cleveland Tire Center for over 45 years with the best name in tires: Bridgestone, Firestone, Goodyear, and Michelin. Northley Highway, Cleveland. Cleveland Tire Center, where the name says it all.
You've been hurt. Maybe in a car wreck, a truck accident, or a motorcycle crash. Maybe you were in a job-related accident, the victim of nursing home neglect, or injured by a defective product. It doesn't matter how it happened. What matters is that you were hurt, and somebody needs to pay. When it matters, call the personal injury team at Logan Thompson and get the money you deserve. 423-476-2251. LoganThompsonLaw.com.
Braves giveaways this season, including bobbleheads, collectibles, and a replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all. Back to the diamond for more Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network. Lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce.
Company.
Here's a pitch right down the middle. For the thrill seekers, day trippers, and sightseers in all of us, check out the Ford Bronco Sport at buyfordnow.com. Proud sponsor of the Ford Leadoff Show and your Atlanta Braves.
Wrapping things up here in the Battery Atlanta before we send you north to Flushing, New York, City Field. It'll be Ben Ingram and Darren O'Day on the call for Game 1 of the 3-game set between the Braves and the Mets. Hey, fans, cash in on baseball action with Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. Download Prize Picks and use code BRAVES, and you'll get $50 instantly when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Chris, I'm on a little bit of a winning streak.
Go ahead.
Not like the Braves.
No.
It's
Go
two.
ahead, though. Yeah.
It's
all right.
2, which is big for me.
All right.
So I'm going to go a little big today. I'm going to go with 3 different players. Matt Olson, at least a home run.
Whoa,
that was good for me last time on Sunday.
You're looking for the pay?
Juan Soto, more than 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs.
Okay.
And Michael Harris II, more than 0.5 stolen bases.
What are we looking at? What's our odds?
So if I get 2 of those 3, it's 2.75.
Okay.
If I get all 3, 26x.
Yeah. So the Matt Olson home run is your cash cow.
Or the Michael Harris stolen base.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Play the game. You're riding high. You might as well just throw it back on the table and see what happens.
26x if I get all 3.
Well, I'll root for you. There's a reason it's 26 times your odds, but what the heck?
Might as well.
When you're on a little bit of a roll, throw it back in.
I don't even know what it was if I only got paid for all 3, but it was like 50 something.
You cannot win if you do not play.
That is true. That is true. It's like what's his name on? Why am I drawing a blank on The Office? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Mm-hmm. He claimed that quote.
Oh,
it wasn't his quote.
Okay, it
was Wayne Gretzky's.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably don't want to claim something like Gretzky. It's easy to go to the Google machine. But I believe somebody else said that. Oh, wait, it was Wayne Gretzky.
It was Wayne Gretzky. Oh. All right, so look, we don't have a whole lot to play for in terms of overall playoff hopes, but it's still fun to beat the Mets. It's still fun to kick them while we're down.
I'd like to see them leave early. I'd like to see them booing them and then leaving early. I'd like to see them walk up the aisle, turn around and boo them one extra time, and then have them leave. I mean, that's really what you're playing for. Look, I can tell you, I like Pete Alonso's game. I like Pete Alonso. He's a classic meathead, but he's not offensive as a meathead. I don't mind if he hits the home run to pass Darryl Strawberry. I really don't. I just hope it's a solo shot. It doesn't mean anything in the outcome of the game. I don't want it to be impactful, but if he does it, it'll be one of the few things Mets fans can cheer about, and I'm not looking for them to cheer about anything, but I do root for a guy. If you break a record, a franchise record, the team's been around since 1962. Yeah. If you become an all-timer in any of their categories, especially the big ones, wins as a pitcher, strikeouts as a pitcher, home runs, I think Pete Alonso deserves to take the bow. And I just hope that's sort of the highlight over the next 3 days if he's going to do it. My guess is he's going to hit a home run in the next 3 nights. I just don't want it to be impactful.
I am 100% on board. Anytime you can witness history, that's always really cool to see. Well, even if it's from a player that you don't like or a team that you don't like, at least you're witnessing that. But
I wonder if the Apple has anything goofy on it, if they're going to do actually. And again, he deserves a celebration. He deserves a celebration if and when he does it. It's a franchise that's been around for over 60 years. Now, if you do something, you're the proud owner of that record. I, again, don't have a problem with it because he's the type of guy that I think if he was on my team, I would root for.
Turn the apple into a strawberry? No.
As Darryl's record goes away?
Strawberry?
I don't think you do that. But again, he'll tip his cap.
Other kind of fruit?
He'll get a curtain call and do all those things, and that's nice.
It is.
And I just hope, again, it's not impactful in terms of the outcome of anything that happens.
If the Braves score in the first 3 innings, I think the Boo Birds are out. If the Braves are leading after 3, then that place is going to.
Oh God, a strike! If Lindor strikes out or Soto strikes out with the bases loaded in a 1-run game, or they're going to come out. They're ready. They're primed.
They make me so.
I mean, they're 18-31. They're primed to absolutely turn on this team tonight.
Of course, we'll have a Chris Sale update too. They are going to play in Gwinnett, it looks like, so we'll definitely have an update on him as well. For all of us here at the Braves Radio Network, Bryce Gobert and Joe Virgin behind the glass, Chris Domino across the table from me. I'm Barrett Salih. Braves and Mets coming up right after this.
Attention Braves fans, we have a major announcement. Tire Discounters is back as the tire retailer partner of the Braves. Here's their Stasi jingle. Sorry to interrupt, but all of us at Tire Discounters are really excited because every time the Braves hit a homer, we're giving all the fans a great deal. Cash off on select tires and free alignments. And free oil changes. Okay, roll it. See store for details.
Hey, Braves fans! SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the A, meaning SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of... The official ticket marketplace of...
That ball was crushed!
And...
Did you see that?
Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Braves games, or to any other live event across Braves country, SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be part of every home team win. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of...
Let's go Braves!
The DoubleTree Suites by Hilton at the Battery Atlanta, a preferred hotel of the Atlanta Braves, is conveniently located within walking distance to the Atlanta Braves Stadium, along with the numerous restaurants, shopping, and entertainment options. The DoubleTree Suites at the Battery Atlanta provides spacious 2-room guest suites, a full-service restaurant, and 5,500 square feet of flexible event space for your next event. Stop by and pregame in our on-site Game Changer Sports Lounge and Grill, and don't forget to sweeten your stay with our signature DoubleTree chocolate chip cookie. Book your next stay at the DoubleTree Suites by Hilton at the Battery Atlanta.
Don't miss an incredible lineup of Braves giveaways this season, including bobbleheads, collectibles, and a replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all.
This is John Davis, the trading man at Kia Cleveland, and that's the sound of progress. We're under construction, and we're hammering out the best deals in the car business. Your price, your trade, and your credit will not be a problem. Bring us any trade in any condition, and we'll give you $7,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair market value toward the purchase of any new Kia in our giant inventory. Yes, $7,000 more than your trade is worth. Is your credit less than perfect? That's okay. At Kia Cleveland, our lenders will say yes to you and yes to your situation. Remember, we'll be any deal from anywhere in Georgia, Tennessee, or Alabama. So, if you want $7,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair market value for your trade, come see me, John Davis, at Kia Cleveland on South Lee Highway in beautiful Cleveland, Tennessee, where trading your car is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Looking for the dealer who's gonna give you more. Kia of Cleveland Superstore.
Offer subject to lender approval. Expires month end.
KiaofCleveland.com.
When it comes to your vascular health, you have a choice. Don't wait weeks for an appointment or settle for less than the best. At the Vascular Institute of Chattanooga, we make it easy. Timely appointments where you're seen in days, not weeks. No referral needed. We're the only vascular practice in the region to accept self-referrals. And we have 6 convenient locations. Expert care, always close to home. Choosing VIC means choosing the regional leaders in vascular care, where experience, convenience, and advanced treatment come together for you. Your health, your choice. Choose VIC. Call today or visit vascularinstituteofchattanooga.com.
Roller coaster of emotions this season, with huge wins, heartbreaking losses, and a roster ready to show the world that the Atlanta Braves are still here.
2-2 pitch, and Olsen muscles one deep down the right field line. That is gone. Another bomb by Olsen.
It's time to battle back, and the 2025 Atlanta Braves are ready.
Acuna swings, gets into it, deep center, to the wall, streaking out of here. 2-run home run, Ronald Acuna, first pitch, and he pulls the trigger and blasts one out of here.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network is brought to you by the original Louisiana hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. Your local Ford dealers, proud partner of your Atlanta Braves. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Your local Hyundai dealer, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. John Foy and Associates Personal Injury Law. Get the strong arm. Arrow Exterminators, make the right call and protect your home or business from pests by calling 888-GO-ARROW. Peachtree Orthopedics, same day evenings and Saturdays. It's time to get better. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of the Atlanta Braves. Yanmar Tractors and Engines, an official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. Your Atlanta area Lexus dealer. Experience amazing. Simply Sport, the official CBD partner of your Atlanta Braves. TimberTech Decking and Railing, everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. City of Hope, Atlanta, making hope a reality for cancer patients throughout the Southeast. Attorney Ken Nugent. One call, that's all. Xfinity. Get one internet price for 5 years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Pennington Grass Seed, official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. ServPro. When disaster strikes, call ServPro to make it like it never even happened. Saya LTL Freight, the official freight and logistics company of the Atlanta Braves. Corona Extra, La Playa awaits. Georgia Power, the official electric energy partner of the Atlanta Braves. IBEW Local 613. Truist Park keeps the lights on with IBEW 613 electricians. The Battery Atlanta's own ASW Distillery, home of the award-winning Fiddler Bourbon. TYM Tractors, a winning lineup, together as one. Tonight, Ronald Acuna and the Braves roll out for another big division series as they take on the New York Mets at Citi Field. This is Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome into Atlanta Braves baseball. Tonight from Citi Field in New York, it's the Braves and the Mets in Game 1 of a 3-game series. On the mound for the Braves will be the right-hander Spencer Strider, and he'll be opposed by fellow right-hander Clay Holmes. Great to have you with us alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. And, Darren, we were here a little bit more than a month ago, and the interesting thing about this series versus the last time we were here, the Mets were ice cold then. They're ice cold now. They've dropped 10 of the last 11, and the Braves coming off maybe their best series of the entire year, taking 4 or 5 from Miami.
Yeah, right. The Braves are coming in hot. A very nice change from the inability to win consecutive games this season. The Braves really turned that on their head, took down a really strong Miami Marlins club at Truist, 4 out of 5 there. So, yeah, Braves are coming in hot, scoring a bunch of runs. Mets are as low as they've been all year. They have lost 7 games in a row. So, yeah, the fortunes are looking good for these Braves.
Yeah, want to keep that rolling tonight. The Braves, after winning 3 straight, as they come in with a 3-game winning streak, they had not won 3 straight since a sweep over the Mets back in June 17th through the 19th. It had been a while. Now you want to keep it rolling. And if you're looking for a guy to do that, Spencer Strider's a good one to hand it to because he's had good numbers in his career versus the Mets.
Yes, he has. Spencer loves these division rivalries, so a little bit extra motivation for him. Coming off a little bit of a rough outing against the Brewers, but, man, the Brewers are making everybody look pretty rough here lately. They're the hottest team in baseball. So Spencer looking to get back on the right foot here against the Mets. As you mentioned, the club, he has had some success. He's going to have to navigate his way through this very left-handed lineup here today. I'll expand on this a little bit during the broadcast, but he has been struggling a little bit against those lefties this year.
A couple of things that you'd love to see the Braves take over from the last series to this series, and furthermore going forward, is number one, what the bullpen did against Miami. That was incredible work as they gave up just 2 runs in 17 innings that series. And then what the lineup did with runners in scoring position. That might be the number all year long that's been the most frustrating to look at, Darren, because time in, time out, they've had men on base, but have failed to score. They finally came through in that Miami series.
Yeah, it certainly has been a problem for the Braves offense, converting those opportunities this season. But what you're seeing now is multiple Braves up and down the lineup hot. It wasn't just one guy doing all the good work in that series against the Marlins, but multiple guys just super hot right now. So that's when you put those big runs. They scored 7 runs or more in all 4 of their victories during that series. So, yeah, they're doing a lot of good things. And the bullpen, man, sometimes it's like when you're needed the most is when you pitch the best. Those guys all getting a lot of work that series because of so many games in a short time span. So those guys certainly answered the bell there.
Yeah, they did. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
This is Atlanta Braves baseball on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, WCLE HD2 and W267BI Cleveland. Driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, cleveland-nissan.com.
When we come back, I'll introduce you to the starting lineups for both the Braves and the Mets. Then right after that, we'll get to the first pitch of the game. Braves and Mets right around the corner on the Braves Radio Network. Hey there, baseball fans. Ben Ingram here. It's time to step up to the plate and upgrade your deck with TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks just like real wood, but without the never-ending maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot or splinter, and it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so you'll be sure your deck looks great season after season. See for yourself why TimberTech is everything wood should be. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
In baseball, there are plenty of things you can count on. A sea of foam fingers, kids lining up for autographs, catching the wave as it makes its way around the stands. In healthcare, there are things you can rely on just the same, like counting on United Healthcare for reliable Medicare coverage with low out-of-pocket costs. With United Healthcare, you'll find a wide range of Medicare plans to choose from to fit your budget, your needs, and your life. Learn more at UHC.com.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. It's the perfect balance of peppers, vinegar, and the salty tears of Mets fans. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
Check your wallet. Empty? Check your bills. Overdue? Check your stress level. Maxed? Now, check into cash. Check into Cash is your one-stop money shop, and we've got everything you need. Payday loans and flex lines of credit options? Check. Quick in-store services like money orders and wire transfers? Check. Turn your unused gift cards into cash? Oh yeah, check. And yes, we cash checks. All kinds. Fast. Check that off your list. Visit checkintocash.com or check into a store to get started. The process is simple, quick, and designed to get you the help you need fast. If you've been approved, you can leave with cash in hand. We have locations in the Chattanooga area, including Cleveland and Athens. Check in, cash out, and get on with life. Check into cash. We fund today to make a better tomorrow. Subject to state regulations, eligibility, credit check, underwriting, and approval. Rates, restrictions, and fees apply. Visit a store for details.
This is Cassie Keller from Crawford's Pharmacy. Are you a caregiver with aging parents or loved ones? We know how much selfless time and efforts you put into your job daily. At Crawford's Pharmacy, we offer services allowing us to take some of the burden from you. Medication strip packaging organizes daily medications into a monthly box, taking away the stress of sorting pills into weekly planners and allowing you to spend more time caring. Call us at 423-479-8601 or visit us at 2260 Chambliss Avenue, Cleveland, Tennessee.
At First Horizon, we know if there's a win, there's a way. Our team is here to help every step of the way with personal, business, or private banking. Stop by and visit us at one of our locations in Cleveland or give us a call at 423-559-7660. At First Horizon, we look forward to finding a way.
Of the Atlanta Braves. We'll start off with the invading Braves. Game number 119 of the season. 43 left to be played after tonight. Brian Snitker's Braves come in with a record of 51-67, and the Braves are in fourth place in the East, 18 games back of the Phillies. The Braves will lead it off tonight with their left fielder Jerkson Profar. Batting second, first baseman Matt Olson, and hitting third, catcher Drake Baldwin. Batting cleanup, designated hitter Marcell Ozuna. Hitting fifth, center fielder Michael Harris. Batting sixth, second baseman Ozzie Albies. Batting seventh, switch hitting right fielder Vidal Brujan. Batting eighth, third baseman Nacho Alvarez. Batting ninth for the Braves, shortstop Nick Allen. And on the mound, the right-hander Spencer Strider. He comes in with a record of 5-9 and a 4.05 ERA. So again for the Braves, it's Profar, Olson, Baldwin, Ozuna, Harris, Albies, Brujan, Alvarez, Allen, and Strider on the mound. Now for Carlos Mendoza's Mets. These guys have been singing the blues. They have dropped 7 in a row and 10 of their last 11. They are 63-55. They're in second place still in the East, but they've dropped to 6 games back of the Phillies, and they'll lead it off tonight with their switch hitting shortstop Francisco Lindor. Batting second, right fielder Juan Soto, and hitting third, left fielder Brandon Nimmo. Batting cleanup, first baseman Pete Alonso. Hitting fifth, second baseman Jeff McNeil. Batting sixth, designated hitter Starling Marte. Hitting seventh, center fielder Cedric Mullins. Batting eighth, catcher Francisco Alvarez. Batting ninth, third baseman Brett Beatty. And on the mound for the Mets will be the right-hander Clay Holmes. He is 9-6 with a 3.46 ERA, and this will be the third time he has seen the Braves this season. So again for the Mets, it's Lindor, Soto, Nimmo, Alonso, McNeil, Marte, Mullins, Alvarez, Beatty, and Holmes on the mound. Well, you know who's in there. When we come back, they'll be on the field. Braves and Mets right around the corner on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
If you're looking to earn more on your hard-earned dollars, my friends at Georgia's Own Credit Union can help. For a limited time, Georgia's Own is offering an annual percentage yield of 4.45% on a 6-month CD with a minimum deposit of only $500. Investing in a CD with Georgia's Own is an easy and guaranteed way to boost your savings. For more information, visit georgiasown.org/playball. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Federally insured by the NCUA. Penalty may apply for early withdrawal, and fees may reduce earnings on accounts.
When the game's on the line, making the right call can be the difference between winning or losing. Right, Blooper? Making the right call after you've been injured is no different. For more than 25 years, injured people have made the right call to John Foy and Associates after an accident. Why? Because they know we fight to get you everything you deserve, and we don't stop fighting until you get the most money possible. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Hurry up and get your Braves tickets for the 2025 season. With great matchups and multiple seating options and packages available, there's something every fan will love. Visit Braves.com/tickets today. Make
There's the summer event going on now at Crown CDJR Cleveland.
Shop over 200 new Chryslers, Dodges, Jeeps, and Rams. Up to $20,000 off MSRP. Gladiators, 2,500 pickups, Wagoneers, even Wranglers with huge discounts. Take advantage of model year closeout savings on a new 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona Scat Pack. Up to $20,000 off MSRP. Crown CDJR, the better way to buy and service.
Visit CrownChryslerDodgeJeep.com.
On select models, stock 412318.
Hometown pharmacist Gina Mosier-Patterson invites you into PhD Pharmacy in Cleveland. If your pharmacy has recently closed or moved, PhD would love to serve you. You don't have to use your insurance. Your price may be better without it. Always check with your local hometown pharmacist before you pay those chain drugstore prices. PhD Pharmacy has just received a fresh shipment of Dippin' Dots. Located on Keith Street near Harrison Pike. Free delivery. Call Gina today at 423-614-6650.
Check out the great savings this August at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Nissan needs to make room for the new 2026 models, so they have 0% APR on 2525 Murano, Rogue, or Pathfinder, or just 1.9% APR on Frontier, and thousands off brand new 2026 Nissan Rogues. Want to trade in your old car? Nissan is giving up to $7,000 over book value when you trade, and they will buy your car even if you don't buy theirs. Shop in person on exit 20 off I-75 or visit cleveland-nissan.com. Payments are per month for 75 months. Does not include tax, tag, title, or dealer doc fee. Must finance through the dealer. Subject to credit approval and pick from new dealer stock.
Great to have you with us on a Tuesday night. Braves and the Mets. Braves and Mets in game one of this series, renewing the rivalry. And to this point, the Braves have taken 5 of 7 against these guys this season. Looking for more of that tonight. Mets take the field. I want to remind you that Tire Discounters round trip or home run promotion offers Braves fans a next day instant savings on sets of select tires, plus a free alignment and a free oil change. The more homers the Braves hit, the bigger the deals at Tire Discounters. Learn more at braves.tirediscounters.com. Braves will be coming out of the third base dugout tonight wearing the traveling gray uniforms, gray tops, gray pants, red lettering, red numerals outlined in navy, Atlanta across the chest on top of the red tomahawk. Meanwhile, the Mets wearing their home white tops, white pants with the blue pinstripes, royal blue lettering and numerals outlined in orange, and Mets in cursive across the chest of their white uniforms. Folks, cash in on the baseball action with Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. Download Prize Picks and use code BRAVES and get $50 instantly when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Behind the plate calling balls and strikes is the crew chief, Vic Carapazza. At first base, the umpire is Mark Rippiger. Second base umpire is Nick Lentz, and the third base umpire is Nick Marley. Here's the leather for the Mets. Pete Alonso is at first base. Jeff McNeil at second base. Francisco Lindor is the shortstop. And Brett Beatty is at third. In the outfield for New York, Brandon Nimmo in left field. Cedric Mullins mans center field. And Juan Soto will be patrolling right field. The catcher is Francisco Alvarez. And on the mound, the big right-hander, Clay Holmes. Holmes out of Slocum, Alabama, 32 years old, making his 24th start of the season. He's 9-6 with a 3.46 ERA. And he's the last Met pitcher to win a game. Again, they have dropped 7 in a row and 11 of their last 12. It'll be Profar, Olsen, and Baldwin here in the top of the first inning. Profar is ready. So is Holmes. And now for the ball game. The first pitch misses a little bit low. Tried a sinker. 1 ball and no strikes on Profar. Time of the first pitch brought to you by Schumann Farms. Look for Real Sweet Brand Vidalia onions from Schumann Farms in a store near you. 1-0 pitch on the way. That'll be bounce foul. And Darren, no surprise that Holmes starts things off with back-to-back sinkers.
Yeah, that's his bread and butter. He's a big, tall righty, 6'5", and that sinker is coming from a really high arm slot. And boy, is it a good sinker. It's a bowling ball. About 4 more inches of drop on that sinker than the average sinker in the major leagues.
1-1 outside, 2 balls and a strike.
So that's offering 1A from Clay Holmes. Also, 2 different breaking balls, a sweeper and a slider that mostly those 3 pitches will comprise what righties will see.
Here's the 2-1. Just a little bit low and inside with a slider. There's that slider right there.
Mm-hmm. You know, Holmes is his first year as a starter, and he added a few more pitches for lefties, the cutter and the changeup being those.
Here's the 3-1. Nowhere near. Miss with a sinker, and it's a leadoff walk for Jurickson Profar. Profar has been doing a lot of that lately. He draws another free pass here. That'll bring Matt Olson up to the plate. On the season for Holmes, as I mentioned, 9-6, a 3.46 ERA through 23 starts. The last time he won at home was against the Braves. That was all the way back on June 25th. And he's gone 6 innings or more in just 7 of his 23 starts. Ties into what Darren was just talking about. Matt Olson takes a called strike. They don't want to overwork him, given that he's a starter for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, he's at 120-something innings pitched. He's about to surpass his innings pitched from the previous 2 seasons. So, yeah, they're going to be a little careful with him.
0-1 pitch. Olson takes a ball low. No score, top of the first inning. Leadoff walk to Jurickson Profar, and Matt Olson climbing in there versus Clay Holmes for the first time. Holmes 6'5", 245 pounds. 32 years old, and that'll be fouled off. Showed him a sinker right there. Braves have seen Holmes a lot, more times as a reliever than as a starter, that's for sure. He's 2-1 with a 2.18 ERA versus the Braves. That's in a dozen appearances, 2 of those as a starter, and both of those starts were this year. In fact, they came consecutively on the 19th of June, then at his next start on the 25th of June. Lost to the Braves in the first one, beat the Braves in the second one. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Olson takes a ball low and inside, missed with a changeup at a 2-2 count. For Holmes, he inked a 3-year deal with the Mets this past December, and he's been an all-star twice across town with the Yankees. That was in 2022 and 2024 as a reliever in the Yankees pen. 2-2, low and inside, snap throw down to first base, and back with the dive, Jurickson Profar. Right-hander Holmes, ball in a black glove, right at the letters. Jurickson runs, and that's going to be hit well out to deep right field, over the head of Soto, all the way to the wall. Profar heads for third base, who'll hold there. That was pulverized by Matt Olson. A double that just laced over the head of Juan Soto and one hop the wall in right center. Very hard hit ball.
Well, we know what a good hitter Juan Soto is, and he misjudged that one by Matt. That's how hard that was hit. He thought he was going to get a beat on it, so unfortunately Jurickson Profar had to slow down to see if he was going to catch it. Ended up sailing over his head. Nice double there.
And who else would you rather have at the plate right now than this man, Drake Baldwin? He was crushing the ball against the Marlins. Now a chance to make it at least 1-0 Braves. First pitch to Drake, and a ball outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Talking about Holmes, the Mets have lost 7 of Holmes' last 10 starts, and he has a 4.22 ERA in that span. Trying to jump on him early. 1-0, big bouncer out to second. That'll drive in a run. Secured by McNeil. Throws to Alonso. It's a 4-3 put out, but it's an RBI for Drake Baldwin. And it's 1-0 Braves in the top of the first inning. Olson advanced to third base on that ground out.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having Jurickson Profar. He's reaching base at an unprecedented rate here since the All-Star break, leading the league in walks by far. So you get your leadoff guy on. Now you have 3 chances to score him. And Matt Olson moves him over. Drake Baldwin cashes him in. 1-0 Braves.
Infield now comes in for Marcell Ozuna. And Ozuna takes a ball outside. Laid off the sweeper. Ozuna homered 4 times versus Miami. He had 4 home runs in his previous 38 games going into that series. So he was able to heat up, looking to stay hot right here. And Ozuna swings and misses. Had a sinker. Actually got just a piece of it. Fouled it off into the gear of Francisco Alvarez. So it's 1-0 Braves before the seats are even warm here in Queens. And Ozuna trying to add on to that lead. Matt Olson down at third base and 1 down. That RBI for Baldwin was his 52nd of the season. One. Low it inside with a sinker. 2 balls and a strike. That last go-round for Holmes was against Cleveland. That was on the 5th. Went 5 innings, allowed 2 runs on 3 hits, a walk and 6 strikeouts. Got a no decision in a game the Mets lost. They've been doing a lot of that lately. 2-1, a swing and a miss at a sinker down, and the count level, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Like we mentioned earlier, Braves have won 5 of 7 versus the Mets this season. And they split a 4-game series here back in June. Already leading 1-0 here in the top of the first inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. Holmes brings it, and Ozuna takes a call, third strike. Sinker on the inside corner. Ozuna not so sure. And there's the first strike out of the game for Clay Holmes.
Boy, that's a 96-mile-an-hour sinker painted perfectly down and in. The hard part about hitting guys like Clay Holmes is you just don't see too many sinkers like his. You don't get a lot of practice, so you're not really sure where it's going to start and where it's going to end. Is it a strike, or is it going to dip down below the zone for a strike, for a swing and miss? So really a unique approach from him.
1-0 Braves. Here's Michael Harris, runner at third and 2 down. And Harris, in 23 games since the All-Star break, hitting .360. Looking to drive in a run and make it 2-0. First pitch he sees is a sinker for a called strike. Harris's .551 OPS before the All-Star break was the worst in the big leagues amongst hitters with 250-plus first-half plate appearances. He's turned it around since the break. 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Sinker makes it 0-2. The turnaround for Harris has been extreme for the Braves. This guy is ice cold prior to the break. Here's the 0-2 pitch. There's a ball low and outside. And Darren, you expect a guy to figure things out and turn things around. I don't know that you expect the turnaround that he has displayed.
Yeah, you got to be happy about it as a Braves fan. You know, this is the promise we saw in Michael Harris II as a rookie, and unfortunately disappears for a little bit of time. But it sure seems like he's figured it out. He's tearing the cover off the ball now.
1-2, a reach and a miss and a changeup, and that strikeout into the top of the first inning. But the Braves strike first. They cash in that leadoff walk. 1 run, 1 hit. No errors and a man left. We head to the bottom of the first inning. Braves won. And the Mets coming up when we come back.
Ameris isn't just a bank, we're your bank, and we're proud to provide you free checking with mobile banking to give you full access to your account wherever you are. Enjoy the freedom of no minimum balance requirements or monthly service fees, because when you use Ameris Bank, you get the confidence of a committed financial partner on your side. Visit amerisbank.com/free checking to get free checking that fits your life. Ameris Bank, fiercely yours. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Other fees such as overdraft fees may apply. See the miscellaneous services pricing guide for details.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Hey Braves fans, summer is officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Aero Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Aero protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Braves, so you know you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-AERO or visit aeroexterminators.com.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network is lit by the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. Bring the heat.
Nothing Braves into the bottom of the first inning. Spencer Strider will be facing Francisco Lindor, Juan Soto, and Brandon Nimmo here in the first inning. First pitch, a ball high and outside to Francisco Lindor. The Braves' leather has Matt Olson at first base, Ozzie Albies at second, Nick Allen at shortstop, and Nacho Alvarez at third. Tell you about the outfield after the 1-0 pitch. Here it is to Lindor. He'll swing and foul one back. Braves have Profar in left field. Michael Harris in center. Vidal Brujan is in right field. Catcher is Drake Baldwin, and on the mound, the right-hander Spencer Strider. He has been a Met killer in his career. In fact, in his career versus the Mets, 6-1, and he's won 5 of those games here lately. In fact, the Braves have won his last 6 starts against the Mets, 2 this season. 1-1 pitch, just missed a little bit low with the fastball. 2 balls and a strike on Lindor. Lindor has been slumping, to say the least. He's been trying to figure it out. Switch hitter batting from the left side. And the 2-1 pitch punched on the ground, out to third, bobbled momentarily, but securing Alvarez. He's got it, throws over to first base for the out, and one down here in the first inning. For Strider this season, a record of 5-9 with a 4.04 ERA. That's in 15 starts. And what's interesting about that last go-round for him, Darren, 4 2/3 of an inning versus the Brewers, 5 runs on 11 hits. Most hits he's ever allowed in a big league start. Here's the pitch on the way to Juan Soto. Soto swings and misses at a first pitch fastball.
Yeah, that is a surprising line for Spencer. He's so good at missing bats and racking up strikeouts. But if you think about how that Brewers lineup is built, it makes a little bit more sense why that happened.
1-0 Braves, bottom of the first. 0-1 from Strider, and Soto takes a fastball high and away.
Yeah, when we did the Brewers series, we talked about how they don't hit a ton of home runs, but what they do well is hit for contact. So a lot of guys with really good bat control that can flatten their swing out and have a better chance to hit Spencer Strider's offerings.
Yeah, they made a lot of contact versus Spencer. 1-1, Soto not making any contact there, swung and missed at a curveball.
And that's going to be a big pitch for Spencer against Soto. You know, Soto is one of the best hitters in the league, and what makes his swing unique, and we talk about every time we play against him, is how flat it is and how long his bat is in the zone. So stuff with depth like Spencer's curveball and changeup and slider are going to be really key for him against Soto.
Ahead of Soto, 1-2, looking for his first strikeout. 1-2 and a fly ball high in the air to center. Michael Harris has his eyes on it. Drifting to his right, walking that way, makes the catch and 2 down. Strider, 6 feet tall, 195-pound righty from Knoxville, Tennessee, 26 years old. That last outing we were discussing for Strider on the 6th against the Brewers ended a stretch of 10 straight starts with 3 earned runs or fewer allowed. Gave up 5 runs in that game. And like we mentioned, the 11 hits allowed, the most he's ever allowed in his career. But he's making his 11th career appearance versus the Mets and his 9th as a starter. Pitch on the way to Brandon Nimmo. Bounce foul on the left field line and into the tarp. And an 0-1 count. Strider has beaten the Mets twice this season, and going back to 2022, the Braves have won Strider's last 6 starts versus the Mets. And in that span, he's gone 5-0 with a 4.78 ERA. That'll be sent foul. In fact, he has punched out 42 Mets in his last 22 innings pitched against them. And he's kept the ball in the ballpark. No homers in his last 18 innings versus the Mets, and that's been one of the keys to his success against a team that can hit the long ball. 1-0 Braves in the 0-2 pitch. Nimmo takes a fastball high and outside. Darren, that clocked in at 98. That's a good sign.
It sure is. Yeah, in his last start against Milwaukee, less than ideal results, but he did have his hardest fastball of the season, averaging 96.2 on that pitch. So good sign in Spencer.
Wind up in the 1-2. That'll be sent foul into the second deck along the third baseline. 1-0 Braves on the RBI ground out by Drake Baldwin to drive in Jurickson Profar. Braves had a walk, a double, and a ground out to produce a run in the top of the first inning. 1-2 to Nimmo. Fouled off again into the lower bowl of the stadium down the left field line. Nimmo has put up good numbers in his career versus Strider. .480 on base percentage versus Strider in his career. 1-2, pulled out to first. Nice pick by Matt Olson. Carries it to the bag, puts his left foot on top of it, and that's a 1-2-3 bottom of the first. We played 1. We head to the top of the second. 1-0 Braves.
Now at Hardees, 2 hand-breaded chicken tender wraps are only $5. Mix and match your favorite flavors like buttermilk ranch, honey mustard, and spicy. Endless combinations start with 2 warm tortillas, each filled with 100% white meat, juicy on the inside, crispy on the outside, hand-breaded chicken tenders. Any 2 wraps, now just $5. Hardees, goodness in the making. These items only. Price and participation may vary. Tax not included. Visit restaurant for details.
Hip or knee pain holding you back? There's a new reason to feel hopeful. Dr. Andrew Carlone is now part of the team at Center for Sports Medicine and Orthopedics in Cleveland. He brings advanced training in total hip and knee replacement, including minimally invasive techniques that get you back on your feet faster. Let Cleveland's orthopedic experts help you live your best life. Call 423-624-2696 or go to sportmed.com to book your visit now.
Here's some real magic. Refinance your existing auto loan for a better rate from TVFCU.
TVFCU, the place for all of us.
Call 634-LOAN.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports our contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
It's great to have you with us. Braves and Mets on a Tuesday night from New York. Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. Braves leading 1-0. Had a leadoff walk in the first inning. A double by Matt Olson put runners at second and third. Had a ground down by Drake Baldwin, drove in Profar. And then at the bottom of the inning, Spencer Strider had a 1-2-3 frame. Ozzie Albies to the plate. And the first pitch to Ozzie is a called strike. Ozzie leading it off in the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge inning. And if the Braves can steal a base here in the top of the second inning, our contestant Alan Parker will win $100 in free marathon gas cards. Ozzie swinging it from the left side. And he'll punch one hard on one hop out to short, taken by Lindor, plants and throws, and robs Ozzie. Hit it right on the screws, but that one hopper right there in front of Lindor and one down.
Yeah, that's a beautiful approach by Ozzie. I know it's an out, but that was a perfect swing at a down and away sinker from Clay Holmes. It was a really nice pitch, but an even better swing. Unfortunately, a plus defender standing in the way of it, so converted for the first out of the inning.
Base is empty, one down for Vidal Brujan. By the way, you can enter the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge by visiting Braves.com/Stolen Base Challenge. Ball high and outside of Brujan. He was claimed off waivers from Baltimore on August the 8th. And a switch hitter, and seen a lot of Eli White in right field with the injury to Ronald Acuna. That'll be sent foul. While chatting with Snit prior to the game about the decision for Brujan in right field, he just said, look, I wanted a switch hitter in there tonight. Felt like it matched up better with Clay Holmes on the mound and some of the relievers they expect to see. So Brujan getting the nod in right field. There's the 1-1 pitch. And there's a ball outside, missed with a sinker. Speaking of right field, could be getting Ronald Acuna back very soon. He could be coming up right around the corner.
Yeah, he was taking some more hacks today during batting practice before the game. Looking strong.
2-1 to Brujan. Swung on, fouled back. 2-2. Ronald has been nursing the calf injury. And Snit said prior to the game that could see him on this trip. And that's something that they could visit even as early as tomorrow. 1-0 Braves, top of the second inning. Two-two. And Brujan takes a ball outside. Just missed with a sinker. Light breeze in from left center field. Clear skies and the sun setting down the left field line. Turning into a pretty good crowd here for a Tuesday night. 3-2 pitch. Sent foul. Tom Goodwin tried to get a paw on it. Rolled on by the Braves first base coach. Of course, Freddie Gonzalez across the diamond as the third base coach. 3-2 on Vidal Brujan. And he'll be followed by Nacho Alvarez here on the top of the second. 3-2 from Holmes. And he missed with a sinker. Check swing by Brujan, but didn't go. And it's a one-out walk to Brujan. And it seems like early on, Darren, he's trying to figure out that grip on the sinker more than anything.
Yeah, it's really dancing at the bottom of the zone. That was a pretty good pitch. Vic Carapazzo early in this game, not giving the bottom line of the strike zone. Spencer Strider missed out on a call last inning that he thought was a strike, and Clay Holmes feeling that pain too.
Something that you and I are discussing before the game about how very different these two pitchers are tonight. There's a called strike. And let me just say this. If you have a strike zone where the top is getting strikes called and the bottom is not getting strikes called, that's going to heavily tilt towards Strider, isn't it?
Absolutely correct there. Very different game plans.
1 to Alvarez. He swings at a pitch in the dirt, missed the changeup.
Yeah, these two starting pitchers couldn't be more different. You know, Holmes, taller than Spencer by 5 inches, 6'5", but has a foot less extension than Spencer. So he keeps short, really high arm angle, sinks it from way up there, and he's going to pepper the bottom of the zone. Spencer, the opposite, high spin four-seamer. He's going to hammer the top of the zone. So it's going to be a challenge for Vic Carapazzo here tonight to to keep that strike zone consistent.
0-2 to Alvarez. And he'll swing and whack one into left field. Down for a base hit. Got a sweeper to his liking and sent it over the infield. So the Braves have a walk and a single from Brujan and Alvarez. And runners at first and second. One down for Nick Allen. Good sign for Nacho. He had a tough night the other night against the Marlins. An 0 for 4, 4 strikeout performance. Made a lot more contact in the few games since then, including the single tonight. So now first and second for Nick Allen. 1-0 Braves. Top of the second inning, looking to add on. Beatty at third base, even with a bag. Pitch on the way to Allen. Stroked out to second. McNeil has it. Flips to Lindor for one. Comes across the bag and fires over to Alonso for a 4-6-3 double play. And that ground out ends the top of the second. The threat for the Braves goes up in smoke. We head to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Braves.
Home is here. It's this place. It's this team.
Though our hometowns and backgrounds may be different, it is here that we are one.
Whether we're sitting side by side in these seats or watching from hundreds of miles away,
we share one heart and one home.
We are
Braves country.
Attention Braves fans, we have a major announcement. Tire Discounters is back as the tire retailer partner of the Braves. Here's their snazzy jingle.
Sorry to interrupt, but all of us at Tire Discounters are really excited because every time the Braves hit a homer, we're giving all the fans a great deal. Cash off on select tires and free alignments. And free oil changes. Okay, roll it. See store for details.
Hey, Braves fans. Some things just get better with time, like your love for the Braves and banking with Truist One Checking. It's checking for life, offering everyday essentials like no overdraft fees and a tap-to-pay debit card. And great extras you'll appreciate season after season, like automatic upgrades as your balances grow. Be ready every inning with Truist One Checking. It's life-ready checking that grows with you. Get Truist One Checking today. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Cobb County is Atlanta's sweet spot and home of the Atlanta Braves. Cobb Travel and Tourism is your insider's guide to all there is to see and do in the area. For more information, visit travelcobb.org.
Braves 1, Mets nothing. Into the bottom of the second as Pete Alonso climbs in to lead it off for New York. Spencer Strider goes back to work at a 1-2-3 first, and the first pitch is popped up, spinning foul, and into the seats over to our right. 0-1 on Pete Alonso. Well, folks, more so than normal here in this ballpark, begging for a home run from Pete Alonso. It would be historic for the Mets with his next home run. 0-1 pitch will miss outside, 1-1. In fact, Alonso enters the action tonight with 252 career home runs, and that's tied with Darryl Strawberry for the most in Mets franchise history. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And Alonso takes a strike. Good-looking slider on the outside corner. So 1-2 on Alonso. So with his next home run, he'll have more homers as a Met than any other Met ever. That'd be a big name to pass in Darryl Strawberry. Strider's 1-2. And that's hit in the air to deep left field, out towards the corner, coming over and playing it off the wall now, Jurickson Profar. He'll send it in. Here comes Alonso standing into second. It's a leadoff double. Profar deep down the line towards the corner, had it sail over his head. And as it went over his head, bounced off the left field wall. And Alonso's in scoring position with no one out.
Yeah, Spencer Strider probably not going to be happy with the location of that slider. You know, you're way ahead in the count. You got 2 strikes. But Polar Bear Pete almost made some history off a hanging slider there. Just a few more feet. That might have been 4 bases.
Jeff McNeil up to the plate. Left-handed hitter. And McNeil swings and misses a slider badly. 0-1 on McNeil. Folks, only the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is bold enough to be the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some. 1-0 Braves in the bottom of the second. Alonso takes his lead at second base. Strider out of the stretch. A glance at second. 0-1 pitch. Down and in with a slider. Check swing. Didn't go as they appealed down to Nick Marley. Strider's 1-1. McNeil clocks one deep down the right field line towards the corner, and that is down for a foul ball right outside the line. I'd love to tell you how much that missed by. Now I'm seeing a replay. It's only by a few feet, but that right field corner from where we sit, we can't see any of it. In fact, Vidal Brujan went into the corner, just disappeared from our sight, as we are shielded from that corner by the stands deep down the right field line. So 1-2 on McNeil. 1-0 Braves in the second. McNeil batting .254 on the season, 9 home runs. Strider brings it. And McNeil hits a laser into right field. Coming on, Brujan makes a chest-high catch. And Alonso holds at second base. That was hit very hard, but Brujan had a nice read on it. Darted in, made the squeeze.
Oh, man. Nothing warms my heart like watching Jeff McNeil be disappointed. You know, he hit 2 balls hard in that at bat, and nothing came out of it. 2 line drives, and he's complaining to anybody that will listen in the dugout right now.
He always takes it out on the helmet.
He does.
1 down for Starling Marte. Strider back to work. First pitch fastball in for a strike. He loves to throw a helmet down or slam it into the rack. Yeah, very vocal with his frustrations coming off the field. There's the 0-1 pitch on the way to Marte. Strider fires, softly tapped out towards third. Coming in, gloving, transferring, and firing. Nacho Alvarez. Nice play by the rookie. A 5-3 put out. Alonso goes second to third. Tricky play, but Nacho made it seamlessly.
Yeah, really slick play there. You could see him, Nacho, trying to decide if he had to barehand that. Well, I'd say 6-7 years ago, Starling Marte, one of the fastest guys in the league, you're going to have to barehand that to get him running down the line. Thankfully for the Braves, he's lost a few steps here recently.
Yeah, good job of knowing who is coming down the line.
Mm-hmm.
2 down for Cedric Mullins. First pitch he sees. Fastball that misses 1-0. Mullins, a very talented center fielder from Baltimore, coming over from the Orioles to the Mets at the trade deadline. Left-handed hitter. Alonso lead at third on the 1-0 pitch. Strider misses high with a fastball. After Mullins, it would be Francisco Alvarez getting towards the bottom of Carlos Mendoza's order. Mullins batting 7th tonight for the Mets. Strider trying to protect a 1-0 lead. Hitters count 2-0. Low it in with a slider. For Strider in his career in this ballpark, 4 previous starts prior to tonight. 3-1 with a 5.03 ERA here. Here's his 3-0 on the way to Mullins. He takes a strike. Fastball 96. Strider, 4th round pick out of Clemson in 2020. An all-star a couple of years ago and coming back from the elbow injury from a year ago, and furthermore the elbow operation last year. Alonso a lead at third, and the 3-1. Ground ball out towards first, and that is a foul ball just on the other side of the bag. Would have been an easy play for Olsen had it stayed fair, but 3-2 now.
And that's the count there was 3-1, and Spencer opting to go with the changeup, which I really like because that tells me he's got a lot of confidence in that pitch. You know, 3-1, you have to throw a strike unless you want to put a very fast runner on first base. So that's good to see here early tonight.
It's come a long way in confidence in that pitch.
Yeah.
Ready with a 3-2. Here it comes. And a little floater in the center field down for a base hit. Threw him a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and he just looped it softly over the infield to drive it Alonso, and it's a 1-1 game.
Yeah, that's what Cedric Mullins does best. That's why the Mets went out and got him. He's the most top 10 and the most pitches seen per at bat in the major league. So he's a pesky guy. He's also got some power and some speed. So he really extended that at bat. Got something he could handle off Spencer, and that evens up the game at 1.
Went up the ladder to make contact with that 2. 2 down for Francisco Alvarez. Alvarez takes the ball low and outside. Well, for Alvarez, been an up and down year. Here lately, he's been swinging the bat a little bit better, but there was a stretch in June where he was sent down. They sent him back to AAA, trying to get his swing back in order. 242 hitter with 4 homers. 1-0 pitch. Good slider over for a strike, evens the count at 1. A 1-1 game in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Game 1 in this 3-game series. Time called by Francisco Alvarez. This Mets fan base has really been through it. Ups and downs. Been like a roller coaster here in Queens for the Mets fan base. And this team currently in the throes of a 7-game losing streak. Here's the 1-1. And Alvarez crushes one to deep right center field. Brujan to the wall. That'll give the Mets the lead. It's a home run by Alvarez, and he jubilantly runs around the bases as he has just given the Mets a 3-1 lead here in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, just a mislocation on that fastball. Middle. And Alvarez has got some juice. You mentioned he jubilantly runs. He actually waited for that ball to land out in right center field before he even started running. So I think maybe he realized, hey, I'm pimping this just a little too much. I better hustle up around these bases.
Took him deep to right center. So home run number 5 for Alvarez. RBI 16 and 17. It's turned into a 3-run inning for the Mets. And now Brett Beatty will come to the plate. That is the first homer allowed by Strider against the Mets in his last 20 innings. Brett Beatty takes a ball high. 1 ball and no strikes. Strider at 34 pitches. Wind up at the 1-0 pitch. And Beatty with a fly ball towards deep left field. Profar back to the warning track. Running parallel to the wall. Goes airborne and makes the catch and then into the wall gently. That was not easy. Quite the adventure for Profar, but he's able to make the catch for the out. And that ends the bottom of the 2nd. But a 3-run inning for the Mets, including a 2-run homer by Francisco Alvarez. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. It's a 3-1 lead for New York.
Check out the great savings this August at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Nissan needs to make room for the new 2026 models, so they have 0% APR on 2525 Murano, Rogue, or Pathfinder, or just 1.9% APR on Frontier, and thousands off brand new 2026 Nissan Rogues. Want to trade in your old car? Nissan is giving up to $7,000 over book value when you trade, and they will buy your car even if you don't buy theirs. Shop in person on exit 20 off I-75 or visit cleveland-nissan.com. Payments are per month for 75 months. Does not include tax, tag, title, or dealer doc fee. Must finance through the dealer. Subject to credit approval and pick from new dealer stock.
Is your home leaking money through drafty walls and ceilings? For just $300, Independent Insulation Services will perform a complete air leakage test, identifying where energy and comfort is slipping away. We'll evaluate your home's performance and design a solution that fits your budget. A healthier, more energy-efficient home starts with the right test. Call today and schedule your home air leakage evaluation. 423-716-3762. Independent Insulation Services. Your spray foam experts.
Try the Peach Bliss Quencher at Scooter's Coffee. Refresh and recharge with the perfect balance of sweet peach and tropical mango flavors. Using a base of natural fruit flavors and lightly caffeinated with green coffee extract, this iced quencher is designed to refresh and energize your day. They suggest pairing this beverage with lemonade, but this quencher can also be made with coconut milk or green tea. The Peach Bliss Quencher, now available at Scooter's Coffee, Keith Street in Cleveland in front of Leisure Time Bowling, also in Sweetwater and Dayton.
Ben Darren and Jay Chad with you from Citi Field here in New York. Mets have taken a 3-1 lead over the Braves, and the Braves will send up the top of the order with Jurickson Profar. And Jurickson takes a ball outside from Clay Holmes. That last play in the bottom of the second for the final out, Profar had a awkward connection with the wall in left field. There's a ball low and inside. He went up into the air there, and when he came down, the right foot caught the padding of the left field wall. Looked like it kind of got his leg hung up a little bit, and it could have been really bad considering where he was. Here's the 2-0 pitch, pulled foul down the right field line, but right above where his foot connected with the padded wall, right above that, there's a section of the wall that's a chain link fence. And if his cleat had been just a little bit higher, that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, a lot of things could have gone wrong there. It's a good thing he's back in the box and still in this game. I think what happened is he was remembering his play from last series when he robbed that home run.
2-1 high and outside, 3-1.
And he was thinking, man, I might have to climb this wall again and make another play of the week.
And there's a split second where it's as if he didn't know exactly where he was, which you can forgive because this isn't his home ballpark. 3-1 pitch, missed outside, ball 4. Leadoff walk here in the third inning. Second walk to Profar. But yeah, when he came down, his cleat was hung up on that padded wall, and he was standing on one leg for just a moment, and you're worried that he might twist his leg or ankle or something like that, but it came off of it all right. Here's Matt Olson. Braves down 3-1 in the top of the third. Olson takes a first pitch strike. We're telling you about Clay Holmes, 6'5", 245 from Slocum, Alabama. Originally drafted by the Pirates. 0-1 to Olson. Missed outside. Snap throw down to first base and back out the dive Profar. Holmes out of Slocum High School in Slocum, Alabama. And then was a 9th round selection by the Pirates and signed with them over his commitment to Auburn. Now, he's not just some brain-dead chunker. He was the valedictorian of his high school. There's the 1-1 pitch on the way to Matt Olson. There's a ball low and inside, 2-1.
Valedictorian, huh? I didn't know that. I was teammates with Clay for a short moment, across the city here with the Yankees, and I didn't.
He never told you that?
Did not know that.
Humble man.
Yeah.
2-1 pitch. That's in for a strike, 2-2.
He's a real soft-spoken, on the quieter side guy. He's got the Holy Spirit in his heart. Mm-hmm. Very kind, gentle man. But I didn't know he was that smart. He's holding out on us.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Olson takes the ball low and inside, 3-2. Mets 3, Braves 1, top of the third. Holmes straightens. Lead at first base by Profar. He takes off, 3-2, swung on, fouled off. Still a 3-2 count. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Get one consistent internet price for the next 5 years. No contracts, no curveballs. For Holmes in his career, 8 years in the big leagues. Yankees, Pirates, and Mets he's pitched for over his 8 seasons. See if Profar takes off again. He does. Olson swings and misses. Alvarez fires off the mark down to second. In fact, Lindor had to dart over to his left to the second base side of the infield to keep it from going into the outfield. But Olson strikes out. Profar swipes the bag, and the Braves have a runner in scoring position for Drake Baldwin.
Yeah, that was a strange play for Alvarez. Was very late to throw that ball to second. Almost like nobody yelled it out. These infielders have to yell out, runner, because Matt Olson's big frame is standing between him. He can't even see Profar running. So maybe a miscommunication there.
First pitch to Drake Baldwin, and a bouncer left side, backhanded by Lindor, guns to third base, and they have Profar in a rundown. Profar, as he's in the rundown, trying to direct traffic to send Baldwin to second. They throw that way, and they get both of them. 2 outs on the base path just like that. Swiftly, and that ends the top of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, and unfortunately no one left on base. We go to the bottom of the third inning. It's a 3-1 lead for the Mets.
Go ahead, caller. Got a question for Michael Harris II?
Michael, seriously, is that your Ford Bronco?
Yeah, a customized Bronco Raptor.
What do you like about it?
It's a great drive, comfortable, lots of smart tech, and it's ready for just about any adventure. And I look good in it.
No matter where you go to find your next adventure, find it in a smart and rugged Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport SUV. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Have you ever wondered if there was something special you could put on your food to make it even better? There is, and it's called the Original Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce, perfectly blending zesty peppers, tangy vinegar, and salty salt. The Original Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce makes curly fries into curl your toes fries, and every plate of nachos into nacho heck yeah. Only the Original Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce is bold enough to be the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
Right now, at the Home Depot, you'll find storage solutions made to fit your needs. Grab an HDX Tough Tilt to protect your tools. Or keep your sports equipment contained with reinforced snap-fit lids. Or stack up and make better use of your space with bins and totes built to last. Whatever you're storing, we've got the gear to keep it organized and protected at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network is lit by the Original Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce, the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. Bring the heat.
Mets 3, Braves 1 into the bottom of the third inning. Looking back on that last play that ended the top of the inning, officially it went 6-5-4-5 on the putout. And unfortunately, one base running mistake led to another one, because it didn't look like Baldwin was going to advance, but Profar, as he was in the rundown, was motioning to Baldwin, try to get to second, and I'll keep it in this rundown so you can get there. Well, they got Profar, and then they threw to second and got Baldwin. And just like that, it was over for the Braves. Here's Francisco Lindor, who sends one foul.
Yeah, he was trying to make the best of his base running error. That's just a mental error out there. Runners between second and third. Anything to your right, you have to stay, because you could get thrown out at third.
One to Lindor. Missed the inside corner.
Especially knowing who's standing behind you. Francisco Lindor, an excellent shortstop. Guy that makes the smart baseball play. He was definitely trying to get that lead out at third.
1-1. And Lindor ropes one in the air to right field, but Brujan is on the other end. Makes the catch in deep right. And one down here in the third inning. Folks, you need all the energy you can get for game day. At Georgia Power, we know that energy costs are an important part of every budget, and we're committed to providing tools and assistance to make a difference so you can save energy for the game. Learn more at georgiapower.com/myenergy. Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you at Citi Field. Braves and Mets in the bottom of the third inning. Juan Soto takes a ball low. Juan Soto has driven in a run in 4 straight games, including 3 solo homers in that span. He has 28 home runs this season in his first year in Queens. .251 hitter this year. 1-0 pitch. Nothing wrong with that. In for a called strike. Of Soto's 28 homers this season, 22 have been solo shots. That's a number that they'd like to change. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball, squared up, but on the ground to second. Ozzie Albies gathers, throws to first and 2 down. A lot of that has to do with the struggles that Lindor has been through lately. In fact, with Lindor, as he's 0 for 2 in this game, if you go back to June 4th, he fouled a ball off of his foot on June 4th, and he broke the pinky toe. And dating back to that contest, he's hitting under 200. In fact, he's about 194 since then. That's a 56-game span. Here's the pitch on the way to Brandon Nimmo, and he takes a called strike. That's a lengthy drought for a bat that good.
Yeah, it is. Especially a switch hitter. You know, and with his 0 for 2 tonight, he's now 0 for his last 21. So really scuffling here lately.
0-1 to Nimmo. And bounces away from Baldwin to the backstop. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
This is Atlanta Braves baseball on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, WCLE HD2 and W267BI Cleveland. Driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Cleveland-Nissan.com.
1-1 from Strider. And Nimmo in the air to left field, coming in Profar, and that'll lay down for a base hit. Humpback liner into left field for a 2-out single. And Nimmo has his first hit of the game. Inning continues now for Pete Alonso, who doubled down the left field line and scored the Mets' first run an inning ago. Mets 3, Braves 1. 2 down, runner at first base in the bottom of the third. Looking ahead to the fourth inning, it'll be Ozuna, Harris, and Albies for the Braves, but still a big dangerous out to get here in Pete Alonso. Strider goes to work, and Alonso clubs one in the air to deep right center field, towards the gap, at the wall, and gone. And that's a record-breaking home run for Pete Alonso, as they are standing on their feet and cheering their first baseman loudly, as he just broke the franchise record for most home runs by a Met. His 253rd home run as a Met, passing the great Darryl Strawberry, and he makes it 5-1 New York here in the third inning. His entire team has spilled out of the dugout, and he's giving hugs to all of them, had his helmet off and is acknowledging the crowd, and now celebrating on the field with all his teammates after that historic home run for the Mets. Home run number 253 for Darryl Strawberry. He played here for 8 seasons from 1983 through 1990. And his 252 homers as a Met had stood at the franchise record since 1990. And that was broken here tonight by Pete Alonso with a 2-run home run into the bullpen in right center field.
Yeah, Pete Alonso, I mean, we don't get too excited about Mets achievements, but you do have to recognize the consistency with which he has hit those home runs. You mentioned he did it. Darryl Strawberry took 8 seasons. Pete's only been here for 6.5, almost 7. So, you know, one of the more consistent power hitters in the league.
So now it is 5-1 New York. Strider was taking a couple of warm-up tosses before McNeil climbed in. And now back to the action. And there's a ball outside. 1 ball and no strikes on McNeil. Crowd still buzzing after that home run, and Alonso all smiles down in the Mets dugout. You can imagine his excitement. 1-0 pitch and a fly ball slicing towards foul territory and into the seats down the left field line.
You know, I know Pete a little bit just from, we're both Florida Gators, and he had a lot of home runs in college, but most scouts were kind of on the fence about him being a pro prospect. He wasn't a huge prospect, and a lot of guys in the Mets system were actually ranked higher than him. Well, I think he's done pretty well for his projections here thus far in the major leagues.
Well, a guy who's going to likely shatter that record. There's the 1-1 pitch on the way to Jeff McNeil, and he'll reach and miss at a slider. Prior to Darryl Strawberry, when he broke the record, he broke Dave Kingman's record of 154. And then prior to that, Ed Kranepool. There's the 1-2 pitch. That'll miss. Kranepool was the first player to reach 100 homers in Mets history. And he finished with 118 homers as a Met. 2-2 pitch. Low and inside. So Kranepool to Kingman. Kingman passed the torch to Strawberry, and Strawberry to Alonso. (5-1 New York, bottom of the third. There's the 3-2 pitch. Bounce foul over by the Mets dugout.
You can see Spencer Strider getting visibly frustrated on the mound. Just doesn't have his best fastball location here tonight. And with the current fastball he has to be better with his location.
3-2. Pulled foul on the first baseline.
He's shifted this year to throwing a lot more sliders because he doesn't have quite the octane fastball he had 2 years ago. And I personally believe he'll get back to that. But the pitcher he is now, he has to hit his spots with that fastball and locate his slider.
Again, the 3-2, and he has missed with that fastball. And like you mentioned, struggling with that location. First walk allowed by Strider. And all this success for the Mets here in the bottom of the third has come with 2 down. Lindor flied out to right. Soto grounded out to second. But then a 2-out single by Nimmo kept the door open for Pete Alonso, who hit a 2-run homer over the right center field wall and now walked to McNeil. So now Marte trying to continue the party for the Mets. He swings and misses at a slider down. We mentioned that the Mets have really been struggling lately as they have dropped 7 in a row and 11 of the last 12. But they have been a much different team at home than what they have been on the road. A lot of their struggles recently coming on the road. A 1 in for a called strike. In fact, the Mets are 38-21 at home this season. It shows you how bad they've been when they pack a suitcase. And their .644 winning percentage at home is 4th in the majors and 3rd in the National League. .02 from Strider. Lined into right center, in for a base hit. Down to second base, McNeil holds. 4 straight Mets have come to the plate and furthermore reached with 2 down in the inning. 3 hits in the inning. A lot of contact by the Mets early versus Strider, and here comes Rick Kranitz.
Yeah, just to talk a little bit more about Spencer, when he was throwing 98, 99 every pitch, his average heater in 2023 was over 97 miles an hour, and he just has such a bigger margin for error when he's throwing that hard. His fastball this year, he's missing a little bit of that rise that he's going for, that induced vertical break. Missing about 2 inches, and it's a mile an hour slower and has quite a bit more horizontal movement. So if you're a left-handed batter, that fastball is running away, and it's running right into your barrel. And so that's been a challenge for Spencer. He's not able to get away with as much as he could when he was throwing 98, 99. So he has to be a little bit finer with his location.
Yeah, you can certainly sacrifice location when it's 98, 99, 100, can't you?
Yeah, and the fastball shape. The characteristics were just a tick better 2 years ago. And as I mentioned, I think he will get back to that.
5-1 Mets. Cedric Mullins up to the plate now. And he takes a high strike. 7th Met to the plate here in the 3rd inning, and the 5th since the second out was recorded. Strider's 0-1. A little piece of it fouled and sent it to the backstop. 0-2. This is a Mets team that was off yesterday like the Braves. They were swept in Milwaukee, and tonight they begin a 5-game homestand. 3 of the Braves and then 2 of the Mariners, at least here at Citi Field. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Pulled foul on the right field line. Then that Mariners-Mets series will shift to Williamsport, Pennsylvania on Sunday for the MLB Little League Classic. So the Mets, I'm sure, are hoping for that off day yesterday and come out rejuvenated tonight after dropping 11 of their last 12. And that has certainly been the case as they lead 5-1 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 0-2 from Strider. Low and inside. In fact, if the Mets were to lose this game tonight, that would be an 8-game losing streak for the first time since 2018. So they're trying to figure it out and get back into the win column. They have certainly tumbled in the standings, looking up more and more at the Phillies with each passing day here in the month of August. 1-2 to Mullins, and he struck him out, used a slider. And that's our Gas South bringing the heat strikeout. Just like Spencer Strider, Gas South is bringing the heat with no deposits, no hidden fees, and simple natural gas plans. This difference is good. We go to the top of the 4th inning, 5-1 New York.
Need a night out with your spouse or friends, but you also want something fun for your kids to do? The Cleveland Family YMCA offers Parents' Night Out once every month. Children ages infant to 11 years old can enjoy swim time, games, physical activity, crafts, food, and so much more. Every third Friday from 5 to 9 p.m. The cost is just $25 for members and $35 for non-members. Find out more at ymcachattanooga.org.
Not all composite decking is the same. Enjoy life's beautiful moments on an equally beautiful composite deck. Envision's products feature deep, non-repeating grains and distinct colors throughout each pour, offering a truly unique appearance unlike anything else on the market. Learn more and find inspiration for your project at Cleveland Plywood. Cleveland Plywood Company, 2700 20th Street Northeast in Cleveland.
Imagine a truck that doesn't just own the road, it dominates it. It's not just about the destination, it's about the journey. And our new GMC Sierra is elevating every moment of that journey for me. It's not just a truck, it's a lifestyle. Don Ledford didn't just sell me a truck. They saw the lifestyle I wanted, and they found me that truck.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana hot sauce.
New York into the top of the fourth inning. Ozuna, Harris, and Albies coming up with the Braves. Pete Alonso, the center of attention tonight here at Citi Field. Just coming out onto the field and tipping his cap. Marcell Ozuna digging in amongst the chants of Pete Alonso. And Ozuna takes a ball inside. And in case you missed the bottom of the third inning, Pete Alonso's homer was a record-breaking home run, and he has more home runs than any other Met in franchise history after his 253rd career home run. There's a called strike on Ozuna. Hit it 113 miles an hour off the bat over the right center field wall. Traveled 387 feet. 1-1, and Ozuna swings and misses at a changeup, 1-2.
Yeah, and that was like a line drive that got out, and that's something really stands out about Pete Alonso. He's hit a lot of home runs, but I think he's hit some of the most spectacular low line drive home runs. Looks like a one iron coming off the bat.
Ozuna takes a ball outside. Well, he's hit the ball hard twice tonight. And the funny thing is, Darren, in his first at bat, which was in the second inning, hit a double off the wall down the left field line. Coming off the bat, I thought he might have gotten it. And it turned into be a double. Here's the 2-2. That'll miss low. Coming off the bat with that homer, I thought it was going to be a gapper in right center field. And just had enough backspin on it to go right over the top of that right center field wall and out of here.
Yeah, he hit one at Truist that still sticks out in my mind. I was on the field for that one.
3-2. And Ozuna swings and misses, tied up by a sinker. And there's the fourth strikeout by Clay Holmes.
Yeah, he was facing Braves legend Johnny Venters towards the end of Johnny's career, and not a great matchup for Johnny. Low ball sinker guy. Pete Alonso is a low ball hitter. He hit one line drive right back up the middle. I remember Johnny ducked because it was so low, and it landed out in the fountain in center field at Truist.
Michael Harris takes a ball low. Yeah, that's exceptional power to be able to do that. Braves had a 1-0 lead at the end of the first inning, and the Mets with a 3-run second, a 2-run third. And they lead 5-1. They've gone deep twice as Alonso and Alvarez have both hit home runs. Ball outside to Harris, 2 balls, no strikes. Two from Holmes, bouncer through the right side. In between McNeil and Alonso, and a single in the right field by Harris. Northside Hospital for a healthier future together. Look to Northside. Braves get a 1-out single from Michael Harris. Just looking to strike back. Keep the Mets from running away and hiding in this thing. Ozzie Albies 0 for 1 with a ground out to short. That's the last thing you want to do here. You run the risk of having 2 turned. Pitch on the way to Ozzie. Pulled foul down the right field line. Just missed being a fair ball.
Yeah, that Clay Holmes sinker keeps him right at the top of the leaderboard in terms of ground ball rate. As a starter, that ground ball rate has come down a little bit, but he's still way up in the 95th percentile around the league, so he keeps the ball on the ground very well. As a result, you will see a lot of double plays when he's on the mound.
Nick Allen hit into one of those in the second inning. A one from Holmes. Ball outside. Well, if there is some good news, as the Braves are trailing 5-1, we mentioned this swoon that the Mets have been in, losing 11 of their last 12. And in the midst of all this, they have been allowing, on average, 7 runs per game. And the Braves hoping for a big inning, get back in this thing. 1-1 to Ozzie. Pulled foul again down the right field line. Altogether, in this 7-game losing streak, they've been outscored 72-48. And I take that back, not in the last 7 games, but in the 11, where they've dropped 10 of their last 11, and then they lost again the other day, so they've dropped 11 of their last 12. Here's the 1-2 pitch again to Albies. And a soft little ground ball out to a diving Lindor. Dives to his right, knocked it down, but it trickles off his glove into shallow left field. That'll be a base hit for Ozzie Albies to put him at first and second.
And that's that same approach we talked about in Ozzie's first at bat. That was a changeup down and away, but if Ozzie, as a left-handed hitter, tries to pull that pitch, it's going to be a weak ground ball right to Jeff McNeil at second base, probably 2 outs. So again, nice approach from Ozzie, trying to stay the other way, and that's the right approach against a guy with a heavy sink fastball.
Now meeting at the mound, Lindor, Beatty, Alvarez all out there on the mound with Holmes. Meanwhile, Alonso and McNeil sit tight on the right side of the infield. They continue to visit. Home plate umpire Vic Carapazza walks out there and breaks it all up. 5-1 Mets, top of the 4th inning. Big crowd on a Tuesday night here at Citi Field. And the good news is it's not near as hot now as when it was the last time we were here. Last time we were here, it was 100 degrees, even for some of the night games in that series. 80 degrees. Beautiful evening here in Queens. Here's the pitch on the way to Vidal Brujan. Switch hitter batting left. It'll swing and foul one off. That was suffocating heat last time we were here.
Yeah, much nicer this time. Walk around the city today. It's just a hint of trash smell. You know, it wasn't suffocating like it was last time.
Yeah, there was no air to be breathed last time we were here. Now home plate umpire Vic Carapazza needs some new baseballs. Gets a half dozen from the Mets dugout. 0-1 on Brujan. Brujan walked in the second inning. This is his second trip to the plate. Ozzie Albies the runner at first. Michael Harris down at second. 0-1 pitch. Sent foul. That'll become a souvenir about 30 rows back of the Braves dugout. Game 1 of this series. Braves here in New York for 3 games. And all 3 are night games. 7:10 Eastern, 6:10 Central, under the lights for all 3. Tonight, Wednesday, and Thursday here versus the Mets. 0-2 misses low, 1-2. And then we head to Cleveland to see the red-hot Guardians. And that'll be this 2-city, 6-game road trip of the Braves. 3 of the Mets, 3 of the Guardians, and then back home to see the White Sox. 5-1 Mets, top of the 4th. Brujan gripping the bat with bright red batting gloves. Bat resting on his shoulder. 1-2 misses high. Count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Holmes at 65 pitches, 35 strikes, and he missed there. Tried to go away with a changeup and induce a swing, and Brujan took his finger off the trigger. So the count at 3-2.
Yeah, after his sinker, his changeup is probably his best strikeout pitch to lefties. He's really going for one here, leaning on that changeup.
3-2 pitch. Nowhere near. Missed with a sinker. That's ball 4. That'll load the bases now for Nacho Alvarez. That's the fourth walk allowed by Clay Holmes. So Holmes got himself a 4-run lead, but now pitching coach Jeremy Hefner is going to walk out there, and he's trying to figure out a way to get through 5 and become the pitcher of record.
Yeah. Even as a reliever, Clay Holmes would have bouts of wildness where, he's always carried a very high walk rate. But I mentioned that ground ball rate helps neutralize those runners. But yeah, here tonight, he's just really struggling to keep that sinker in the strike zone. 4 walks you mentioned already. That's too many free passes.
This is the 5th time in 24 starts that he has walked 4 men or more. 4 of those times he ended up with exactly 4. The other, his season total, he had 6 walks on the 19th of June against the Braves. So the Braves have been coaxing some walks from Clay Holmes. He walked 6 Braves on the 19th. He walked 4 Braves on June 25th, and he's walked 4 Braves tonight. And now the bases are loaded for Nacho Alvarez, who's hunting for his first big league RBI. In this case, a couple of RBIs with a base hit is what he'd rake in. First pitch to Nacho, fouled back. Over to our right, 0-1. Alvarez made his big league debut last year, had 3 hits, didn't drive in any runs. Also still looking for his first big league homer. It'd be a great time for it right here. 0-1 pitch, and he misses low with a sinker, 1-1. Mets 5, Braves 1, top of the 4th. And a great opportunity to climb back into this thing. Right on right matchup. 1-1 to Nacho. And he swings and squares one up towards deep left center field, towards the gap, down for a base hit and all the way to the wall. Jailbreak on the base paths. Harris and Albies both score. 2 RBI double by Nacho Alvarez, the first 2 RBIs of his big league career. And it's a 5-3 game with his booming double to left center field.
The scouting report we got on Nacho as a rookie last year, he was a line drive hitter. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see many of those last year, but here tonight already, 2 really hard hit line drives off a tough sinker baller in Clay Holmes. Now, he's got to be feeling good out there at second base, as you mentioned, getting his first 2 career RBIs.
Set that ball aside. Now a base hit can tie the game. Here's Nick Allen, only 1 down. Allen takes the ball inside. The inning started with a strikeout of Ozuna, but then a single by Harris, a single by Ozzie Albies. Vidal Brujan walked, and then that 2 RBI double by Nacho Alvarez. 1-0, low and outside with a sweeper, 2-0. No action in the Mets bullpen yet, but I promise you, if he walks Allen, they might start stirring out there. His 2-0 pitch. Missed inside, ball 3. All of a sudden, he can't find the zone. 73 pitches in the game, just 1 more strike than balls, 37-36. And his 3-0 pitch. Strike. Hit the inside corner with a sinker.
Yeah. We mentioned this is his first year as a full-time starter, so Mets trying to manage his workload. His last 2 starts, he's only thrown 75 and 79 pitches, so he's already getting close to his pitch limit here.
And the 3-1, taken for a strike again. After falling behind 3-0, he's bounced back to make it a 3-2 count. And Nick Allen, who hit into a 4-6-3 double play in the second inning, wants to atone for that with a base hit right here to tie the game up. Holmes set right at the letters. And the payoff pitch. He missed low for ball 4. And with that, they start stirring in the Mets bullpen as they have a lefty tossing out there. That's the 2nd walk of the inning and the 5th of the game by Holmes. And back to the top of the order to Profar. Gregory Soto now tossing for the Mets in the bullpen. And Profar has walked twice himself. Time called by Vic Carapazza. Braves are down 5-1 going into the top of this inning. in search of a big inning to come back and wrestle the lead away. Only one down, bases loaded, and Profar takes a first pitch strike. Sinker on the outside corner. Profar's got the average at 238, 6 homers. Oh, 0-1. Strike again. That time a sinker on the inside corner. Right at the bottom of the zone. That's a good pitch, even though Profar didn't like it. And 0-2 on Jerks and Profar. Allen at first. Alvarez at second. Brujan at third. 5-3 Mets in the second. 0-2 in the dirt. Laid off the changeup that died down in a 1-2 count. Well, we mentioned this is Profar's third trip to the plate versus Holmes. He's walked twice, so he's seen everything in his catalog, probably multiple times. Shouldn't be any surprises. And the 1-2. Bounce foul over by the Mets dugout. Mets had all the momentum, especially after the historic homer by Alonso. This place was just bouncing here in Queens. Well, the Braves have quieted them down here in the top of the fourth. Looking to silence them here. And the 1-2 pitch on the way to Jerks and Profar. Good swing, fouled back a fastball right into the screen.
I mentioned Clay Holmes has already thrown more innings this season than the last two combined. And just thinking the Mets obviously have playoff intentions, but you know, how are they? He's going to get tired here at the end of the season because he's pushing that limit. How are they going to depend on him in the playoff after he's thrown 160 innings?
1-2. Profar with a ground ball out to second. That'll be taken by McNeil. They go to second to get one. A run scores. So they cut down Allen at second base on a 4-6 putout, coming across and scoring Brujan. And it's now a 5-4 game. Runners of the corners, 2 down now for Matt Olson. Well, and to back your point, if he stays on regular rest, that's another 8 starts that he's going to have in front of him. So you're talking about at least another 40 innings or so.
Yeah, that's a tough transition from reliever to starter. It's just, especially as I mentioned, this team playoff ambitions, huge salary commitment this year by their owner Steve Cohen. So they're trying to get there.
Matt Olson can tie it with a base hit, and Olson takes a strike. It's been a 3-run inning for the Braves here in the top of the fourth. Alvarez at third. Profar's at first base. 0-1. Taken high, 1 ball and 1 strike. That RBI for Profar was his 15th of the his 16th of the season. Olson has doubled. He's also struck out. And the 1-1. He swings and lines one deep down the left field line, slicing towards the corner, and a fair ball off the left field wall. The game is tied. This will be an RBI double by Olson. First to third for Profar, and Olson just did keep it fair and one-hopped it off the wall, and we're back to even, 5 apiece in the fourth. And how about the difference in a half an inning from this crowd? Just a moment ago, they were all on their feet cheering for the Mets and above all for Pete Alonso. Now boos have been raining down on starter Clay Holmes. And here comes Carlos Mendoza. And what was a 5-1 lead for the Mets is now a 5-5 game. And they make the Pennington Grass Seed call to the bullpen. If you're looking to transform your lawn this year, turn to Pennington Grass Seed, the official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. Pennington Grass Seed, rooted in Braves country. Tied at 5, 2 down in the top of the 5th.
Hey Braves fans, summer is officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Braves, so you know you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW. or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Summer in the South means a few things: baseball, grilling out, and Vidalia onions from Schumann Farms. Vidalia onions are the champagne of onions. It can only be a Vidalia if it's grown in a specific region of South Georgia where the soils are just right for providing that signature sweetness. So look for Schumann Farms Real Sweet brand Vidalia onions at your local grocery store this summer and enjoy the champagne of onions. Flavor guaranteed. Special occasion optional. Schumann Farms, the Georgia family farm growing tradition and the world's sweetest onions.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, Doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Still on top of the fourth here at Queens. We've got a brand new ball game. Score stands at 5-5 after the Braves have already pushed across 4 runs this inning. They've sent 8 men to the plate, gotten 4 hits, and 2 walks courtesy of Clay Holmes, who actually had 5 walks on the day in just 3 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 5 earned thus far, and he is responsible for the base runners at second and third. On to relieve him, flame-throwing lefty Gregory Soto. He's a 30-year-old. He was traded over from the Baltimore Orioles at the trade deadline. Usually accustomed to working, I would say, the 7th, 8th, 9th inning. I'd be surprised if at the beginning of this game he thought he'd be in a high-leverage situation in the 4th inning. But here he is, trying to stem the bleeding for the Mets.
Well, and that's what happens when you've lost 7 in a row.
Yep.
I mean, you're getting desperate, figure out anything you can do to win a game. And going with Soto here in the 4th inning. Here's Drake Baldwin. Game tied at 5, and Baldwin takes the ball outside. It was 5-1 New York. They had all the momentum. And then the Braves rallied here for 4 runs and then can take the lead right here. 2 down, pitch on the way to Baldwin. Takes the ball low and outside. And regardless of what will take place in this at bat, still a great effort by the Braves to come back and at least tie it here in the 4th inning. That's our Truist play of the game, brought to you by Truist. When you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank member FDIC. Hitters count 2-0. In for a strike. Zipped a sinker over. Drake put the Braves on the board with a ground out RBI back in the 1st inning. And the 2-1. Missed away with a sinker. 3 balls and a strike. This inning started with a strikeout of Ozuna, so his bases empty, 1 down. And since then, single, walk, double, walk, fielder's choice, and a double. 3-1 to Drake. A strike again. That time at the bottom of the zone with a sinker, so the count runs full on Baldwin. Baldwin has been on a tear here lately. Trying to continue to ride the crest of that wave to 2 more RBIs right here. 3-2. Bouncer up the middle. Lindor to his left gathers and fires for the out. But 9 Braves come to the plate at the top of the 4th inning. 4-run score on 4 hits. No errors and 2 men left. We enter the bottom of the 4th inning tied at 5.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
You know what my favorite thing about Braves games are? Everything. The crowds and the food and the baseballs and the food and the cheering and the food. Kind of like how everything at Cortland's Apartments is my favorite. Hi, I'm Cordy, Cortland's spokespug, here to tell you about the awesome live and play spaces at Cortland and the amazing resident service. That's probably why they were ranked #1 apartment brand on Reputation.com. Cortland, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Find your new apartment home at Cortland.com.
Napa has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game.
That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2025 Atlanta Braves. Two legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed.
Napa know-how. Digging, grading, tilling, and mowing. All in a day's work with Yanmar, the tractor that works as hard as you do. Discover new possibilities at yanmartractor.com.
It's a 5-5 game into the bottom of the fourth inning. Spencer Strider will be facing 8-9-1 for the Mets here in the inning. It can be a very interesting game. It can be a very frustrating game at times, but it's a game full of lessons learned, that's for sure. And the lesson you might say that could be learned here for Spencer Strider, not too long ago he was trailing 5-1. And now his lineup has gotten him back into the game. Here's the pitch on the way to Alvarez, and Alvarez takes a ball high. And sometimes that lesson learned, Darren, is you just got to keep focusing on the next batter and keep firing pitches and keep trying to make good ones, because next thing you know, you might be right back in the game.
He is right here.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fouled off over by the Braves dugout.
And he's got to be re-energized. You know, Spencer, he takes a lot of pride in his work, and so when he spots the other team 5 runs, he's upset with himself. But now he's back out there, brand new ball game. He's got a fresh start. Here we go.
1-1 to Alvarez. Pulled foul on the third baseline. On the flip side of the coin for the Mets, what we have seen in the first 3.5 innings of this game has been the script they have seen night in, night out for about the last 2 weeks. There's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Francisco Alvarez. Check swing. He did commit, and the curveball fans him. Second strikeout by Strider, and one down here in the fourth inning. And finishing that thought, for the Mets, it's been blown leads. It's been explosive innings where after that inning ends, they go silent the rest of the game. You can imagine the frustration that leads to with this lengthy losing streak.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it feels like you're never going to get out of it when you're stuck in one of these.
One out for Brett Beatty, a 5-5 game as Beatty takes a strike. By the way, it's the fourth inning, so that means it's the Tidal Wave Auto Spa inning. And Tidal Wave Auto Spa is making Braves country clean car country all season long. If the Braves pitch a scoreless fourth inning tonight, Tidal Wave will offer half off their Best Wash membership tomorrow. Owen to Beatty, Mrs. Lowen inside. Learn more at TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves.
I was looking at my notes from when we were here in late June, and the Mets had the best ERA in all of baseball by far in pitching. And they've certainly tumbled a little bit down the standings since then.
1-1, and Beatty with a big bouncer, softly hit out to second, coming in, scooping and firing Ozzie Albies. 2 down.
Yeah, since late June, they've added a half a run to their team ERA, and they're now only 7th in the league in ERA. So they've really been struggling on the run prevention side of it, and then a lot of slumping hitters in the lineup. It's really just been a perfect storm for the Mets.
Yes, it has. Well, entering play on August 3rd, 9 days ago, the Mets had a half-game lead over the Phillies in the National League East. 9 days later, as there's a called strike on Lindor, the Mets enter play trailing Philly by 6 games. It can happen very quickly. It's a 5-5 game. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Lindor is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a flyout. He shows bunt. Bunts one up the third base line. Going to be a tough play. Alvarez bare hands. Throws over, but far too late. And Lindor has probably been trying everything in the book with the exception of that. And he was 0 for his last 21. And when you know, that's what breaks him out.
There you go. If you can't hit it, bunt it.
Really good bunt by Lindor.
Yeah, it was.
Couldn't have rolled it out there any better. So 2 down for Juan Soto, who's 0 for 2 with a flyout and a ground out. Dancing at first base, Lindor, and Strider steps off. You might recall the last time we were here in New York. It was in June. Strider was on the mound, and he and Soto were jawing at each other just a little bit. Strider struck him out, let him know about it. Offering all the way to Soto, misses high. Soto, meanwhile, was arguing with the home plate umpire, which you know that doesn't narrow it down much. He does a lot of that. A 1-0 count on Soto. Strider was walking off the field looking at him saying, I got you. It was in there. I got you. Well, he's trying to get him right here. 1-0 to Soto. Fouled off. Five runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Mets. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Braves. Soto, wide stance, front toe up on its tiptoe. 1-1, misses low. 2 balls and a strike. By the way, speaking of Philadelphia, they're trailing in Cincinnati tonight 6-0 in the top of the 7th. And Reds team trying to get into the wild card picture. Lindor dancing at first. Strider steps off, looks him back. That's 2 disengagements now. Soto requests time. It's granted by Big Carapazza. And the Mets right fielder will dig back in. He's wearing a bright orange sleeve on his left arm. Elbow guard on his right arm. Waving the bat behind his head and anticipating the 2-1. Here it comes, and he missed outside with a changeup. Strider, the mustachioed right-hander, just kind of looking off into center field as he climbed back up the slope of the mound. Now casts his gaze to Drake Baldwin. And the 3-1 to Soto. And he misses low with a slider for ball 4. So similarly to last inning where Strider went 2 up and 2 down and then saw another 6 Mets come to the plate, they're having a difficult time closing the door on these innings.
Yeah, the Lindor bunt, there's no defense for that. And I don't hate that walk to Soto. You know, you got a guy in the box now, Brandon Nimmo, who's really been scuffling lately, got his first hit in his last 21 at-bats. Last time up there, so I really don't mind that walk to Soto because we know how much damage he can do.
Soto with a ground out and a single, as well as a run scored in this game. Mets left fielder out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, toting with him to the plate, a .250 batting average. Strider back to work. First pitch, called strike, right at the top of the zone with a good fastball. Oh, 1 from Strider. Bounced up there. What a stop by Drake Baldwin. That bounced about 8 feet in front of the plate. Barely made it to the dirt.
Had that been over the plate, it would have bounced through as a strike.
Ball and a strike on Nimmo. And if he reaches, Pete Alonso would come to the plate. Strider at 77 pitches. And his next pitch, a fastball fouled back. And the count 1-2.
Yeah, I saw a note that Brandon Nimmo has really been struggling with the fastball since the All-Star break. So expect Spencer to try to climb the ladder with his best heater of the night here. Go up there and see if you can get a swing and a miss.
Meanwhile, lefty Austin Cox is warming in the bullpen. Strider's 1-2. And a high towering fly ball to right field. Brujan in pursuit to the wall. Goes to the top of the wall and it's gone. A 3-run home run by Brandon Nimmo. And it's the 3rd homer allowed by Strider tonight. And the Mets fought back in front 8-5 in the 4th. Getting wild here at Citi Field. Homer number 20 for Nimmo. At RBI 64, 65, and 66. All 8 runs for the Mets have come with 2 down in each inning. There's a ball that bounces to the backstop. They had a 2-out single by Cedric Mullins to score a run in the 2nd. And after that, a 2-run homer. In the 3rd inning, everything took place with 2 down, including that 2-run homer by this man, Pete Alonso. Alonso takes ball low and outside. And now here in the 4th inning, 2 up and 2 down, then a single, a walk, and a homer. That is getting it done with 2 down. Wind up in the 2-0 pitch from Strider. And Alonso with another fly ball to deep right field. This one's hit very well. Back of the wall, Brujan, and makes the catch in front of the wall. Alonso just missed another one. And fortunately for Strider, that's out number 3. But he gives up a 3-run homer to Brandon Nimmo. We go to the top of the 5th inning, 8-5 Mets.
You'll save a heap of money with a smarter mortgage from TVFCU. Equal housing lender.
Bradley Concrete and Lamcon Ready Mix is a family-owned business and has been serving Cleveland for 40 years. They work with customers large and small. Call Bradley Concrete at 423-479-4541 or visit lamcon.us to find out more.
Check out the great savings this August at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Nissan needs to make room for the new 2026 models, so they have 0% APR on 2525 Murano, Rogue, or Pathfinder, or just 1.9% APR on Frontier, and thousands off brand new 2026 Nissan Rogues. Want to trade in your old car? Nissan is giving up to $7,000 over book value when you trade, and they will buy your car even if you don't buy theirs. Shop in person on exit 20 off I-75 or visit cleveland-nissan.com. Payments are per month for 75 months. Does not include tax, tag, title, or dealer doc fee. Must finance through the dealer, subject to credit approval, and pick from new dealer stock.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
On the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana hot sauce.
We're prohibited.
Well, the Mets have been playing long ball tonight. They have hit 3 homers. They lead 8-5 into the top of the 5th inning. Brandon Nimmo became the 4th Mets player with another 20 home run season. There's a called strike. No balls and a strike on Marcell Ozuna. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Soto brings it. And that misses up and in. Braves are down 5-1 into the top of the 4th inning. Then all 9 came to the plate. They scored 4 times, tied the game, only to give up 3 runs on a home run to Brandon Nimmo in the bottom of the inning. And they continue to slug it out here in Queens. Ozuna takes a strike, 1 and 2. Austin Cox has been tossing in the Braves bullpen. In fact, he was throwing there in the bottom of the 4th. See if we see him in the bottom of the inning. Ozuna, meanwhile, takes a ball, 2 and 2. And the Braves open to strike back here the way that they did last inning. Left-hander Soto set right of the belt. 2-2 to Ozuna with a fly ball to right field. Juan Soto coming in, slows, throws up the glove, makes the catch, and 1 down. We mentioned that the Braves have won 3 straight, and the last time they won 3 in a row was June 17th through the 19th after a sweep of these Mets at Truist Park. And they'll have to come back to make it a 4-game winning streak. In fact, the Braves have won 4 straight games just 1 time all season. That was their longest winning streak of the year. You'd have to go all the way back to April to find that stretch. That was April 18th through the 21st against the Cardinals and Twins. Harris, ground ball to first, diving and knocking it down is Alonso, but it rolls out of his glove and across the dirt. And by the time McNeil flips it over there to the pitcher Soto, who's covering, Harris is aboard for what should be a base hit. And that will be a single for Michael Harris. He's now 2 for 3.
Yeah, another hard hit ball for Michael Harris. If that's hit a little softer, Pete Alonso probably gets a glove on it, and that play is converted. And that's the value of hitting the ball hard, is Pete had to get his uniform dirty just to knock it down. Wasn't able to make the play.
Speaking of hitting the ball hard, Darren, I bet that Michael Harris has more hard hit balls, or in this case, barrels, as they define it, in the last month than he had in the first 3-4 months of the season leading up to that.
Yeah, he's been one of the best hitters in the league now here for the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Ozzie Albies batting to the right side, fouls one straight back into the screen. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday night alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you from Citi Field. This is game one of this three-game series. Game two tomorrow night. Former Met Carlos Carrasco pitches for the Braves, and he'll face the lefty David Peterson. Here's the 0-1, and that'll be sent into left field for a base hit by Ozzie Albies. Pull it out there to left, and the Braves have back-to-back singles. We're trying to come back. Runners at first and second, one down. We mentioned that Strider has given up 8 runs tonight. That ties his career worst. He gave up 8 runs on June 8th, 2023. Go figure, against these Mets.
Yeah, we mentioned all those wins he has against them, and the team, 8-1 in his starts against the Mets. But apparently a couple clunkers against them.
First and second, one down for Vidal Brujan, who has walked twice in this game. Now facing Soto for the first time. Batting for the right side. He swings and it's a fly ball to deep center field. Mullen's going to go back, tracking, backpedaling, makes the catch shy of the warning track. Harris tags from second, goes into third base standing. And with 2 down, the Braves have him at the corners. Yeah, that was the interesting thing about the numbers for Strider. We mentioned that in his career, a 6-1 record, but his career ERA against the Mets, 4.97 entering tonight, so that'll obviously go up.
Yeah, the Mets, they take advantage of mistakes. A lot of veteran hitters here, good hitters. That home run to Nimmo, I mentioned he's been struggling against a fastball. That was just a spinning slider in the middle of the strike zone, and Spencer knew as soon as he hit it, it was out of the park. So a lot of frustration for Spencer here tonight.
2 down for Nacho Alvarez. Braves down by 3 runs. Runners at the corners. Braves have gone 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position tonight. First pitch to Nacho and for a called strike. That's something the Braves were exceptionally good at over that series, across that series with the Marlins. As a team, the Braves hit just shy of 370 for that series with runners in scoring position. That's a big boost from what we've seen pretty much for the first 4 months of the season. Looking for some of that right here. Alvarez takes a ball low, 1-1. Nacho has delivered once already with a 2 RBI double last inning. His first 2 RBIs in the big leagues. And now he can do it again right here. Runners at first and third and 2 down for Nacho Alvarez. Soto spins the 1-1, and Alvarez takes a slider for a strike. Alvarez adjusts his helmet, pinwheels his bat with his left hand. Now joins his right hand to the handle. Steadies the bat, waits on the 1-2. Pitch on the way from the southpaw, swung on at a lazy pop-up. Shallow center field. Second baseman McNeil makes a 2-hand catch over the top of his blue cap, and that ends the top of the 5th inning. Braves had back-to-back singles, but nothing beyond that. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, 8-5 Mets.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month, or get 2.99% APR, or $1,750 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end September 2nd. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
Hey there, baseball fans. Ben Ingram here. It's time to step up to the plate and upgrade your deck with TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks just like real wood, but without the never-ending maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot or splinter, and it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so you'll be sure your deck looks great season after season. See for yourself why TimberTech is everything wood should be. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
Home is here. It's this place. It's this team.
Though our hometowns and backgrounds may be different, it is here that we are one.
Whether we're sitting side by side in these seats or watching from hundreds of miles away,
we share one heart and one home.
We are
Braves country.
The official hotel partner of your Atlanta Braves, Omni Hotel at the Battery Atlanta, is more than just a stay. We're your clubhouse, where everyone knows your name. Book your stay at omnihotels.com/Battery Atlanta.
Well, it's the bottom of the fifth inning and a wild one here tonight in Queens. Mets are leading the Braves 8-5. Spencer Strider, not his best work today. He was out of the game after 4 innings pitched, 8 hits, 8 runs, all 8 of those earned, 3 home runs and just 2 strikeouts. When's the last time Spencer gave up more home runs than strikeouts? On to relieve him, lefty Austin Cox.
So now Cox goes to work, misses the ball low. It'll be McNeil, Marte, and Mullins here in the bottom of the 5th inning for the Mets. Yeah, that's a good point there. 3 homers and 2 strikeouts. You just never see something like that. McNeil hits one way up in the air down the right field line. Olsen to the sidewall, and that'll land in the seats for a souvenir. 1-1 on McNeil. Did you know that the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves? It's made with peppers, vinegar, and salt in the perfect balance to make the food you're eating taste better. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some. McNeil 0 for 1 with a walk. The one time they got him was a fly out to right field. Left-handed hitter from Santa Barbara, California. 1-1 from Cox, and a reach at a miss at a curveball. 1-2.
Yeah, this is a hard game here, pitching in the major leagues, and we know Spencer's coming back from an injury, and usually that takes some time to get 100% right. But there's something else I think happened recently that might have affected him a little bit.
1-2. Struck him out. Went reaching for a curveball, and 1 away here in the 5th inning.
You think back to the Bristol Motor Speedway game where he warmed up but never pitched, and then the Braves elected to rest him. So he had 8 days rest in between his previous start and that start versus the Brewers, and now his 2 worst starts of the year back-to-back after an 8-day rest.
Right.
And I was teammates with Spencer, and he's a very routine-oriented guy. He likes to be on his regular schedule.
Marte takes the ball low and outside.
So from management's point of view, hey, we're going to give Spencer a rest coming back from surgery. Let's give him a little bit of time, a little bit of rest. And I'm guessing Spencer wanted to pitch. He wants to pitch every 5 days and get in his routine.
1-0, ball low and inside, 2-0. Routine, the name of the game, that's for sure. 8-5 Mets, bottom of the 5th inning. Bouncer foul over by the Braves dugout. Mention that the Reds have a 6-0 lead on the Phillies. That game's in the bottom of the 7th. Elsewhere, the Marlins and the Guardians tied at 3 in the top of the 8th. Nationals are trailing the Royals 4-1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-1 pitch, check swing. He went against that slider and a 2-2 count. Brewers are leading again. They have a 4-0 lead on the Pirates in the top of the 5th inning. Those guys have been something else. Absolutely running away from the pack. Pitch misses down. In fact, the Brewers have won 10 in a row. Imagine having 2 winning streaks of 10 or more games in a single season. That's what they've accomplished. They're looking for an 11-game win streak with a victory tonight. 3-2 got him looking. A slider had him buckling his knees. And Marte strikes out, 2 down. All those scores are delivered to you by Saya LTL Freight, the official freight carrier of the Atlanta Braves. Well, the first 2 outs haven't been the problem. Going 2 up and 2 down has happened a handful of times already. But the Mets have had multiple 2-out rallies. Here's Cedric Mullins. Mullins takes a ball upstairs from Austin Cox. Like we mentioned earlier, all 8 Mets runs have come with 2 down. 3 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, and all with 2 outs on the board. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Cedric Mullins. Missed low and inside, 2-0. Mets went down in order in the first inning. And Cox trying to perform a 1-2-3 bottom of the fifth right here. Braves in the top of the sixth will have 9-1-2 coming up. And Allen, Profar, and Olsen. 2-0 from Cox. And a liner towards the gap in left center field, down for a base hit. Harris cuts it off, heading for second base. Mullins, throw out of left center field. One hops to second, off the mark. And it'll be a double by Cedric Mullins. Another 2-out base hit for the Mets. In this game, the Mets have 9 hits. 8 of the 9 have come with 2 down in an inning. That will drive you insane. Here's the pitch on the way to Francisco Alvarez. In the dirt, 1 ball and no strikes. 2-out base hits will win you a bunch of games, won't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they usually it's harder to score, with 2 outs, but when you hit the ball out of the ballpark, it makes it a lot easier.
1-0 pitch. A little bit low with a slider. 2-0 on Alvarez. It was Alvarez who put the Mets on top of the first time. That was back in the second. He rocked a 2-run homer at that point. Made it 3-1 Mets. Takes the ball inside. 3-0. Glance to second and the 3-0. And he's swinging and belts one towards the gap in right center field to the wall and off the base of the right center field wall. In to score Mullins. It's an RBI double for Francisco Alvarez and more 2-out damage by the Mets. 9-5 New York. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
This is Atlanta Braves baseball on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, WCLE HD2 and W267BI Cleveland. Driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, cleveland-nissan.com.
Now Brett Beatty comes to the plate. 9-5 New York in the bottom of the fifth. Mets have scored in 4 straight innings. Beatty takes the ball low and outside. They went down 1-2-3 in the first. Since then, a 3-run second, a 2-run third, a 3-run fourth, and 1 tally thus far in the bottom of the fifth. One-oh pitch, bouncer up the middle, past a diving Nick Allen, and the Mets have been relentless with 2 down. Coming in to score now, Alvarez. 10-5 Metropolitans here in the fifth.
10 out of 11 hits with 2 outs. I just can't recall seeing that happen.
It'll leave you speechless, won't it?
It's going to be a wild one tonight. I don't feel like this game is over. I think this Braves lineup's been scoring runs in bunches here lately. Could be in for quite a game here.
Been wild already. 2 down for Lindor, and he'll take a called strike. You and I have seen some wild ones this season, that's for sure. Think about that game in Arizona where the Braves won, and then whatever you want to call that in Cincinnati on our last road trip when both teams scored 8 runs in the 8th and the Braves won in extra innings. So hopefully they've got a comeback left in them tonight, but currently trailing 10-5. Lindor is 1 for 3, bunted for a base hit in the 4th inning. He'll swing and send one foul into the upper deck along the first baseline. Oh, 2. This time outside with a slider. Oh, here in the 5th inning, the Braves bullpen, in this case Austin Cox, has given up as many runs tonight as the Braves relievers gave up collectively the entire Marlins series. That was a 5-game series. That'll be fouled back. Braves bullpen covered 17 2/3 innings in that Marlins series and allowed just 2 runs. They had allowed primarily singles. There have not been many extra base hits allowed by Braves relievers at all, but a couple of doubles here in the 5th inning for the Mets. Runner goes 1-2, struck in the air to deep right field. Brujan going to square up to it about 3 feet shy of the warning track, and he'll put it away for the out. But 2 more runs for the Mets. Braves just can't quiet them. We go to the top of the 6th inning, 10-5 New York.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, it makes sense to choose an insurance agent that's a part of your community. Your local Allstate agent knows the ins and outs of both owning and protecting a home in your neighborhood. By choosing a local Allstate agent, you get an expert who knows the community and is committed to getting to know you. Which means George Gray can help you get the protection you want that fits you and your life. Are you in good hands? Contact George Gray, Allstate Insurance today for a free quote.
Bradley Concrete and Lamcon Ready Mix is a family-owned business and has been serving Cleveland for 40 years. They work with customers large and small. Call Bradley Concrete at 423-479-4541 or visit lamcon.us to find out more.
Watch over your money so you've got more to share. Use the Your Money app from TVFCU.
TVFCU, a place for all of us.
The dog days of summer are unleashed at Cleveland Ford. Upgrade to a new 2025 Ford F-150 and get 0% APR with 0 down payment and no monthly payments for 90 days. Or save on a new 2025 Ford Escape, Explorer, or Bronco Sport. Visit clevelandford.com and ask for Crazy Craig. Honest people, honest deals, and home of the $39 oil change. 0% APR for 48 months is $20.83 per 1,000 finance for well-qualified buyers. 0 down payment plus tax, tag title, and $7.99 closing fee on select models. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/2/2025.
On to the top of the 6th here at Citi Field. Braves trailing the Mets by a score of 10-5. Gregory Soto's work is over for the day. He went 1 in the 3rd innings, giving up 2 hits, restoring a little order for the Mets. On to relieve him, 28-year-old right-hander Justin Hagenman. Hagenman made his Major League debut on April 16th, tossing 3 1/3 innings in relief. He's worked 4 games since then and sporting a 2.45 ERA.
Right-hander Hagenman brings his first pitch to Allen. And Nick Allen takes the ball outside. 6th inning means it's the Georgia Lottery home run jackpot inning. And if the Braves hit a homer here in the 6th inning, our contestant Adisha Walker from Noonan will win $1,450. Cutter makes it 1-1. And if you'd like to enter your chance to win at least $1,000 from the Georgia Lottery, visit 680thefan.com/GA Lottery. Allen takes the ball low. Georgia Lottery today could be the day. So we're pulling for Adisha Walker in Noonan. We'll win $1,450. Allen swings and misses. Cutter makes it 2-2. Mets have used Holmes, Soto, and now Hagenman on the mound. Hagenman out of the windup and the 2-2 pitch. Allen takes a call at 3rd strike. Sinker shocked him. 1 away here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, Hagenman pitched in 6 games. This is his 6th game of the season. He's thrown 15 innings, so likely going to try to give the Mets a few innings here, save some of their high-octane arms. Maybe an opportunity for the Braves to climb back into this game and get those horses some work here tonight.
Huge swing and a miss by Profar. That slider was a good one. He went right over the top of it. That time a changeup misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Justin Hagenman deals, and there's a fly ball to right field. Hit pretty well. Soto to the edge of the warning track. Under it for the out. 2 away here in the 6th inning. Hagenman was originally drafted by the Dodgers, and then the Dodgers traded Nick Robertson and Hagenman to the Red Sox in the Kike Hernandez deal. And then the Mets signed Hagenman to a 1-year deal, despite never having previously pitched to the majors. Now the majors now pitch on the way to Olsen in for a called strike. Olsen ripped an RBI double back in the 4th inning. And at the time tied up the game, but since then the Mets have pulled back ahead by 5 runs. 0-1 to Olsen. Ball outside. 1-1 on Matt. That RBI back in the 4th inning for Olsen was his 71st of the year. No foul off the inside of his foot. Looking at a 1-2 count now versus Hagenman. Wind up in the 1-2. Olsen takes a ball low. Hagenman, 28 years old, made his debut this year. I don't see too many 28-year-old rookies making their debut, but finally made it to the show here in 2025. There's a ball low and outside, 3-2.
Yeah, it's not a real sexy pitch repertoire. Doesn't throw all that hard. Fastball at 93, but he does have a lot of movement. We've already seen that here this inning.
3-2 to Olsen, and he swings and misses over the top of a cutter. Hagenman cuts down the Braves 1-2-3 in the top of the 6th inning. We advance to the bottom of the inning. Mets 10, Braves 5.
Good calls. They're great in baseball games, and they're even better when you need a law firm. If you've been in an auto accident and need legal representation, do yourself a favor and get the best call there is. One call, that's all. With Ken Nugent and his team. Ken's team fights for you and sticks with you from start to finish, working hard to get you your money quick. Give Ken and his team a call. 404-CALL-KEN. One call, that's all. Ken F.S. Nugent, P.C., Attorneys at Law. 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. You know, because
Be fine in the spacious 3rd row seat.
But the twins...
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the...
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX, because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
In baseball, there are plenty of things you can count on. A sea of foam fingers, kids lining up for autographs, catching the wave as it makes its way around the stands. In healthcare, there are things you can rely on just the same, like counting on United Healthcare for reliable Medicare coverage with low out-of-pocket costs. With United Healthcare, you'll find a wide range of Medicare plans to choose from to fit your budget, your needs, and your life. Learn more at uhc.com.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. It's the perfect balance of peppers, vinegar, and the salty tears of Mets fans. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. Wish we had better news from New York. It's 10-5 Mets into the bottom of the 6th inning. And the Mets sending up the meat of the order with Soto, Nemo, and Alonso. Still Austin Cox on the mound for the Braves. Left-hander came along last inning. Went 2 up, 2 down, but then same old song and dance. Double, single, and then a fly out for the out. That's been the issue tonight. Slider over for a strike, 0-1. The Mets with 11 hits in the game, and 10 of them have come with 2 down in the inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. There's a ball low. Just looking for a scoreless inning for once. Mets were scoreless in the first inning, but they've scored multiple runs in every inning since. And the 1-1. Soto with a big bouncer that kangaroos out to Ozzie. He scoops and throws over for the out, 1 down. Napa is a proud partner of your Atlanta Braves with America's largest network of parts and care. Napa has all the bases covered when it comes to your ride.
Yeah, Austin Cox's best pitch so far this season has been that 4-seam fastball at the top of the strike zone. But tonight, the slider. A nice slider there to Soto to get that out. 2 strikeouts first inning were on that slider as well.
Goes to work versus Nemo. Takes a ball outside. Nemo with a 3-run homer in the 4th inning. That was off Strider. Spencer went 4 innings. Gave up 8 runs on 8 hits. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, 3 homers allowed. 1-0 to Nimmo, and a ground ball out to second. No problem for Ozzie Albies. Gathers and throws, 2 down. Here we go again. 2 up, 2 down. Isn't that wild?
Yeah. Now the real test begins. Sometimes that third out can be the hardest one to get.
Two down for Pete Alonso. 3 very hard hit balls in this game for Alonso, including a homer to double, and he swings and drills one way back to center field. A majestic shot out of the ballpark, his second home run of the game, and it's 11-5 Mets on another homer with 2 down in an inning. Alonso with homers 27 and 28 on the season tonight. He was all over that first pitch. Hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark, and no doubter out there. Two down for McNeil. And he swings and misses at a first pitch slider. Alonso with a curtain call down there in the first base dugout. 0-1 pitch. McNeil takes a ball low. That homer traveled 405 feet. One from Cox. Just missed away with a curveball. 11-5 Mets in the bottom of the 6th inning. They have belted 4 homers tonight. Cox is 2-1. Just a little bit high. Seven of the 12 Mets hits have gone for extra bases. And the 3-1. There's a strike. According to Vic Carapaz, anyway.
Oh, Jeff McNeil's losing his mind. I got to see it twice tonight. I love it.
He can lose his mind with the best of them, can he?
Yeah.
Left on left matchup, and the 3-2 pitch from Cox. Line shot out to second. Nice pick by Ozzie. And he'll make the play and throw it over to first base for the out. But another home run for the Mets, this time off the bat of Pete Alonso, his second of the night. And as we head to the top of the 7th, it's the Mets 11 and the Braves 5.
Do you and your spouse always agree when it comes to financial decisions? If you're like me and my husband, or most couples, you might have a difference of opinion quite often.
And that's why we offer financial counseling for couples. You can reach out to us 423-315-1441 or at allonplanning.com, ALLON planning.com, and claim your consultation with us today.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Cleveland Tire Center, locally owned and operated for over 45 years. Cleveland Tire, your one-stop auto care shop in Cleveland. North Lee Highway, where the name says it all.
You've been hurt. Maybe in a car wreck, a truck accident, or a motorcycle crash. Maybe you were in a job-related accident, the victim of nursing home neglect, or injured by a defective product. It doesn't matter how it happened. What matters is that you were hurt, and somebody needs to pay. When it matters, call the personal injury team at Logan Thompson and get the money you deserve. 423-476-2251. LoganThompsonLaw.com.
Will line up of Braves giveaways this season, including bobbleheads, collectibles, and a replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all. Back to the diamond for more Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network. Lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce.
The Atlanta Braves.
Well, it has been a night dominated by the Mets bats. They have an 11-5 lead into the top of the 7th inning. Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you. First game of this series. Braves had a 1-0 lead. Then they were down 5-1, came back and tied the game 5 apiece. Drake Baldwin takes the ball outside. Since then, it's been a Mets avalanche. 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th. They have scored in every inning since the first. Baldwin swings and misses. Mets had a 1-2-3 bottom of the first inning, and since then, they have plated runs in 5 consecutive innings. Still Hagenman on the mound for the Mets. He's their third pitcher to be used this evening. 1-1 to Baldwin as a strike on the inside corner. Pitch to Baldwin. Popped up. First base side, foul ground. Alonso drifting to his left. And in between the bag and the Mets dugout, he's got it for the out.
Just looking at the game chart here, Ben, tonight we've already had 15 balls hit at over 100 miles an hour. So there's been some loud noises here tonight at Citi Field.
Boy, 15.
15.
I wouldn't want to be pitching in the midst of all that. Here's Marcell Ozuna. He'll take a ball outside, 1-0. Well, neither starter made it into the 5th inning. 1-0 pitch. Ozuna swings and misses. Mets starter Clay Holmes went 3 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 5 runs, 6 hits, 5 walks. Second most he's had in the game this year, and he struck out 4. Ozuna takes the ball low and inside. And then, as we mentioned, for Strider, 4 innings, 8 runs, 8 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 3 homers allowed. Mets have hit 4 home runs in the game. 2 balls and a strike. Pitch from Hagenman. Inside. And a 3-1 count on Ozuna. Ozuna is 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a flyout. Every other Brave has reached base at least once. He's the only Brave who has failed to do so. Until now. Takes a cutter inside for ball 4. Typically on a night where everybody in the lineup has reached base, you're not trailing by 6 runs. That has been the case tonight. And the Braves had a 4-run 4th. And if they could find a way to have another surge here in the final 3 innings of this game, maybe they could get themselves back into it. Michael Harris, a 2-hit night, takes a cutter for a called strike. Coming up in between innings, it'll be the 7th inning stretch brought to you by 13 Heroes, a premium line of spirits founded to honor the lives of the 13 service members killed in Afghanistan in 2021. Help turn tragedy into legacy by visiting 13heroes.com today. Ground ball to second. McNeil to Lindor to Alonso. Not in time at first base. 4-6 on the putout. Holding up his hand in the Mets dugout is Carlos Mendoza. And the Mets checking the replay to see if they want to review this and challenge it. And they do not. So a good call by Mark Ripperger over at first base. 4-6 put out of Ozuna at second, and the fielder's choice by Harris.
Yeah, that looked like a tailor-made double play ball, but credit to Michael Harris for hustling down the line there in a 11-5 ball game.
Two down for Ozzie Albies. Ozzie takes the ball low and outside. Alonso is reaching down to glove that. There was no real extension by Alonso off the bag. If he had been reaching out at all, he could have met that ball sooner, and that would have been the difference in turning 2 versus not turning 2. 1-0 pitch in for a strike, 1-1. Albies strikes one high in the air towards deep left center. Mullins ranging that way. Shy of the warning track, makes an over-the-shoulder catch. And there's the third out here in the top of the 7th inning. No runs ahead, no errors, and a man left for the Braves. We enter the bottom of the 7th inning, 11-5 New York.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the national sales event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus lease cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus lease cash on the lease of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
Hey Braves fans, sometimes life throws you a knee-buckling curveball. That's when Truist One Checking steps up to the plate. If you're behind in the count, you won't have to worry about overdraft fees. Plus, eligible clients enjoy a balance buffer for some extra cushion. You'll get a convenient mobile app to keep an eye on things and access to thousands of Truist ATMs. Be ready every inning with Truist One Checking. It's life-ready checking that grows with you. Get Truist One Checking today. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Engineers and planners, do you have a project that needs a cultural resource assessment? This is Howard Sears, Senior Archaeologist with Wiregrass Archaeology. We're based in Mobile, Alabama, with an office here in Atlanta. Since 2007, our professional team has handled all types of cultural resource projects across the Southeast. We also offer ground-penetrating radar services and high-quality aerial imagery. Learn more by visiting diggingintothepast.com. That's diggingintothepast.com.
Hurry up and get your Braves tickets for the 2025 season. With great matchups and multiple seating options and packages available, there's something every fan will love. Visit Braves.com/tickets today.
Austin Cox back out for the action on the mound for the Braves. Braves trailing the Mets 11-5 into the bottom of the seventh as Starling Marte leads off. Marte takes first pitch strike. We've been talking about the Mets' two-out attack tonight. That's been the difference in the game. They have a dozen base hits in the game, 11 of which have come with two down in an inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Marte with a little squibber out to third base. Nacho to his left to glove and fire, and one down. And that's in line with everything we've seen tonight. Leadoff man retired. In fact, they've gone two up and two down multiple times. With two down in tonight's game, the Mets have gone 11 for 17. And with two down in this game, they are batting .647 as a squad. Just can't get that third out. Mullins with a ground ball to second. Here we go again. Ozzy's got it, throws to first, two up, two down. Two very quick outs, but now it's Francisco Alvarez to the plate. Did you know the all-time hot sauce leader in RBIs is the original Louisiana brand hot sauce? It's like a 1-2-3 inning for your mouth. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some. First pitch to Alvarez and a ball low. 1 ball and no strikes. 11 runs, 12 hits for the Mets, 5 runs, 8 hits for the Braves. Austin Cox up to 40 pitches in this relief appearance. High fly ball to deep left. Profar going to go to the wall, and that is gone too. This is just like a bad dream, inning after inning after inning. 2 up and 2 down, and then here comes the damage. And it's now 12-5 Mets, as they are now 12 for 18 in this game with 2 outs. Homer number 5 for Alvarez, his second of the night. And it's a 4 RBI night for Alvarez. And it is now 12-5 New York.
It's just mind-blowing. Just got to get that third out. Step off the mound, deep breath, refocus. We're not out of the woods yet.
It's been absurd with 2 outs. Inning continues for Brett Beatty, and Beatty launches one to deep right center field. Way back, this one flies at the wall, and that is out of here. Back-to-back home runs by Alvarez and Beatty to make it 13-5 Mets. As this has turned into a home run derby where they're just slugging for the fences in this one.
This isn't even a hitter's park. You know, we're not playing in Cincinnati or Colorado. This is a pitcher's park. Just doesn't make any sense.
They've hit 6 home runs tonight. Beatty with 1, Alvarez with 2, Alonso with 2, Nimmo with 1. And every last one of them has come with 2 down in an inning. There's a ball low. Lindor 1 for 4. 1-0 pitch, over for a strike. That homer by Beatty, his 13th of the year. Cox is 1-1. He missed inside with a splitter. And given the score of the game, the Braves hoping to get as much as they can out of Cox just to keep from burning anybody else. Trailing 13-5 in the bottom of the 7th. That'll be fouled back our way, right down in front of us. Good catch made by a fan with a glove.
Yeah, Cox's longest outing in the major leagues this year, 2 innings. In Gwinnett, he did go 3 and 3 2/3, so he is somewhat accustomed to the length.
This will be his 47th pitch. Took over in relief of Spencer Strider. 2-2 is low, 3-2. Payoff pitch. Low and outside, ball 4. Juan Soto to the plate. Every Met in the lineup has reached at least once. In fact, they've all scored with the exception of McNeil and Marte. The 13 runs for the Mets tonight ties their second best total for a game this season. They also scored 13 in a game against the Rockies in Colorado, to back the point you're making a moment ago. Not here.
Yeah, that really makes sense. This tonight, not so much. Now we got Snick coming out, and I didn't see anybody warming up in the bullpen.
Yeah, I haven't noticed anyone tossing either.
There we go, Luke Williams.
So Luke Williams will trot out, and he'll at least finish the 7th. You're looking at a situation where they'd like to get 4 outs out of Luke Williams. He comes on with 2 down. He's looking to add another big name to his list. He struck out Rafael Devers, and he struck out Kyle Schwarber this year. It'd be something if he struck out Soto. So the Braves will be making the Pennington grass seed call to the bullpen. If you're looking to transform your lawn this year, turn to Pennington grass seed, the official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. Pennington grass seed, rooted in Braves country. 13-5 Mets in the 7th.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month, or get 2.99% APR or $1,750 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end September 2nd. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
Great teams win with smart plays. Just like great businesses win with Saia LTL Freight. As the exclusive freight and logistics company of the Atlanta Braves, Saia brings nationwide customer-first service that delivers every time. Need to move shipments across the country? Saia covers all the bases, coast to coast, to keep your business running smoothly. Make Saia part of your starting lineup. Visit Saia.com. That's SAIA.com.
I'm Cortland spokespug Cordy. This broadcast of the Atlanta Braves is brought to you by Cortland. Visit Cortland.com to find your new apartment or one of our next level communities. Go Braves!
13-5 Mets here in the bottom of the 7th. Luke Williams misses outside with his second pitch. Same fate as the first. And it's a 2-0 count on Juan Soto. Braves hoping to use this position player, Luke Williams, to get him through the 7th and the 8th as well, I'm sure. Soto bangs one through the right side. Base it into right field. Around second base, digging for third, Lindor. Single by Soto is his first hit of the game. Inning will continue. Another 2-out hit for the Mets, and here comes Brandon Nimmo. Well, Luke has made a handful of appearances this season already. It's not like it's happened just once or twice either.
Yeah, this is his fifth appearance of the season, sporting a 4.5 ERA.
Ball outside of Brandon Nimmo.
Now, he does have the very best walk rate in the league. Has yet to walk anybody in his 4 innings of work.
1-0 to Nimmo. Nimmo takes ball outside. Well, this inning went 2 up, 2 down. A couple of ground outs. Then a homer by Alvarez, a homer by Beatty, a walk to Lindor, and a single by Soto. 2-0 pitch over for a strike. That missed the zone by about 5 inches. And Vic Carapazza said strike 1. Luke just lobbing it in there. Here it comes. Into the air to deep left center field. Michael Harris sprinting to his right, runs it down, makes the catch. And there is out number 3. We go to the top of the 8th inning. All Mets 13-5.
When it comes to your vascular health, you have a choice. Don't wait weeks for an appointment or settle for less than the best. At the Vascular Institute of Chattanooga, we make it easy. Timely appointments where you're seen in days, not weeks. No referral needed. We're the only vascular practice in the region to accept self-referrals. And we have 6 convenient locations. Expert care, always close to home. Choosing VIC means choosing the regional leaders in vascular care, where experience, convenience, and advanced treatment come together for you. Your health, your choice. Choose VIC. Call today or visit vascularinstituteofchattanooga.com.
This is John Davis, the trading man at Kia Cleveland, and that's the sound of progress. We're under construction, and we're hammering out the best deals in the car business. Your price, your trade, and your credit will not be a problem. Bring us any trade in any condition, and we'll give you $7,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair market value toward the purchase of any new Kia in our giant inventory. Yes, $7,000 more than your trade is worth. Is your credit less than perfect? That's okay. At Kia Cleveland, our lenders will say yes to you and yes to your situation. Remember, we'll be any deal from anywhere in Georgia, Tennessee, or Alabama. So, if you want $7,000 over Kelly Blue Book Fair market value for your trade, come see me, John Davis, at Kia Cleveland on South Lee Highway in beautiful Cleveland, Tennessee, where trading your car is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Looking for the dealer who's gonna give you more. Kia of Cleveland Superstore.
Offer subject to lender approval. Expires month end.
KiaofCleveland.com.
Into the top of the 8th inning. If you're just now tuning in, I'll give you a second to try to brace yourself before I give you the score. It's 13-5 Mets into the top of the 8th. This is a game that was tied 5 apiece at one point. And the Mets have been a runaway train at the plate, especially with 2 down. Vidal Brujan sends one foul. This is still Hagenman on the mound for the Mets. Braves had a 1-0 lead at the end of 1. Mets scored 3 in the 2nd, 2 in the 5th. They took a 5-1 lead to the 4th, and the Braves stormed back with a 4-run 4th inning. Lots of hope at that point. Well, one misses outside. Braves tied it at 5, but then the Mets scored 3 times in the 4th, twice in the 5th, once in the 6th, and twice in the 7th. 1-1, Brujan rips one foul into the second deck along the right field line. Meanwhile, the Braves haven't scored since the 4th inning. So the Braves have been out hit 15-8, and they are trailing 13-5 on a night where the Mets have hit 6 home runs. 1-2 to Brujan. He swings and misses. That pitch was in the mitt by the time he got around on it. And one down here in the 8th inning. Needless to say, I don't think we like the chances of our contestant in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning tonight. That'll be coming up in the bottom of the 8th. Luke Williams took over on the mound in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the Braves position player out there for The 6th time this year, this one plunks Nacho Alvarez. First pitch, and he just drilled the rookie with a 92-mile-an-hour sinker. And the Braves get a one-out base runner here in the 8th inning. That brings Nick Allen up to the plate. However, Kyle Schwarber and Rafael Devers might say, hey, watch out for that Luke Williams.
Yeah, he's got nasty stuff.
He struck them out each once this year.
I didn't give you the scatter report. Last inning, Luke Williams was sitting 62 to 64 with his fastball. I don't know if he has an off-speed pitch.
Nick Allen pops one up and sent foul. So not a lot of four-seam ride at the top of the zone, huh?
That's the gravity ball, buddy. The ephus.
0-1 on Nick Allen. Right-hander Hagenman deals to Allen. And Nick sends one foul on the third baseline.
Yeah, I know Brian Snitker hates having position players pitch. But nights like tonight, it's kind of a necessity and a luxury to have a position player like Luke that you know can go out there and throw strikes and cover a couple innings to save your arms for the rest of the series.
0-2, and Allen lines one to second. Caught there. They throw back to first, and they cannot double up Nacho Alvarez. 2 away here in the 8th inning.
And I don't know if, Luke's been pitching quite a bit this year. His 5th time. Snit used to buy, if you were a position player, you went out there and pitched. Next day there'd be a bottle of your favorite drink in your locker. It just has a thank you for going out there and taking one for the team. And it's going to get kind of expensive for Luke Williams this season.
He's going to owe Luke an entire bar. That'll be fouled back by Profar, 0-1. He might get stock in some distillery at that point. 13 runs, 15 hits for the Mets, no errors. For the Braves, 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors. One to Profar. And he'll pop one up. Jeff McNeil, the second baseman, looking skyward, walking in, makes a one-handed catch, and that ends the top of the 8th inning. That was wishful thinking. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 13-5 Mets.
What's your idea of a good time? Maybe it's adrenaline, like the rush of watching the home team hit homers at Truist Park. Maybe it's a little more chill, communing with nature among the thousands of plants at Smith Gilbert Gardens. Perhaps it's art and culture, soaking up the charm and history at Marietta Square, or taking a performance at the Cobb Energy Performing Arts Center. Let the good times roll in Cobb, where you can get your fill of chill, thrill, and culture. Cobb Travel and Tourism is your insider's guide to all there is to see and do in the area. Visit travelcobb.org.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the national sales event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus APR cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
The Atlanta Braves Kids Club is a free program for Braves fans 14 and under. Visit Braves.com/kids to learn more.
We've made it to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's a 13-5 lead for the Mets. Pete Alonso leads off versus Luke Williams in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. Alonso's hit 2 homers tonight, takes a ball outside. This is the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. And if by some miracle Luke Williams strikes out the side, our winner will be David Miller. That is crushed up into the 4th deck, but fouled on the left field line by Alonso. That's about as high as I've ever seen a ball land here.
Just a touch early on that one.
That was right under David Wright's recently retired number 5 up there. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And Alonso with a fly ball towards left field. Coming along now, Jerkson Profar. He's under it. Makes the catch at 1 down. So no winner in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. But if Luke Williams had struck out the side, our contestant David Miller would have been the lucky winner of a brand new Yanmar utility terrain vehicle. Enter all season long at Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win a Yanmar UTV and to be entered for a grand prize drawing at the end of the season. Yanmar, built together, back longer. One out for Jeff McNeil. Now McNeil swings and pops one up. Foul ground. Luke Williams calling everybody off. Luke's got it.
Yes.
Luke Williams springing off the mound across the third base line into foul territory for the old P1.
That's great. In between innings, I saw Luke actually grab Nacho Alvarez's glove off the bench. So normally that's a position player thing. First time I've ever seen a pitcher bring a glove out for one of his teammates that was ended the inning on base. So, and then a little pitcher pop up there. Luke is breaking barriers as a pitcher.
See if he can break the barrier of the 2-out jinx. Here's a called strike. We're giving you the number all night. Mets have 15 hits, 14 of which have come with 2 down in an inning. 0-1. There's another one. Line into right field for a base hit. 2-out single by Marte. So that's now 15 2-out base hits. So this is tied for the most 2-out base hits ever allowed by an Atlanta team. It also happened in June of 1987 when they allowed 15 to the Padres. Cedric Mullins takes a ball outside. So if Mullins gets a base hit here, it'd be the most 2-out hits allowed in the Atlanta era of the Braves franchise. There's the 1-0 pitch. And Mullins takes a strike. Also, the 6 homers, all with 2 down tonight, allowed by the Braves. The most 2-out homers the Braves have ever allowed in a single game.
Wow.
2-0 pitch. And Mullins with a fly ball down the right field line towards foul territory. Brujan that way makes the catch right up against the line, and that ends the bottom of the 8th inning. So the Mets will finish their evening 15 for 23 with 2 down in this game. That is silly. We go to the top of the 9th inning, 13-5 New York.
Need cash? Check. Behind on bills? Check. Unexpected car repair, broken appliance, surprise vet bill? Check, check, and check. Time to check into Cash, your one-stop money shop. Check all the boxes all in one place. From payday loans to flex lines of credit, we've got solutions that move with you. The process is simple, quick, and designed to get you the help you need fast. If you've been approved, you can leave with cash in hand. Check Into Cash also offers check cashing, money orders, wire transfers, and even gift card buyback. Check your worries at the door and check into a store to apply. We have stores in the Chattanooga area, including Cleveland and Athens. Or visit checkintocash.com to get started today. Check Into Cash. We fund today to make a better tomorrow. Subject to state regulations, eligibility, credit check, underwriting, and approval. Rates, restrictions, and fees apply. Visit a store for details.
Crawford's Pharmacy takes the best of a local pharmacy with people that know you and care about your situation and combines that with the latest in medical testing as well as consultation. Crawford's Pharmacy is proud to be your local pharmacy that meets the needs of its customers and deepens our commitment to Cleveland every day.
At First Horizon, we know if there's a win, there's a way. Our team is here to help every step of the way with personal, business, or private banking. Stop by and visit us at one of our locations in Cleveland or give us a call at 423-559-7660. At First Horizon, we look forward to finding a way.
Into the top of the 9th inning. It's a 13-5 lead for the Mets. Still Hagenman on the mound. They do make one defensive change as Tyrone Taylor will take over in right field for the Mets. By the way, Sandy Leon took over behind the plate for the Braves last inning. Here's Matt Olson. He swings and misses. And it'll be Olson, Leon, and Ozuna for the Braves here in the 9th inning. Pitch from Hagenman. And a ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Olson fouls one back. By the way, this would be Leon's first plate appearance as a Brave. He swings his stick on deck. Right-hander Hagenman. Wind up in the 1-2. And Olson takes the ball outside. Well, game 2 of this series tomorrow night, 7:10 Eastern, 6:10 Central. Braves and Mets under the lights with Carlos Carrasco facing David Peterson. 2-2. Olson sends one foul up into the third deck along the third baseline. And we'll be with you tomorrow night, again 7:10 Eastern, first pitch. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Hageman spins it up there. There's a ball high. Check swing, didn't go.
In between innings, Ben, we saw another first tonight. The Mets have hit 6 home runs tonight, and I guess the pyrotechnics department didn't budget for that.
3-2, and Olson hits one a mile high to center field. Eventually that'll come down and into the glove now of Cedric Mullins. One away.
To finish that, there's an announcement on the Jumbotron here at Citi Field that apologies, the Mets have hit so many home runs, we've run out of fireworks.
They got jokes.
They do.
Yeah, it's been a fireworks show with all the homers. One out for Sandy Leon. Leon, 13 seasons in the big leagues. And he'll take a ball there. This is actually Sandy Leon's first major league plate appearance since 2023. Did not have one in the big leagues last year. Leon swings and misses 1-1.
That's cool for him. Nice little reward.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Braves guys talk about all the time the great work he's done at AAA Gwinnett.
1-1, fouled off, 1-2.
You know, talking to Drake Baldwin, he gives Sandy Leon a lot of credit for his maturation as a catcher. They played together last year in Gwinnett, and you know, a veteran catcher like that that's willing to teach younger guys that they're worth their weight in gold.
1-2, and Leon takes a called third strike. Sinker on the inside corner, and the Braves down to their final out. Two outs for Marcell Ozuna. Tonight's attendance, 39,748. A big crowd here at Citi Field tonight. They've had a lot to cheer for. Ozuna takes ball in the dirt that bounces to the backstop. Most notably for the Mets this evening, the historical element of Pete Alonso's night. As Alonso hit 2 homers, he came to the game tied with Darryl Strawberry for the most homers in Mets franchise history. So he broke that record with not 1 but 2 home runs tonight. Ozuna comes unwound, swings and misses at a slider. And for Alonso, career homers 253 and 254. Ozuna takes a ball low. That record by Darryl Strawberry had stood since 1990. They actually retired Darryl Strawberry's number last year. It's number 18 hanging on the facade of the rooftop down the left field line. 2-1. Ozuna takes the ball outside. They've added a few numbers up there over the last few seasons. Doc Gooden's number 16, Darryl Strawberry's 18, and this year David Wright's number 5. 3-1, a called strike, 3-2.
Boy, Darryl Strawberry, probably one of the prettiest baseball swings in the history of the game, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Loved watching him hit.
3-2 to Ozuna. He swings and misses at strike 3, and the Mets take game 1, 13-5 over the Braves. It was a night where the Mets were absolutely relentless at the plate, especially with 2 outs. Again, as a team, they went 15 for 23 with 2 outs tonight. And they win it 13-5 over the Braves. Back with the totals after this.
Go ahead, caller. Got a question for Michael Harris II?
Michael, seriously, is that your Ford Bronco?
Yeah, a customized Bronco Raptor.
What do you like about it?
It's a great drive, comfortable, lots of smart tech, and it's ready for just about any adventure. And I look good in it.
No matter where you go to find your next adventure, find it in a smart and rugged Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport SUV. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer. proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Hey Braves fans, summer is officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Aero Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Aero protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Braves, so you know you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-AERO or visit aeroexterminators.com.
Great teams win with smart plays. Just like great businesses win with Saia LTL Freight. As the exclusive freight and logistics company of the Atlanta Braves, Saia brings nationwide customer-first service that delivers every time. Need to move shipments across the country? Saia covers all the bases, coast to coast, to keep your business running smoothly. Make Saia part of your starting lineup. Visit Saia.com. That's SAIA.com.
The Atlanta Braves Kids Club is a free program for Braves fans 14 and under. Visit Braves.com/kids to learn more.
Hey Braves fans, Onward Reserve is your hometown team for top-line casual sportswear. Whether you're out on the golf course, going to dinner, or enjoying some baseball at Truist Park, Onward Reserve's clothes are the perfect fit. With 12 retail locations throughout Braves country, Onward Reserve is proud to help you get to the game in style. Swing by the Braves Clubhouse store for exclusive designs made just for the A. Visit us online at onwardreserve.com. Proud partner of your Atlanta Braves.
When you need a lawyer after an auto accident, don't just choose any legal team. Make the right call with Ken Nugent. Ken is based in Georgia. Other big-name legal teams aren't even from this area. Strike one. Ken gets you your money quick, while other legal teams waste your time. Strike two. Ken and his team are with you from start to finish. Other legal teams pass you off to a secondary team. Strike three. 3 strikes. Those other legal teams are out. One call to Ken. That's all you need. 404-CALL-KEN.
One call, that's all.
When you're looking for leading cardiac treatment, look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with 5 emergency cardiac care centers, so we're here when you need us most. We lead with more than 55 locations in Georgia. That means we're always in the heart of your neighborhood. We lead with clarity, because clear direction is better when it comes to understanding every step of your treatment. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Well, the Mets win this one 13-5 over the Braves. The Home Depot is proud to present today's player of the game. Darren, who is that going to be tonight?
That's a pretty obvious one tonight, Ben. Pete Alonso extending his, breaking and extending the franchise record for home runs for the Mets. 3 for 5 with 2 home runs and a double. If I have to give it to it, Met, at least he's a Gator.
Well, he had a big night tonight, that's for sure. And he was the one that was the driving force behind what they did this evening with 13 runs on 16 hits. Pete Alonso, your player of the game, built by the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Here are the totals. For the Mets, 13 runs, 16 hits, no errors, 6 men left on base. They belted 6 home runs tonight as Nemo hit 1, Alonso hit 2, Alvarez hit 2, Beatty hit 1. For the Braves, 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 8 men left on base, no home runs for the Braves. Mets improved to 64-55, and they end their 7-game losing streak. Meanwhile, the Braves fall to 51-68, and that snaps the Braves' 3-game winning streak. Gregory Soto, the winning pitcher, he's now 1-3 with a 3.35 ERA. Spencer Strider takes the loss. He's 5-10 with a 4.69 ERA. And the save goes to Hagenman, his first, and a 3.26 ERA for him. Time of the game, 2 hours, 40 minutes in front of 39,748. Tell you about Game 2 tomorrow, but tell you what, right now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Braves Radio Network.
This is Atlanta Braves Baseball on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, WCLE HD2 and W267BI Cleveland. Driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, cleveland-nissan.com.
Well, thank goodness tomorrow's a new day. Tell you about Game 2 starters when we come back and close on the Braves Radio Network.
Swing into action this baseball season with Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. The app is simple. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code BRAVES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code BRAVES on PrizePicks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. PrizePicks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
The Atlanta Braves Kids Club program is back for the 2025 season with new and improved benefits, including 2 new membership options. Kids Club members enjoy all the perks of monthly Kids Club days at Truist Park and receive ticket discounts and invites to special events. Plus, your kids will love the new Kids Club kit featuring an exclusive t-shirt, hat, and beaded necklace. The best way to rep your Braves in your hometown. Visit Braves.com/kids to sign up for the Kids Club and see all the details.
Have you ever wondered if there was something special you could put on your food to make it even better? There is, and it's called the Original Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce. Perfectly blending zesty peppers, tangy vinegar, and salty salt. The Original Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce makes curly fries into curl your toes fries, and every plate of nachos into nacho heck yeah. Only the Original Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce is bold enough to be the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
I'm Cortland spokespug Cordy. This broadcast of the Atlanta Braves is brought to you by Cortland. Visit Cortland.com to find your new apartment or one of our next level communities. Go Braves!
Wrapping this one up from New York, Mets over the Braves 13-5. And our next broadcast will be tomorrow night. Braves and Mets right here at Citi Field in New York. Braves Radio Network coverage will begin at 5:55 Eastern with the Ford leadoff show. And then the first pitch, Darren and I will have at 7:10 Eastern, 6:10 Central. Right-hander Carlos Carrasco gets the ball for the Braves. The former Met is 2-2 with a 6.18 ERA. David Peterson, left-hander, will get the ball for the Mets. He is 7-5 with a 2.98 ERA. So for the guys back in studio in Atlanta, that's Joe Virgin and Bryce Gobert. Also for Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, I'm Ben Ingram saying so long and good evening from Citi Field in New York. Final score, Mets 13, Braves 5. Stay tuned for the Hyundai postgame show starting right now with Baird Salee.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's get to our Comcast Xfinity play of the game, and it came courtesy of Nacho Alvarez Jr., his 2-run double to left field in the top of the 4th were his first 2 career RBIs. Introducing the 5-year guarantee from Xfinity. Get one consistent internet price for the next 5 years. No contracts, no curveballs. Totals, highlights, and sound from the clubhouse coming up after the break. You're listening to the Hyundai postgame show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to Atlanta Braves Baseball on the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce. This broadcast of Atlanta Braves Baseball is a presentation of the Atlanta Braves and Dickey Broadcasting Company, Atlanta. Any use of the accounts, descriptions, and audio of today's game without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves Major League Baseball Club and Dickey Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. Don't move, because the Hyundai postgame show is up next on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network. Lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce.
When you open a Corona, you hear the sounds of wherever you are a little differently. A little more Corona. And you think to yourself, why am I just listening? Corona. La Playa awaits. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hi. Sorry. Did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
There's a tidal wave of clean car happiness sweeping across Braves country. Tidal Wave Auto Spa is your go-to car wash destination for a game day ready ride. Experience Major League Clean at Tidal Wave, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves. Stay clean car happy all season long with membership discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves for details.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Atlanta Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
Make this the summer event going on now at Crown CDJR Cleveland.
Shop over 200 new Chryslers, Dodges, Jeeps, and Rams. Up to $20,000 off MSRP. Gladiators, 2,500 pickups, Wagoneers, even Wranglers with huge discounts. Take advantage of model year closeout savings on a new 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona Scat Pack. Up to $20,000 off MSRP. Crown CDJR, the better way to buy and service.
Visit CrownChryslerDodgeJeep.com.
On select models, stock 412318.
Hometown pharmacist Gina Mosier-Patterson invites you into PhD Pharmacy in Cleveland. If your pharmacy has recently closed or moved, PhD would love to serve you. You don't have to use your insurance. Your price may be better without it. Always check with your local hometown pharmacist before you pay those chain drugstore prices. PhD Pharmacy has just received a fresh shipment of Dippin' Dots. Located on Keith Street near Harrison Pike. Free delivery. Call Gina today at 423-614-6650.
Check out the great savings this August at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Nissan needs to make room for the new 2026 models, so they have 0% APR on 2525 Murano, Rogue, or Pathfinder, or just 1.9% APR on Frontier, and thousands off brand new 2026 Nissan Rogues. Want to trade in your old car? Nissan is giving up to $7,000 over book value when you trade, and they will buy your car even if you don't buy theirs. Shop in person on exit 20 off I-75 or visit cleveland-nissan.com. Payments are per month for 75 months. Does not include tax, tag, title, or dealer doc fee. Must finance through the dealer. Subject to credit approval and pick from new dealer stock.
Another ball game is in the books, and we've got it all covered. This is the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Braves Radio Network. All the highlights, news, and audio from today's game is on the way. All driven by your local Hyundai dealer. Proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Visit buyhyundai.com.
1-2 to fly ball deep right field. Hanging high, carrying back to the chalk house. Look out! It's a 3-run home run.
Now live from the Battery Atlanta at Truist Park. It's time for the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Welcome into the Braves Radio Network studios here in the Battery Atlanta. Barrett Sallee recapping the Mets' 13-5 win over our Braves in Game 1 of the 3-game set from Citi Field. It was a night to forget. Spencer Strider gives up 8 earned runs. That ties his career high. The Mets go 15 for 23 with 2 outs. Pete Alonso hits home runs number 253 and 254. He is now the Mets' all-time leader, and the Mets grab 6 home runs from the Braves on Tuesday. Let's get to the highlights and buckle up. The Braves looking to get off to a hot start after a Jurickson Profar leadoff walk and a Matt Olson double. Drake Baldwin steps up against Clay Holmes, looking to get the Braves on the board.
1-0, big bouncer out to second. That'll drive in a run. Secured by McNeil. Throws to Alonso. It's a 4-3 put out, but it's an RBI for Drake Baldwin. And it's 1-0 Braves in the top of the first inning.
Bottom of the second, Pete Alonso leads off the inning with the double. Alonso now on third with 2 down, and the newly acquired Cedric Mullins at the plate looking to even things up.
Ready with a 3-2. Here it comes. And a little floater in the center field down for a base hit. Threw him a 97-mile-an-hour fastball and he just looped it softly over the infield to drive it Alonso, and it's a 1-1 game.
Francisco Alvarez next in the box, looking to give the Mets their first lead of the game.
Here's the 1-1, and Alvarez crushes one to deep right center field. Brujan to the wall. That'll give the Mets the lead. It's a home run by Alvarez, and he jubilantly runs around the bases as he has just given the Mets a 3-1 lead here in the second inning.
That was his 5th of the year, 110 miles per hour off the bat for Alvarez. Bottom of the third, runner on first. Pete Alonso at bat, looking to make Mets history.
Strider goes to work, and Alonso clubs one in the air to deep right center field, towards the gap, at the wall, and gone. And that's a record-breaking home run for Pete Alonso as they are standing on their feet and cheering their first baseman loudly as he just broke the franchise record for most home runs by a Met. His 253rd home run as a Met, passing the great Darryl Strawberry, and he makes it 5-1 New York here in the third inning.
Top of the fourth, Braves trying to get right back in it. Bases loaded after Michael Harris II and Ozzie Albies single. Vidal Brujan followed with a walk. That sets up Nacho Alvarez Jr. with one down, facing Clay Holmes.
1-1 to Nacho. And he swings and squares one up towards deep left center field, towards the gap, down for a base hit and all the way to the wall. Jailbreak on the base paths. Harris and Albies both score. 2 RBI double by Nacho Alvarez, the first 2 RBIs of his big league career. And it's a 5-3 game with his booming double to left center field.
After a Nick Allen walk, Jurickson Profar steps in with the bases loaded, one down, and the Braves trailing by 2.
1-2. Profar with a ground ball out to second. That'll be taken by McNeil. They go to second to get one. A run scores. So they cut down Allen at second base on a 4-6 putout, coming across and scoring Brujan. And it's now a 5-4 game.
Matt Olson up next as the Braves look to tie it up against struggling pitcher Clay Holmes.
And the 1-1. He swings and lines one deep down the left field line, slicing towards the corner, and a fair ball off the left field wall. The game is tied. This will be an RBI double by Olson. First to third for Profar, and Olson just did keep it fair and one-hopped it off the wall, and we're back to even, 5 apiece in the fourth.
Holmes was pulled after that, and as you heard, he was booed off the mound by the Citi Field fans. The Mets answer right back, though, after a Francisco Lindor 2-out single and a Juan Soto walk. Brandon Nimmo at the plate facing Spencer Strider.
Strider's 1-2. And a high towering fly ball to right field. Brujan in pursuit to the wall. Goes to the top of the wall, and it's gone. A 3-run home run by Brandon Nimmo. And it's the 3rd homer allowed by Strider tonight. And the Mets fought back in front, 8-5 in the fourth. Getting wild here at Citi Field.
Strider's final line, 4 innings, 8 hits, 8 earned runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. The 8 earned runs are tied for a career high the last time he did it. The only other time he did it was against these very same Mets on June 8, 2023. Top of the 5th, Cedric Mullins gets a 2-out double off of Austin Cox. Francisco Alvarez at the plate looking to extend the Mets lead.
3-0. And he's swinging and belts one towards the gap in right center field to the wall and off the base of the right center field wall. In to score Mullins. It's an RBI double for Francisco Alvarez and more 2-out damage by the Mets. 9-5 New York.
Brett Beatty is next at the plate, and he knocks in another one.
1-0 pitch, bouncer up the middle, past a diving Nick Allen. And the Mets have been relentless with 2 down. Coming in to score now, Alvarez. 10-5 Metropolitans here in the 5th.
Bottom of the 6th, still 10-5 Mets. Austin Cox on the mound facing Pete Alonso, who's looking to do even a little bit more damage.
3 very hard hit balls in this game for Alonso, including a homer to double. And he swings and drills one. Way back to center field. A majestic shot out of the ballpark. His 2nd home run of the game. And it's 11-5 Mets on another homer with 2 down in an inning.
405 feet for Alonso. Austin gets the Mets 2 up, 2 down in the bottom of the 7th. However, Francisco Alvarez steps in, looking to do a little more 2-out damage.
High fly ball to deep left. Profar going to go to the wall, and that is gone too. This is just like a bad dream, inning after inning after inning. 2 up and 2 down, and then here comes the damage. And it's now 12-5 Mets. as they are now 12 for 18 in this game with 2 outs.
Yeah, the 2-out rally isn't over yet. Brett Beatty is next at the dish, and he adds on against Austin Cox.
Inning continues for Brett Beatty, and Beatty launches one to deep right center field. Way back, this one flies at the wall, and that is out of here. Back-to-back home runs by Alvarez and Beatty to make it 13-5 Mets, as this has turned into a home run derby where they're just slugging for the fences in this one.
Top of the ninth, 13-5 Mets. Marcell Ozuna at the plate, representing the Braves' final hope.
3-2 to Ozuna. He swings and misses at strike 3, and the Mets take game 1, 13-5 over the Braves. It was a night where the Mets were absolutely relentless at the plate, especially with 2 outs. Again, as a team, they went 15 for 23 with 2 outs tonight, and they win it 13-5 over the Braves.
Gregory Soto gets the win for the Mets. He's 1-3 on the season. Spencer Strider, the loss, he's 5-10. Justin Hageman actually gets a multi-inning save for the Mets, his first of the season. Hey, fans, there's never been a better time to test drive that Hyundai that you've always wanted. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. We'll take a break. When we come back, you'll hear sound from the clubhouse. This is the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
When you're looking for leading cardiac care, look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with 95% patient recommendations. You could say we're #1 in the heart of Georgia. We lead with 100 dedicated cardiovascular doctors, so you'll know your heart is in the best hands. We lead with compassion, because you are at the heart of our care. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
Right now at the Home Depot, you can stack up on storage solutions that fit your needs, like heavy-duty shelving, strong enough to hold up to 2,500 pounds per shelf, so it can handle all your lawn and garden tools, your power tools, or your weight set, if that's what you're into. Because the right storage should work for whatever your day throws at it. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Military veterans are eager to transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. That is, until they meet the Warrior Alliance. The Warrior Alliance goes the extra mile to reach veterans in their communities so they do not have to take this journey alone. With over 40 partners across 10 service areas, your donation goes a long way toward achieving maximum impact for a veteran and their family. Go to thewarrioralliance.org to donate today and commit to helping the Warrior Alliance change thousands of lives for the better.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network is lit by the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. Bring the heat.
Atlanta Braves postgame, presented locally by Cleveland Plywood Company for over 50 years. 2700 20th Street Northeast in Cleveland. Cleveland Plywood, where they're more than just plywood.
The difference between an average morning and a Hardee's morning is hearty goodness that lasts till lunchtime. Like Hardee's smoked sausage biscuit, split Hillshire Farm smoked sausage on a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. And our Frisco breakfast sandwich with cherrywood smoked bacon or ham on toasted sourdough. Hardee's, goodness in the making. Download the app and join my rewards for special offers. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Hip or knee pain holding you back? There's a new reason to feel hopeful. Dr. Andrew Carlone is now part of the team at Center for Sports Medicine and Orthopedics in Cleveland. He brings advanced training in total hip and knee replacement, including minimally invasive techniques that get you back on your feet faster. Let Cleveland's orthopedic experts help you live your best life. Call 423-624-2696 or go to sportmed.com to book your visit now.
Here's some real magic. Refinance your existing auto loan for a better rate from TVFCU.
TVFCU, the place for all of us.
Call 634-LOAN.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
presented by your local Hyundai dealer, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Visit buyhyundai.com. Now more post-game coverage on the Braves Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Braves Radio Network studios here in the Battery, Atlanta. Barrett Sallee here recapping the Braves' 13-5 loss to the New York Mets up in Flushing, New York. Hey, fans, injury can be devastating in baseball and in life. If you or someone you love are injured in an accident, there's only one call to make. Attorney Ken Nugent and his team. This season, Ken Nugent and Chris Sale have teamed up to remind all of us that our brave first responders also put Georgians first when devastating injuries occur. Each month, one first responder will be recognized for their tremendous service with a $1,500 reward courtesy of attorney Ken Nugent. And that fan will join Ken and Chris Sale on the field before a Braves home game. Monthly recipients are announced during the final Braves Clubhouse Report of the Month, heard on the flagship of the Braves Radio Network, 680 The Fan. Nominate a first responder today at callken.com/firstresponder. That's callken.com/firstresponder. Attorney Ken Nugent, one call, that's all. 13 runs, 16 hits, no errors for the Mets. The Braves 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Here is Braves manager Brian Snitker.
You look at the Mets' 2-out production tonight. I think all 13 of the runs. You make anything?
No, they were. All of them were 2 outs. I don't know. I just thought it would probably be some kind of record, but I guess the Yankees scored 16 10 years ago.
How about for Strider? Do you still have to look at this as a process?
Yes, I think you do. I think you have to look at it. This is a year off of surgery, and you're going to go through the peaks and valleys and rough times in trying to get through a year. You know, I mean, it's I've had these guys before, and this is kind of what they go through. And they just got to keep fighting like they did when they were fighting to get back to this, point. And I think the biggest thing for him is to finish the year and have a normal offseason. I say that, and it's true because I've seen it. And then a normal spring training where you build him up in the spring.
How hard is this for him? He's a guy who obviously has such high expectations.
Yeah. Well, I think he's, he never. I never noticed. I mean, he's a guy that's always going to do the work. He's going to be consistent and everything. And it's tough. It's not fun to go through this, what he went through and what he's going through. It's hell to get there. But you have to. The thing is, you got to handle it and you got to get through it in order to, it's kind of like this is phase 2 of the progression.
Do you feel like just given all the injuries to the rest of the rotation, it kind of puts him under extra scrutiny from himself? Or?
Well, I'm sure he does. He's a competitor and he's a leader and he's wired all the right ways and he cares. And I'm sure it's not easy for him to see, his teammates go down and he wants to pick them up. And it's hard because that's the way he's wired. I mean, he's a champion and he's a he's an elite pitcher. And I'm sure it's tough for him.
Just 2 or 3 starts ago, he was fine. I mean, this might just be a very small
it's
bump.
just, hopefully it's just a little bump in the road. But I just think it's one of those things they're going to go through that as the innings build and the starts build. And, I look at kid in Miami. He's going through the same thing, and he's an elite pitcher, elite pitcher. And it's not easy to do what these guys are trying to do that first year back. It's just not easy in a league, and they come in and, when the league's hitting on all cylinders, and so it's hard, but you got to go through it.
That was Braves manager Brian Snitker. We'll take a break. When we come back, you'll hear from Braves starting pitcher Spencer Strider. This is the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month, or get 2.99% APR, or $1,750 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end September 2nd. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
Attention, Braves fans. Ever wanted to win a Yanmar UTV or a Yanmar SA223 tractor? Well, here's your chance. It's the Yanmar Strike Out the Side Inning. During the 8th inning of every Braves game, one lucky fan will be selected for a chance to win a Yanmar UTV if the Braves pitcher strikes out the side. Plus, at the end of the season, you could win the grand prize, a Yanmar SA223 tractor. Register now at Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win the Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning, where the excitement never stops.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. We believe family makes us stronger. Pruitt Health has served families and communities throughout the Southeast for more than 50 years. If you're looking for skilled nursing, home health, or hospice care, count on our caregivers to provide the personalized plan your loved one needs. Learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Don't miss an incredible lineup of Braves giveaways this season, including bobbleheads, collectibles, and a replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all.
Make this the summer event going on now at Crown CDJR Cleveland.
Shop over 200 new Chryslers, Dodges, Jeeps, and Rams.
Up to $20,000 off MSRP.
Gladiators, 2,500 pickups, Wagoneers, even Wranglers with huge discounts. Take advantage of model year closeout savings on a new 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona Scat Pack.
Up to $20,000 off MSRP.
Crown CDJR, the better way to buy and service.
Visit CrownChryslerDodgeJeep.com.
On select models, stock 412318.
Hometown pharmacist Gina Mosier-Patterson invites you into PhD Pharmacy in Cleveland. If your pharmacy has recently closed or moved, PhD would love to serve you. You don't have to use your insurance. Your price may be better without it. Always check with your local hometown pharmacist before you pay those chain drugstore prices. PhD Pharmacy has just received a fresh shipment of Dippin' Dots. Located on Keith Street near Harrison Pike. Free delivery. Call Gina today at 423-614-6650.
Check out the great savings this August at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Nissan needs to make room for the new 2026 models, so they have 0% APR on 2525 Murano, Rogue, or Pathfinder, or just 1.9% APR on Frontier, and thousands off brand new 2026 Nissan Rogues. Want to trade in your old car? Nissan is giving up to $7,000 over book value when you trade, and they will buy your car even if you don't buy theirs. Shop in person on exit 20 off I-75 or visit cleveland-nissan.com. Payments are per month for 75 months. Does not include tax, tag, title, or dealer doc fee. Must finance through the dealer. Subject to credit approval and pick from new dealer stock.
Now back to the Hyundai postgame show on the Braves Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Braves Radio Network studios here in the Battery, Atlanta. Barrett Sallee recapping the Braves' 13-5 loss to the Mets from Citi Field up in Flushing, New York. Spencer Strider got the loss. He's 5-10 on the season. He went 4 innings, gave up 8 hits, walked 2, struck out 2, gave up 3 home runs, and gave up 8 earned runs. That's tied for the most that he's ever given up in a single game in his career. Here is Spencer Strider.
What would be your first thought about how you make that adjustment? Are they doing something different? Are you doing something different they're picking up on? Or?
Yeah, I mean, they might be picking up on something. I mean, sequencing or, I mean, you know, I don't know. I think just, I mean, obviously my stuff's not exactly the same as it has been in years past. I think the last 2 starts, it's actually been a lot better, but especially tonight. But, I mean, still, I'm making mistakes. And in counts, you can't make mistakes in. And, you know, it's not like they're not familiar with me, too. So it's unsurprising that they've made an adjustment and have a good approach. And, you know, it's something I'm going to have to look at and you know, make an adjustment before my next start.
It's different against a guy like Pete Alonso that you guys have faced so many times. Like you said, you make a mistake, maybe you get away with against somebody else, but not against a really good hitter like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's proven he's a good hitter. Good hitters are gonna hit well.
Spencer, you talk about the stuff getting better. Kind of what does it look like? What are these next 6 weeks success? What is that for you?
Yeah. I mean, I want to win first and foremost. I don't care what our record is. I mean, there are people that put a lot of effort into the outcome of our games, and you know, in here and all over the place. So I think that matters, and I think it's important to keep that perspective that regardless of, you know, when our season ends, that every game we play is a representation of who we are. So I think that's important. And then, of course, continue to try to get better. I don't think that your record should dictate the focus on improvement. I think that that's always something you have to, be or make a goal. And, unfortunately, it might not, translate into a postseason opportunity this year. But, I think that practice of getting better across the season is the only way you're going to be successful in the postseason. And that's certainly something that, I'm here and I'm going to be here, and I have aspirations of doing that every year that we're here. So, that'll be my focus, is just trying to get better.
I know your competitive nature and accountability kind of prevents you from making excuses, but 16 months ago, you underwent your second major elbow surgery. Can you allow yourself to take a step back and say, this is just part of the process, and what I'm doing right now is going to make me that much better next year?
Well, yeah. I can acknowledge the progress. My last two starts, from an execution standpoint, it's been really good. It still feels like, if a pitch isn't perfect, it's getting hit. And that's, I think the ownership is to say, well, I've got to be better, number one. And then, two, the stuff isn't good enough. I think if you're executing at a high rate and you're getting hit hard, like I said, guys are looking as comfortable as they have my last two starts, then, something's got to get better. So whatever you're doing isn't good enough, and I'm never going to be perfect. So mistakes are frustrating, and I try to really focus on a process and a routine that puts me in the best position possible to execute each pitch. But I'm never going to be perfect. So I think the room for error comes from having good stuff and stuff that is consistent enough that you know what's going to come out of your hand. And so that's been getting better over my last couple starts, but it's obviously not good enough. So
that was Braves pitcher Spencer Strider. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll preview the pitching matchup in Game 2 of the 3-game set. This is the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Napa has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game. That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2025 Atlanta Braves. Two legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed.
Napa know how.
Oh, hey. Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month, or get 2.99% APR, or $1,750 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end September 2nd. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
Hurry up and get your Braves tickets for the 2025 season. With great matchups and multiple seating options and packages available, there's something every fan will love. Visit Braves.com/tickets today.
Hardees is hiring. Join the Star Team. Flexible scheduling, daily pay, free meals, 20% family discount, plus paid vacation for part-time and full-time employees. Apply in-store or online at Hardees.com today.
Hip or knee pain holding you back? There's a new reason to feel hopeful. Dr. Andrew Carlone is now part of the team at Center for Sports Medicine and Orthopedics in Cleveland. He brings advanced training in total hip and knee replacement, including minimally invasive techniques that get you back on your feet faster. Let Cleveland's orthopedic experts help you live your best life. Call 423-624-2696 or go to sportmed.com to book your visit now.
You'll save a heap of money with a smarter mortgage from TVFCU. Equal housing lender.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports our contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
A replica jersey. Visit Braves.com/promos to see them all. Back to the diamond for more Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network. Lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce. If you missed any of today's Braves action, the Hyundai Postgame Show has you covered. You're locked into the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network. Driven by your local Hyundai dealer, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves.
Welcome back. Barrett Salih here in the Braves Radio Network studios, recapping the 13-5 loss to the Mets in Game 1 of the 3-game set. Braves looking to even the series up tomorrow. Carlos Carrasco going for the Braves. He's 2-2, has a 6.18 ERA and 32 strikeouts between the Braves and Yankees this season. David Peterson going for the Mets. He's 7-5, has a 2.98 ERA and 112 strikeouts. For our leadoff show coming your way at 5:55, first pitch with Ben Ingram and Darren O'Day, 7:10 Eastern, 6:10 Central from Citi Field in Flushing, New York. For all of us here at the Braves Radio Network, and that includes Matthew Mankiewicz up in New York, Bryce Gobert and Joe Virgin behind the glass, I'm Barrett Salih. Your final, Mets 13, Braves 5.
Thanks for listening to the Hyundai Postgame Show. Driven by your local Hyundai dealer, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. This broadcast of Atlanta Braves baseball is an exclusive presentation of the Atlanta Braves, Dickey Broadcasting Company, and Major League Baseball. Any use of the accounts, descriptions, and audio of today's game without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves Major League Baseball Club and Dickey Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. On behalf of everyone at the Braves Radio Network, we thank you for supporting Atlanta Braves baseball right here on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
You've been hurt. Maybe in a car wreck, a truck accident, or a motorcycle crash. Maybe you were in a job-related accident, the victim of nursing home neglect, or injured by a defective product. It doesn't matter how it happened. What matters is that you were hurt, and somebody needs to pay. When it matters, call the personal injury team at Logan Thompson and get the money you deserve. 423-476-2251. LoganThompsonLaw.com.
The dog days of summer are unleashed at Cleveland Ford. Upgrade to a new 2025 Ford F-150 and get 0% APR with 0 down payment and no monthly payments for 90 days. Or save on a new 2025 Ford Escape, Explorer, or Bronco Sport. Visit ClevelandFord.com and ask for Crazy Craig. Honest people, honest deals, and home of the $39 oil change. 0% APR for 48 months is $20.83 per 1,000 finance for well-qualified buyers. 0 down payment plus tax, tag time, only $7.99 closing fee on select models. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/2/2025.
Check your wallet. Empty? Check your bills. Overdue? Check your stress level. Maxed? Now, check into cash. Check into Cash is your one-stop money shop, and we've got everything you need. Payday loans and flex lines of credit options? Check. Quick in-store services like money orders and wire transfers? Check. Turn your unused gift cards into cash? Oh yeah, check. And yes, we cash checks. All kinds. Fast. Check that off your list. Visit checkintocash.com or check into a store to get started. The process is simple, quick, and designed to get you the help you need fast. If you've been approved, you can leave with cash in hand. We have locations in the Chattanooga area, including Cleveland and Athens. Check in, cash out, and get on with life. Check into Cash. We fund today to make a better tomorrow. Subject to state regulations, eligibility, credit check, underwriting, and approval. Rates, restrictions, and fees apply. Visit a store for details.
From the job site to the showroom, Wholesale Supply has the top brands you trust at the prices that work for your bottom line. With over 30 locations across the Southeast and over 75 years of service, no one supports contractors and communities like we do. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
People talking about the Cowboys.
I do believe if we're not being looked at, then I'll do my part to get us looked at. It's wonderful to have the great athletes, have the great players, but there's something more there. There's sizzle, there's emotion, and if you will, there's controversy. That controversy is good stuff in terms of keeping and having people's attention.
I mean, is this the Dallas Cowboys or is this Yellowstone? What are we doing here? And you've got the biggest football palace in the NFL. You've got the brand. You've got the star. You still, even if it's not true, call yourself America's team. You're the most valuable franchise on the planet. You have a Netflix docuseries about your cheerleading squad. Like, what are we talking about if we're Jerry Jones? Like, oh, we need people to... Man, that right there, that's the essence of what's wrong with Jerry Jones.
Here's the question I have for all of this. For all of the Jerry Jones is this business mastermind. Does anyone realize how good for Dallas Cowboys business winning a Super Bowl would be? Like, if you want that? If you want the price of tickets to go up, if you want people talking about the Dallas Cowboys, go win the whole darn thing or get close and have it heart-wrenchingly ripped from your hands and have everyone saying how much they love the fight from your team. Like, you want good business? Yeah, like Michael Irvin was a sizzle, right? He was all of this. He was all of that. He was everything. You know what else he did? He won 3 Super Bowls. Right. And the reason why we still care who Michael Irvin is now is not because he was brash and loud. It was because he was really good and he won. And that same thing is true for Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman and all. Like, they were good because they won. They're not buzzworthy because they created off-the-field headlines.
Emmitt Smith has some history with not being paid by Jerry Jones, at least in a sane timeline manner. I mean, Jerry Jones straight up let Emmitt Smith's contract expire and then have Emmitt Smith miss games before Jerry Jones came back in 1993 to pay Emmitt Smith. And a simple message from one of the greatest running backs of all time. He also on the Netflix docuseries Blue Carpet. The players just need to worry about themselves right now.
Well, Jerry never caught a pass. He never ran a ball, and he damn sure didn't throw one. So at some point, players got to take on ownership of what they've been trained and what they've been taught to do. We had to do it ourselves. So at some point, you as a player have to take on ownership and be developed into the leaders that you need to develop. And it's not all about you all the time. It's about bringing others with you because you can't win by yourself.
And Michael Irvin, no stranger to giving his opinion, the Cowboys Hall of Fame wide receiver. He sides with Micah Parsons.
I would appreciate it more if he just get the Michael Parsons deal done. That's what I told him over here. I told everybody I appreciate Jerry more if he gets Michael Parsons deal done.
Bill Barnwell wrote an exhaustive breakdown, ESPN.com, of the Zach Martin contract renegotiation, the CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott last year, their contract negotiations, and now what's happening here with Micah Parsons. He is just with those alone cost the Cowboys upwards of $100 million because he wasn't proactive at all trying to ink them before they sat there and saw every other contract at that position play out, and they wanted to be the highest paid. Jerry Jones is a great marketer. Jerry Jones is no longer a good businessman because ego gets in the way, hubris gets in the way, and that in turn has hurt the Dallas Cowboys.
I think it all goes back to the Emmitt Smith holdout that was just referenced. What was that, 94, I think? 94. He ends up, Emmitt Smith holding out, wants a new contract, misses the first 2 games. It goes horrendously. They start 0-2, and then Jerry pays Emmitt, and Emmitt comes back. And what happens? They win the Super Bowl, and suddenly Jerry is like, "See, my way works." Yeah, right? It's like a you mentioned earlier you didn't play college football. Do you golf at all?
Yeah, poorly.
Okay, yeah, perfect. The worst thing that can happen for a golfer is you have a bad form swing and it goes in the hole, because then your body is telling you That bad swing works. Do that again. Right?
Yeah.
Have the elbow flap, right? The elbow flap led to the ball going in the hole.
Right.
So next time, have the elbow flap again.
And it's a scientific fact. You always hit a big putt on 18 to keep you coming back for more.
Yeah,
always.
exactly. So it's almost like I don't know how to hit a 3-wood.
Mm-hmm.
But if I hit like the best shot of my life with a 3-wood, I'm going to keep coming back to the 3-wood.
Pull
right?
it out of the bag. Yep.
And so that's a bad decision for me. That's going to cost me a lot of strokes, but I'm going to keep doing it because I have the memory of that one flush 3-wood from 10 years ago where I eagled it on my favorite course. Jerry Jones eagled it with a player holding out for more money in 1994, and it felt so good. It was such a good shot that he's done the same thing with Zach Martin. He's done the same thing with CeeDee Lamb. He's done the same thing with Dak Prescott, and he's doing the same thing with Micah Parsons. It's bad strategy led to a good result once, so now he thinks bad strategy equals good result, and you're caught in this conundrum where it just keeps happening over and over again. And then worst of all, every year the value of his franchise goes up.
Yeah.
So he's thinking like, all right, I must be a genius. Whatever I'm doing leads to a higher evaluation from Forbes. And he thinks he's doing a good job.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say, and maybe this isn't the case, but it certainly seems like it from the outside. And you mentioning the valuation is key. Jerry Jones, I do believe that valuation, depending on the type of mood he's in or depending on the time of year, feels better to him than another failure of a season. And think about it, another failure of a Cowboys season, what do people want? More of his time, more of his attention. They want to put more microphones in his face. It's still satiating deep down, even if it's masochism at that point, this desire to address the media and talk to the people. There's no losing if you're Jerry Jones, and inherently, that's a big problem for the success of the Dallas Cowboys.
But here's the thing, and it goes back to what I was saying. He's not winning by as much as he could. One of my favorite stats is, and I don't even know if this counts as a stat, the year before Steph Curry won his first title with the Warriors, they were the 8th highest valued NBA team, right? Big market, right? Like a lot of Silicon Valley. They're still a top shelf, whatever. They're 8th. Right now, they're the second most expensive team in the world, valued by Forbes, behind only the Dallas Cowboys. And the difference is they were a big market team. They started winning. Because they were winning, they got the new arena. Because they got the new arena, the values go up. They win again and up and up and up. If you win, the money follows. So you can do the whole circus thing to get attention, and then great, valuations are going up because of the circus, because I'm saying things that are going viral. Or you could win. Yeah. And if you win, it's going to go up much faster and much greater return on your investment than anything that a press conference Zoom from your yacht could ever do.
I mean, at that point, if the Cowboys win a championship and that valuation increases more and more, you can be shooting rockets into space from the stadium that's called Jerry World. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Up next, though, should owners care about how fans feel? He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Ken Levicka. Game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
The traditions. The rivalries.
All the way to the end zone.
The drama.
Every week there was something magical.
This is the most wide-open college football season we've had ever.
11 days until week 1 kicks off. College football lives here. ESPN Radio.
The new home for ESPN Radio is ESPN Cleveland 101.3. From the Alon Planning Partners Weather Center, here's your forecast on ESPN Cleveland 101.3. Visit them online at alonplanning.com or give them a call at 423-315-1441.
More spotty showers and a few rumbles of thunder through the day on Wednesday. Some periods of heavy rain, localized flooding will be possible. Be careful through the day on Wednesday. A high of 85. On Thursday, we'll warm up to 89 with maybe a few pop-up showers and storms in the afternoon. And then Friday through the weekend, highs climb into the low 90s, partly cloudy sky. A lot of humidity with the heat index each day Friday through the weekend near 100 degrees. Download the Local 3 weather app, free for iPhone and Android. I'm Chief Meteorologist David Carnes for the Local 3 Storm Alert Team.
Listen to the Alon Exchange, hosted by financial professionals Jay and Brittany Hagee, owners of Alon Planning Partners. Each week, they discuss all things financial and answer your questions about investing, preparing for retirement, paying down debt, and more. The Alon Exchange, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on ESPN Cleveland 1013. Mix 104.1, ESPN Cleveland 101.3, and Oldies 99.1 are your homes for high school football. Cleveland Blue Raiders football on Mix 104.1, the Bradley Bears on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, and the Walker Valley Mustangs on Oldies 99.1. Plus, MixTV.tv offers video streaming as well as our games of the week. All of our high school football action is supplied by Wholesale Supply Group. Games on MixTV.tv are powered by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. It's football time in Tennessee, and Mix 104.1 is your home for Volunteers football.
Blitz coming. Touchdown!
Mike Keith calls all the action of every Vols game right here on Mix 104.1 and online at mymix1041.com and on the Mix app. Don't miss a minute of Tennessee Vols football.
Oh, my goodness!
Every play of every game on Mix 104.1. Vols football is presented by TVFCU. College football is back, and ESPN Cleveland 101.3 is your home for Georgia Bulldogs football.
Georgia on the mountaintop, and the drought is over.
We'll have every play of every game. Plus, you can listen online via the ESPN Cleveland 101.3 app. Georgia is trying to get back to the college football playoff title game, and ESPN Cleveland 101.3 has every game of the season. Georgia Bulldogs football is supplied by Wholesale Supply Group.
All 380 matches in English y en español. La energía, la magia, la pasión, la liga.
Oh, yes, sir.
Begins August 15 on ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes.
Big name with thoughts on the Cowboys and Jerry Jones. Game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app with Tim Donnelly. I'm Ken LaVicka, and we are presented by Progressive Insurance. For all of you listening right now, I'll give you 5 guesses. 5 guesses who was on First Take today, if you didn't see it. 5 guesses about who really got after Jerry Jones, was extremely critical about Jerry Jones. And I guarantee you that you're not going to guess in those 5 guesses who it was. May I present to you Denzel Washington, who had thoughts on Jerry Jones. So Denzel Washington was he was with Spike Lee, right, Tim?
Correct. Spike Lee promoting Highest to Lowest, their new film.
Highest to Lowest, new film. So they were both on First Take with Molly and Stephen A. And the subject of the Cowboys and Jerry Jones came up. And the 2-time Academy Award winner, Denzel Washington, he had some strong thoughts on Jerry.
There's box office and there's Oscars, Jerry. Been a while, huh? You ain't been to the show, you wouldn't know.
Ooh.
Wouldn't been to the show, you wouldn't know.
Uh-oh.
Haven't been to the show, so you wouldn't know what it is to win.
I don't need to add.
I feel like we could
And I love the Cowboys. I love the Cowboys because I really love them. This is why I feel the way I feel. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about the movie.
And that's what. And I wanted to get back to the movie because you didn't bring the.
Oh, speaking of the movie,
up in the
same thing.
Highest to lowest. You didn't bring it up.
And what does it say down the bottom of the movie?
What?
Or does it say it on the one sheet?
What does it say?
All money ain't good money, Jerry.
Say it again.
All money ain't good money, Jerry.
One time.
August 15th, we open Friday.
Woo, Lord.
All money ain't good money.
Oh, boy. I feel like running through a wall for Denzel Washington. And 2, I mean, Denzel is so intense. I'd be so intimidated sitting next to him, hearing him go off about Jerry Jones, but then telling me I came here to talk about the movie. But then, like an expert, he brings it back around and takes one more shot at Jerry Jones. That's quite a sequence right there.
And I mean, Denzel Washington is Denzel, right? You're not going to hear me complain about anything. Unbelievable actor. Although I do think maybe there was some, like, when you're with Spike Lee, you got to turn on your fandom a bit. It's like, all right, he's got the Knicks. I'm going to be the Cowboys guy. Jerry, all money ain't good money. Like, it's you gotta puff up your chest a little bit when you have, like, the most notorious Knicks fan right there with you. A Spike Lee joint, he's like, well, a Denzel Washington joint's pretty good too. And then he took. It's an easy mark. It's low-hanging fruit going after Jerry right now.
Yeah, there is no doubt about that. Jerry Jones and how fans, Cowboys fans, it's the biggest fan base in the NFL, right? And I don't think that it's particularly close. We already talked about the valuation. For me, it's tough with Jerry because I don't know if it necessarily matters how the fans feel, because the money's still going to come through, the people are still going to show up, and this is where you have the difficult discussion about the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, you can throw money around, you have your stars, you can say, I want to win a Super Bowl, but at the end of the day, from a money standpoint, which we've established, Jerry Jones, depending on the day, the time, the weather, is the valuation more important than the team? I don't know if there's enough of a separation there for it to actually make a difference, and that's inherently a huge issue with the Cowboys.
Here's the thing with the fans, right? Because I'm sure it's extremely frustrating for the football guys, right? Everybody always says you hire your football people and you let your football people do their job. It's got to be wildly frustrating when fans start just spewing nonsense. I don't think you need to listen to everything the fans say unless they're right. Right? Like if Denzel wants to go on First Take and start spewing about how the Cowboys need to manage the cap, I have no problem with Jerry Jones telling Denzel, like, I'm glad you're a fan. You know, we got a box for you, a suite if you're looking for it. We'd love to have you. Yeah, but go back to talking like cinematography, right? Let us handle this. And until Denzel says, like, all money ain't good money, or he says something about the Micah Parsons deal, and it's like, oh, no, Denzel's right. Like, okay, now we have to have this conversation because Jerry is mishandling the Micah Parsons situation, right? If when Dak has a bad game and all the fans want to yell and scream about, you got to bench him, you got to move on, Joe Milton has a cannon, all right, then you laugh at those fans and you say stay in your fandom. But when they start telling you about Micah Parsons and it starts hitting close to home and it starts being correct, that's when you have to start acting, because they're right? They need Micah Parsons to play. They need him to be a good team this year.
Game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80 with Tim Donnelly. I'm Ken Levicka. I'm here in South Florida. And so talking about Jerry, talking about the Cowboys, I do think it's a little bit cloudy about whether or not he should care about how the fans feel. He'll obviously hear about it, but he is in the highest of ivory towers. But here in South Florida, Stephen Ross, the real estate magnate based out of New York, is the owner and has been the owner of the Dolphins for near 20 years at this point. It's a very fickle Dolphins fan base. The South Florida fandom in general can be very fickle. And so if the Dolphins crater this year, which there are a lot of indications that's going to happen after a very brief, championship window, which with the Dolphins, you haven't won a playoff game since 2002. Playoff win window is about the same as a championship window. Season ticket sales are going to go down. The Dolphins are no strangers to empty turquoise seats. It's going to be a problem. Jerry Jones, I do think, is an exception. The vast majority of NFL teams, owners should absolutely care about how the fans feel.
Here's where I think it becomes a thing for the owners. In their business life, which they're obviously unbelievable at, they can play hardball. There's always somewhere else to go, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to make a deal with I'm going to use like the most obvious example. If you're trying to make a deal with Pepsi and you want to play hardball, you go sign the deal with Coke, right? When it comes to something like with the Dolphins, a Tyreek Hill, when it comes to Micah Parsons with the Cowboys, there's not another one of those, right? It's not like, oh, we'll get somebody to fill the Tyreek Hill role. All we need is a guy that runs like a 4.29 and can cut on a dime and can catch everything.
Right.
Or there's no one to go like, all right, Micah Parsons wants $45 million. We'll go to the other Micah Parsons. We'll go to the other guy that can do everything he can do. It's like Those don't exist, right? Billionaires can't bully your way through this. It's the rarity and the uniqueness of these guys that makes it a bit different. And it's why in sports we put up with so much ridiculousness from some of our athletes, because it's like, yeah, they're being a headache right now, but they're really good, and there's not another option out there to replace them, especially not on free agency at this point. So we're just gonna pay them a bunch of money. That's what we're gonna do.
Well, the rebuttal to my argument that most owners in the NFL should care about what the fans think are the Browns. Jimmy Haslam. I mean, he goes and he gets Deshaun Watson after dozens of claims of sexual abuse. And then this is after he goes to someone on the street, according to him, and they say, hey, go get Johnny Football. He goes and gets Johnny Football. That's a disaster. He has back-to-back second-round picks that have been dinged for domestic violence. He's got Myles Garrett going 101 miles an hour just weeks after Shedeur Sanders did the same exact thing twice in a week. Myles Garrett flipped his Porsche a couple of weeks ago, and yet Jimmy Haslam's going to get a stadium built, in all likelihood, on the fans' dime, taxpayer money. Up next, what do we expect to see from the 2025 New York Jets? It's Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Wednesday. Last year, I said the Saints had the worst quarterback situation in the league. Is it the same thing this year? It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form, and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The new home. Your new home for 24-hour sports coverage. ESPN Cleveland 101.3. Take ESPN Cleveland 101.3 with you wherever you go. Listen online at ESPNCleveland1013.com. Presented by Center for Sports Medicine and Orthopedics.
This is Thomas Williams with Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Stop by today and take advantage of Bradley County's largest pre-owned inventory, or visit cleveland-nissan.com, home of the lifetime warranty.
Don't miss the Paul Feinbaum Show, weekday afternoons from 2 until 5 on ESPN Cleveland 101.3. Always topical, always entertaining. Paul Feinbaum on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, presented by Hardees. For a quarter of a century, Mix 104.1 has been taking you out to the ball games.
Swanson to first. The Browns are world champions.
Since 2000, Mix 104.1 has been the home of the Atlanta Braves, and we're celebrating by giving away tickets to Atlanta Braves games all summer long. Listen for your chance to call or text to qualify. You can also register at the Mix socials on Facebook and Instagram. Braves 25 is presented by Cleveland Ford. Honest people, honest deals. ESPN Cleveland 101.3 has scored its very own app.
He shoots and scores.
With the ESPN app, you can listen live from anywhere. You'll get the links for the very latest sports news and information. Somebody made a huge trade? You'll know about it. Access to the latest scores and standings? You'll have it. Go to ESPNCleveland1013.com and download the brand new ESPN Cleveland 101.3 app today at ESPNCleveland1013.com. ESPN Cleveland 101.3 is powered by Duracell. From the Kia of Cleveland Studios, this is ESPN Cleveland 101.3, WCLE HD2 Cleveland, W267BI Cleveland, ESPN Cleveland 101.3.
The top of the hour is presented by Best Buy Metals, making the top of your house the best it can be. Visit bestbuymetalroofing.com.
I'm Nick DeLuca. The ball flying out in the Bronx tonight.
That one is driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya. Halfway up the bleachers in left center field. A moonshot. 5-1 Yanks.
Michael Kay on the Yes Network. That was a bomb from Giancarlo Stanton. Another homer for him, has 12 in 30 games this season. Part of a 4-hit night and a 9-1 Yankees win over the Twins. Anthony Volpe hit a 3-run shot. Aaron Judge also going deep for the first time in 3 weeks since coming off the IL, number 38 on the season. Carlos Rodon working 7 innings, allowing just 1 earned. Yankees stay in front of the Guardians for the final AL wildcard spot. In the WNBA, halftime is over in LA. The Liberty up 52-44 on the Sparks, just underway in the third. New York has won 3 of 4, trying to stay on top of the Eastern Conference, still without star Breanna Stewart. Sparks have won 4 of their last 5. Jonquel Jones with a New York high, 14 points, 5 of 7 from the field. Sabrina Ionescu has been efficient, 3 of 4 shots tonight, has 8 points. LA trying to close the gap. Kelsey Plum has a team-high 12 into double figures. Elsewhere, another win in Milwaukee. The Brewers make it 11 straight, now 31 games over 500 with a 14-0 win over the Pirates.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Wednesday, Adam Schefter told us Joe Flacco is still QB1 for the Browns. I'll tell you why Flacco starting is the right move in Cleveland for now. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is quick throw, what a catch! Highlight reel, touchdown! Is crossing over, steps back, another 3. Got it! Right down the chute. Game night. Swing and a drive. On its way. Gone. Ball game. Game night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Is there any optimism for Gangrene in 2025? Game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80 with Tim Donnelly. I'm Ken LaVicka. We are, as always, presented by Progressive Insurance. NFL two-a-days. We run through 2 teams tonight going into this 2025 season. Both teams from New York. Let's go ahead and start things with the Jets.
This is ESPN Radio's NFL Two-A-Days. The New York Jets.
This is Rich Cimini covering the Jets. Aaron Rodgers, who? The Jets are 1 preseason game into the Justin Fields era, and so far, things are looking up. He's had some rocky days in training camp for sure, but there's nothing like a 79-yard touchdown drive to calm the fears of a paranoid fan base. He did that against the Packers, showing poise, and of course that outstanding running ability, which will be a key dimension in this Jets offense. The running game looks good with 3 good backs. The big question, does Fields have enough weapons on the outside? They have Garrett Wilson, but no one else has stepped up at receiver.
Rich Cimini with the breakdown and immediately taking a shot at Aaron Rodgers. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, Tim, first and foremost, before we discuss the additions, the subtractions, the forecast for the Jets this year, bravo bringing in Aaron Glenn as your head coach, because at the very least, and I don't know the record, and we're going to be talking low single digits here with the Jets, the toxicity, the circus, the nonsense appears to be, at least from that locker room. I can't speak for ownership in the front office, but at the very least in the locker room, you're going to be automatically in so much better a spot than you were the last year and the last couple of years.
There's 2 ways to talk about the Jets for me. One is very quarterback skill set, Justin Fields, where is he and Rodgers kind of differ. The other is what you said, and I'm actually curious to see it play out on if they're being spiteful or honest with how they're talking about this year versus last year. Every quote I see coming out of training camp is like, it's so refreshing to have everybody pulling in the same direction and have a group that's led by work. And I'm like, that feels so unbelievably subtweeting. Like, that feels so unbelievably specific.
Yeah.
Like when you break up with someone and suddenly you're like, it's just nice to be treated well. It's like, oh, are you trying to say you weren't treated well?
Yeah.
Like, did you have to tweet that out to so everybody could read it? Like, it's either that where they're very spiteful towards Robert Saleh and they're trying to get a point across where they're like, I want Robert to know we're happier. Right, I want him to know. Everybody look happy in the picture, so I can post this, so Robert knows that I'm having a good time. It's like, we're not having a good time, but he doesn't know that. Or the other thing could be true, which is they're just being honest, and it is refreshing that everybody's pulling in the right direction, and they moved on from the circus, as you mentioned, that Rodgers was certainly a part of, and the coaching staff, and Nathaniel Hackett was certainly a part of. It could just be they're saying that because they actually believe it, but I think we'll know by, like, week 2. It'll be real obvious if the culture is better or if they're just trying to make it seem like it's better.
My favorite Aaron Rodgers moment with the Jets was after the end of his first season. And it was a couple of days after another controversial Pat McAfee appearance when he had the gall in his exit interview with the media to say, we need to get the bull bleep out of the building. Aaron, you're the purveyor of all of that, man. So now Justin Fields comes in and watched a lot of them with the Bears. He had